coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LA baby who we running with, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah, state your name, been dope on flame, I just switched the lane, damn he did it again, I just flipped the pain, stripping and dipping the bass, slab on everything, swimming, sticking away, cause I got big racks coming, I put my low racks on it, I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it, see the fit lab on it until they whip my coffee, money clip I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LA baby who we running with, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, pump up that big bags coming, coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LA baby who we running with, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, pump up that action. Okay, alright. Okay, alright. I'm on 10 again. I'm on 10 again. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LA baby who we running with, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, pump up the action, bitch I'm acting, if you never heard of it, don't be just napping, Jackson's, off the rapping, keep it on my body, bitch I broke if you asking, no matter chillin', Mocialis, flawless, broken whips is longer than this foreign, heard you want it cause the game's enormous, what's an ass, if she isn't gorgeous, live my life last name, I'm Morgan Freeman, trying to touch the forest, but I know we're knocking on the door, this came in, I came in, I came in, did it like the forces coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LA baby who we running with, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, okay, alright, coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LA baby who we running with, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, 10, 10, yeah, add it up.
welcome in to the Glasgow Regional. We are joined by myself, David Toombs, and Sam Tate and Christopher Bromley. We have over 75 players registered for this tournament today. That means that we're going to be going 7 rounds. We have an awesome round 1 pairing just about queued up for us right now. But before we jump into round 1, this is the first event after maybe the largest and most consequential ban list in my whole time as a UniVersus player. And we're going to, I think, see some major meta shakeups. Sam, what are you most excited for going into this regional?
Well, I think the most exciting thing is after any ban list, there has to be some level of adaptation, right? There has to be some deck that emerges from the fold, or at least hopefully. When you ban cards, you typically want to enable more decks. We're not just trying to completely scrub decks out of the format. At least I would hope that that is the plan. So we want to see the emergence of decks that are no longer held down by cards like the 9 Titans throughout the ages. We want to see the high difficulty attacks, the 4-check attacks that Sweeping Daggers was keeping out of the format. And hopefully, without the presence of Pony or Titan Cliff, the ultra consistent aggro decks will take a little bit of a step back and we'll get some more back and forth, 3-turn, 4-turn, more mid-rangey style games. I definitely saw some characters that want to maybe open up into what we would call a mid-range play style. We saw some overhaul on the player chart. We saw a couple of really interesting symbol combinations with life and order characters, which is not a very popular symbol pairing. But Bromley, what do you think this new format is going to have for us? What do you think the UK players are going to adapt in the face of this brand new metagame that they basically get to write the script for?
I mean, so the last time we went abroad, we saw a lot of Godzilla. And I have been sort of frantically going through the list here to see, exactly what is the big show at this event. It's not Godzilla. I mean, from what I can tell. And so it seems like the ban list of just Titan Cliff going, right, it hit the consistency of the deck enough that people said, no, this isn't the big one for this event. I am not privy to the breakdown yet. Do you know what the most represented character of this event is so far?
No, we don't have the breakdown just yet. We don't have that data compiled exactly. I just, I snooped a bit. I went snooping through.
Yeah, I just been, going through. There's still, the Zeeks. There's still the Mikasas, right? There's still a couple of these equipment heist sort of decks that are around here. I saw an Elder Tiguro. I saw a Devilgen still out there in the wings. But it's interesting because this is the first event after a ban list, which is usually the most experimental, I'll say. And especially being out abroad, in the UK players are known for showing up with the same deck, right? They sort of all commit to, hey, this is the thing we're playing, and so we're gonna see if what they think is the coolest thing to play at this event today.
Yeah, and a character that had a really, really strong start when they became legal, and then they kind of fell off in representation is back here. We're going to go ahead and head to our round 1 matchup. We have Peak versus Ryu. So this, Peak, 6 hand size, 29 health. This is like a classic mid-range character, very, very strong stat manipulation. Both on offense and on defense, can hit assets as well. I think, like you said, Sam, with the aggro in the meta kind of going down just a little bit, this might be the time for Peak to come back in and shine. And then also another kind of mid-range type character here with Ryu, where we're adding in the damage, and then when something is blocked, we get to look at, draw 3 cards. Very, very interesting matchup here. Who do you think has the upper hand?
Well, I think the upper hand probably goes to Peak. I think that Peak just has better stat manipulation. The cost on Peak is pretty fair, though. I will say, I think a big reason why Peak wasn't super popular, and really one of the the best decks in the format throughout most of this year is because of constantly churning through the foundations in your stage compared to the strategies of other decks just wasn't economic enough. You know, there weren't enough reinforcements, there weren't enough enormous axes, there weren't enough colossus swats in the format to really be able to afford all these extra resources that Pick needs to keep up with everyone else, you know, compared to Ryu, whose stats are basically free, right? He's a tenacious character, so he's willing to commit himself, and he just gives +2 damage on everything, no muss, no fuss. So Wild Peak is very, very powerful in that stat manipulation. Comparing it to the Titan Cliff decks and the Pony decks that basically aren't spending resources from their stage. They are simply adding resources as they go. It's just a different game plan altogether, and you would much rather have a game plan where you're adding resources rather than spending them. But it looks like Ryu's leading things off here with, is this a 3 difficulty attack?
Yeah, this is the ultimate can't go wrong on the check as a poke here. Both players with really strong builds. Ryu got out sacrifice for the card, sacrifice for the cause. You can discard a card and get +X damage according to the block modifier. And on the Peak side, we built Ambition of Irwin Smith, probably the best foundation that Peak could possibly build on turn one. Every single time we destroy once per turn, we get to draw a card. And then when we're really ready to kill our rival, we can sack it to selectively commit a rival foundation. So looks like we're immediately seeing Ambition of Irwin Smith come into play here. We went ahead, sacked our 0 diff, and we're going to get to draw into something better. I wonder if we just don't have the right block for Besiege.
Yeah, it's a really common strategy right now. And one of the things that kind of, I guess, kept Besiege, you know, low in the format was all the death damage reduction decks. It's a 4 damage move. It's hard to block, but 4 damage is not hard to remove. So it's one of those things where cards like Greater Goal were really keeping this down. But we now see Peak does the sacrifice for minus speed. We are going to get the transformation, which will allow us to go get this anti-Titan artillery asset. Just kind of get this card out of our deck. It's the signature Piek Finger asset, basically. But with the new unique rule, we probably won't see too much more searching of the deck. However, Ryu has just got a really simple attack here. It's really slow. It's pretty punishing, and it looks like we're reading Sacrifice for the Cause now. Sacrifice for the Cause is a very, very powerful 3 difficulty foundation because it has the ability to pump the damage on all your cards, on all your attacks by discarding a card and getting damage equal to the block modifier. But it also can cancel a character ability, which Peak has. Peak has a character ability that reduces damage. So we're going to have to watch out for that one. But Showdown block coming in huge.
Yeah, this is a gnarly +3 block modifier to have in our hand. We selectively take down, it looks like, the defensive cards from you because, you know, if Ryu's leading with the 3 difficulty attack, we're kind of sensing that this is probably a one and done type of attack. And it's not completely blocked, which is a huge benefit here because we're not letting Ryu draw 3 cards and stack their deck.
Yeah, I actually really dig the idea of getting the partial block off here. It's pretty awful most of the time to partial block a 6 damage move and let the rivals still get the momentum out of it, you know, and utilize such a strong block like Showdown on the partial. But specifically against Ryu, it can really help you out, not letting him fix the top of the deck or anything like that. But we are going to see a review from Pete coming down 3 cards in hand for our Ryu player. The question is, David, is 4 foundations enough for Peak to be aggressive here, especially since we're starting on the backside? We won't have access to the first E or the enhanced commit to start off our attacks, but we're starting off with a chomp instead.
Yeah, no, this is fascinating. We get to selectively blow up one of our rivals' foundations that's 2 difficulty or less. So we can't go for the sack. Looks like we go for one of Ryu's foundations. And yeah, I don't think that this is a turn to really go in. I don't think the 4 foundations is enough. We don't have anything that really replaces itself beyond ambition. Kind of, if you can build the card that you drew, you effectively replace the foundation that you blew up. But we are going to go ahead and play this Mikasa's Fatal Cleave. So this is a really interesting spin on Peak that I haven't seen much of, where we're really going for foundation destruction. It looks like this almost looks like a Reiner 1 attack and action lineup.
Yeah, very much so. The resource denial here. You typically don't see decks playing Chomp unless they're gonna full sell for the resource denial. And I love Mikasa's Fatal Cleave because in a world with backups, this is one of the few cards where it can deal damage to a backup and still get its response trigger. They played it pretty safe with most of the designs where nowadays, if it says deals damage, it usually has to specify whether it means to a character or to a backup. And Mikasa's Fatal Cleave does not. So anytime it deals damage, you get to target destroy a rival foundation, which is, or I guess selectively destroy. We don't specifically target in this game, but you know, selective destruction is always better than letting the rival choose.
Yeah, we're really putting a lot of pressure here on Ryu to have the low block. We added 3 speed to this, so this should be a 7-speed move. That's going to be difficult, but Ryu can manage it. And, you know, knowing that there's a Chomp in there and that Peak is going to want to build, I think if we have a low block, we're definitely going to fully commit out to get it.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting though is it looked like we botonsed away a barrier shield. So while 7 speed is manageable, 0 speed would have been a lot better to deal with. So we of course have a second barrier shield though.
Yeah, this is really going to hurt Peak too. So we did transform to front side and we did build off the top of our deck, but we stuffed our own card pool with the Chomp leading into the Mikasa's Fatal Cleave. And so now Breaker 2 after this is really going to hurt our ability to build. And we're committing our moment of normalcy to try and get this back to 4 speed. But there's still a block off, but it's a half block. So we are going to get to selectively destroy something, but the Breaker 2 is going to heavily hurt our build.
Yeah, this is really strange. This kind of didn't work out for anyone. This is not what any player really wanted to see, right? The Ryu player definitely doesn't want a partial block here after using the barrier shield. The Peak player doesn't want to deal with the Breaker 2, but the Ryu player also doesn't want to have their foundations destroyed here. But the Ryu player really would have liked to do their response on a complete block instead of a partial. So I guess it's a good compromise when nobody's happy, right, David?
Yeah. Let's see where things go. I think Peak is thinking about playing another attack. I can't imagine going for that though. That is so risky. Okay, no. We're pulling back, but
And it was a good thing
poorly.
too.
Yeah, we're checking a 1.
Yeah, we'd have to commit basically all the way out for that Dwaithvar the Star Razor, which is a pretty solid asset overall. E-commit, Seal 1 Rival Foundation would have been really nice to have in our stage. However, it's not going to work out that way. Our turn is ended by the Breaker 2. So, again, not what we wanted to see as a Ryu. You want to see complete blocks over partial blocks. However, you got to think with double barrier shield in hand, we were able to basically review 1 via Botons. We played 1 to get it out of our hand. We got the partial block off to stop our opponent from attacking us. We basically bought ourselves a turn because our rival didn't even get to build after that. And now we've got Bullet Kick on the way.
Yeah, Bullet Kick, very spicy inclusion into these void lists. Basically, it says if this deals damage, you can add a non-attack card from your discard pile to your hand. So we could just add that barrier shield that we discarded back to our hand. We can add any of our actions. After this attack is blocked, our rival spends a momentum. So a little bit of a win-win card, but our rival gets to make the choice as to which ability we get. But yeah, back to that Peak turn. We're playing a resource denial deck, but we were the ones that ended up getting denied resources. And now Peak's only on 4 foundations. We had to sacrifice a foundation Here, now we're only to 3. I mean, it's kind of funny that the Peak is on the resource denial of the deck, but they're the ones that at the resource disadvantage, and a pretty heavy one.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing, right? Where it's typically better to do your own thing more than trying to stop your rival from doing something. And I dig the idea that the Peak deck is saying, well, I sacrifice a lot of resources. So instead of trying to ramp them to keep up with you, despite sacrificing them, I will make you sacrifice with me.
Mm.
Unfortunately, the breaker keyword functions like debuild in mass when your rival can't pass their checks, though. You know, that turn stopping power is potentially the strongest mechanic in UniVersus. So check hacking is definitely a favorite of control players everywhere, and we see it in full force with the barrier shields. But do you think we're going to see the bullet kick get blocked, or are we getting this damage reduced? We don't really have a stat
Oh, it's
tracker
getting
on the table that
yeah.
you and I can see
He
at
blew
least.
up. He blew up 2 foundations, so that he blew up a foundation to get to the reverse side, and then blew up another foundation for the minus speed. So looks like the block did come in, and now he gets to pick up any non-attack card that he likes.
Yeah. And what's really cool is because these are both responses, you can sequence it however you want. You know, you can look at what you're going to
Oh
draw
wait,
and
your
look at
rival spends 1 momentum. Sorry. It's after it deals damage that you get to add from the discard pile. Sorry, I was just
oh, okay.
correcting myself.
Fair enough. Well, we still get both block triggers, which are cool because um the the uh uh the Ryu gets to now look at what his next check is going to be, which can help him play really aggressive lines. And I wonder if there's something we can actually use this face down in our card pool for, or if that's just, you know, a byproduct of bullet kick.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be more of a byproduct. I think bullet kick is fascinating. Um, it does have that powerful 3. It's base 5 base 5 speed, and Ryu's not adding speed, so we do want that. You know, Besiege is 3 speed, but it kind of functions as like pseudo 6 speed. And the Besiege
Yeah.
just gets through. I mean, Pete can't be spending any more resources here.
Yeah, it looks like Besiege is just gonna punch on through, do its job, hit for 6, get into the greasy numbers. Or I guess maybe did we reduce on that?
No,
Okay.
no, there was just a hey, I'm taking the full Besiege. And then if I'm Ryu, I think I would aggressively build. I wouldn't even mind tapping the entire stage. I mean, Peak's only on 2 foundations. We haven't seen a the 6 difficulty that builds 2. We haven't seen it quite yet, but man, Ryu checking all of their attacks here on this build. And
Yeah, there's a couple of tricks that the Ryu decks typically like to have. Um, you know, the rising uppercut is typically a favorite of these decks. So blocking is not necessarily down to what you have in stage, but we're not actually rocking the rising uppercut tech here. So we are going to have to actually use incubating basically to full potential here as our only defense. And luckily, it was the right call to build out as much as possible because Peak was pretty much going to be forced to take a build turn off, take a turn off, and we still only built 3 foundations, right? The building back up to a 5 build, we have now achieved what the average deck wants to do on turn 1, like turn 4 turns into the game, David. This can't feel good for the Peak player, regardless of where the health totals are at. I mean, we're at a healthy life total, but board state wise, we're lagging pretty far behind.
yeah, yeah, all the tempo is on Ryu's side. You know, and that's going to happen to Peak a lot of games. You're going to have to take a turn off to take a build turn, but you don't want that to be necessarily turn on turn 3. You know, like that
Right.
can be on turn 5 once you just went on a crazy 7 attack string, and maybe it didn't quite get there. But a second one of Ryu's main foundation, which I'll confess I need to go read up on just a little bit here. But we're getting a hacker extraordinaire, going to be very powerful with 2 momentum. We're going to get to flip that anti-Titan artillery, although that might kind of work out to Peak's benefit because now we could go and build a unique anti-Titan artillery, and it helps us get a foundation. So it'll be interesting to see if he chooses to flip the anti-Titan artillery or not. But either way, Ryu is in a very healthy place with his hand size with the hacker extraordinaire.
Yeah, I think flipping the anti-Titan artillery could be a big mistake here, especially if Peak does have a second copy somewhere left in the deck to search out. Peak is weirdly versatile, I guess, in that way. I think most people only play one of the asset now that the new unique rule is in effect, though. So and you can only search your deck. You don't get to search your discard pile either. So Peak would have to have one in the deck, but we see another chomp play into an Earthshaker, but this Earthshaker is going to check a 3, so we're going to have to commit pretty much half our stage, a little more than half our stage. However, we are very lucky that we built 2 enormous acts.
Yeah, that's really going to recoup a lot of the cost here. It's interesting that on both attacks turns, we're choosing to lead with the chomp, which I do understand, leading with the chomp to take out a foundation. Like, we got rid of that pesky hacker so that we get to keep our asset. But it is adding to the progressive difficulty for our attacks, and it's kind of showing our hand to our rival that, hey, we're not really going to go in on this attack turn, because if we were, we wouldn't be adding +1 to our progressive difficulty when we only have 5 foundations. So it's kind of telling our rival that this is just probably going to be a poke. And we really see a lot of pressure on the low zone here, where, hey, if this deals damage, I'm going to get to destroy something again.
It would be, David, except for in a perfect world, Peak wants to be sacrificing foundations. And in a perfect world, we play the Earthbreaker on a 6. We check a 5 and we commit 1 card, which we were going to sacrifice basically no matter what. And in this instance, it'd be a card that we'd sacrifice to get a ready foundation back. So this Peak deck, I think, is built with the intention of adding that +1 progressive difficulty on the attack turns, with the express purpose that Peak wants to be sacrificing foundations anyways to get stats. And so having ways to proactively commit foundations, is a big part of those game plans. Back in the day, using cards like Rescue Completed, using cards like Friend of Animals, ways to commit foundations during 1.3 million volts. Those used to be really, really effective, efficient ways to get every ounce of utility out of your stage that you could. And I think Peak is trying to do that with the chomps. It's just not working out with these checks. And if we see another barrier shield come down on a turn like we did before, this could spell absolute disaster, having checked poorly. Even though we got to use most of those foundations we committed anyways.
Yeah, if I was Ryu, I would be holding on to every low block. Yeah, and here we see that we did hold on to 1. We've got Rifle Arm. So we are not going to have the foundation destruction of Earthbreaker actually come into play here.
Oh, and now we see the unending path, that 3-diff foundation you were just talking about a little bit before. Not a unique foundation, just a once per turn. After an attack is blocked, you get to look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You can add one of them to your discard pile. And then if your rival has 10 or more foundations, you draw a card. So basically, we are just scoping out the cards that we want to potentially draw with Ryu. We're going to mill cards that we don't want to draw, and then we can do our response to draw 3 cards and stack a card from our hand on top.
Yeah, that only costs 1 of them. So if we completely block again, we can scope out and I guess kind of guarantee our check. But it looks like it's just going to be a build. We're getting an airship here.
Now,
very good thing we got rid of the hacker. Yeah.
That's a good hacker target, especially now that Peak has a bit of a stage. Peak is up to 6 foundations. At least one of them is an enormous axe. So the idea of giving Peak a foundation over an asset is not quite as big of a deal. I think there's also the weapon clash there. So weapon clash can flip to generate a committed face down, which for characters
Mhm.
like Peak, that functions as basically just minus stats for free.
Yeah, I have to imagine that we're essentially seeing it mostly for
Looks
the
like
free build on the card than the minus damage.
Looks like we got an oldie but a goodie. Ryu has revived this card pretty much single-handedly. It's Rewind Throttle. This is a nasty little bugger of a card. Discard a card, commit one rival foundation. What a rate. What an absolutely just amazing rate for a 4 div. Discarding a card to snipe a card in the rival stage is absolutely worth it so much of the time. And it becomes even better when you have the enhance. If you have discarded a card during this attack, you get to draw a card anyway, David.
Yeah, so it's basically a free, filter one plus a selective commit, and it's a high base speed. So we're not adding speed as Ryu. We don't have a lot of speed adds in our stage. So we really want our attacks to start with 5 speed instead of 4 or 3.
Yeah, this is a great one. A 5/5 for 5. Draw me a new card. Get rid of your best foundation, your unique moment of normalcy, or I guess in this case it's the ambition of Irwin, Just get that out of the way to start things off. Absolutely great stuff. It this card is, I think, like peak power level. It's super super strong. It's not overbearing. I don't think anyone's ever wanted Rewind Throttle to get banned, but this card it's a powerhouse. It's a workhorse. It's a journeyman card. It does its job.
Yeah, and it's going to feed into, we're going to see a block. And this is really nice that we kind of forced Peak to spend resources to block this because it's fast. But we have such a good stage here on Ryu. We get to draw 3. First, we're going to scope out our draws to make sure we're drawing into attacks. We have momentum. So if we want to do like the double fists, echoes, we could do that. If we want to play repeated, we have momentum for the EX and for the powerful, and Rewind Throttle's a punch, which means we're really going to be able to ready our stage. I wouldn't be shocked if we're looking at the winning turn.
Yeah, with the amount of cards, the amount of resources we've generated over our opponent, the fact that we're almost certainly going to check well on a rejuvenating smash right here, I'm calling it. There's got to be a rejuve smash in hand. We've got to have a good check on top. I want to see it. It's got to be time, right? Oh, okay, well, all right. Double rewind throttle is pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, the big drawback of Rewind Throttle is just the 3 damage, but Ryu's overcoming it to some extent, making it 5. And if we had Sacrifice for the Cause, we could get it even higher, but it looks like the Sacrifice for the Cause was taken
Toasted. We
down
used
by
it a while ago. Yeah,
yeah.
sacrifice for the cause is absolutely massive in a deck like this, because once you've sort of exploited your opponent's defenses, it again. Ryu's a very simple guy. He puts the damage on things, and he has a little bit extra selection. He gets a little bit extra knowledge than the opponent, drawing some extra cards, but mostly it's only if you engage with him, right? So while Rewind Throttle is not super impressive on the damage side of things, if you choose not to engage with these attacks, that's a fifth of your health gone for free. So you can't just sit there and take these all day.
But I was
However,
a little surprised that Peak blocked the first one because that really set Ryu up with getting to
correct.
use the character ability. I think I would have probably taken the first throttle. And now we got Trigrav coming in here, going to be absolutely punishing. If we have any sort of, if Peak has anything in their hand that's going to save them, it's going to get ripped right now. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh, it was an absolute
we had a killer backswing, didn't
fire.
we?
Yeah.
We had a great backswing next turn, didn't we? Yeah,
If we
it's crazy. We talk about the tri-gravity beam coming in here as a killer. This attack gives you pretty much perfect knowledge for the rest of the turn. You don't know necessarily what your opponent's going to check, but you get to rip the best card out of their hand. You know what their block zones are. I guess, here the rival does have access to the airship, right? So we could airship something back to hand, but you now know the likelihood of your attacks dealing damage for the rest of this turn. So that's going to help Ryu out a whole lot. And again, Tri-Gravity Beam is just another attack where you can reliably stack damage. This is another example of where we really, really wish we had a card like Sacrifice for the Cause.
Yeah, I think on peak stage, they did not transform back to the front side. So they're going to try and get another block here from the speed. And then whenever they're basically saying we're all done blocking, they want to transform back so that they can have access to the minus damage. We once again chose not to transform. Because Ryu's not adding speed, I could see getting a block here and maybe an additional block later. But the 3-check's not going to help that cause.
Yeah, luckily Peak has some pretty powerful speed
Oh,
reduction, so we're
yeah.
still gonna pass the check. Ryu is gonna use the unending path. There's that rejuve, unfortunate, but we are gonna be able to mill it off the top, so we won't check it, which means we're almost certainly gonna check a 5 here on our next attack. And is it? It's a besiege.
And we know that this is unblockable now after we peeked their hand with the trigrav. So this besiege is going to get up to 6 damage with Ryu. That's going to put Peak down to 10. Peak cannot use the damage reduction on the front side because that is a first enhance. So even if they transform back, they can't use it. Oh, but they can airship the weapon clash to their hand to have a block. Defensive application of airship coming in here. It is going to freeze it for our turn, but we would just like to see our turn first.
Yeah, but it is going to be a partial block either way, which I don't think helps us too much. Blocking 3 damage it's definitely better than doing nothing. It's better than rolling over and dying. So I'm down to see a pretty much free block here. We did sacrifice the foundation for it, but Ryu's progressive difficulty is building up. We've managed to not commit anything yet because of all of the amazing abilities to stack our deck, but we've run out of ways to check the top card of our deck, and it looks like we've run out of ways to push the offense. So without being able to remove a card from the game to get bonus damage on Tri-Gravity, without being able to whittle through our opponent's hand, I mean, we had 4 cards when Tri-Gravity ripped the card out. That is plenty of cards to block with. Peak managing to show why this character is so strong. It is that versatility. If you throw away your stage every turn, you are pretty hard to kill.
Yeah, and that was the kind of turn where Ryu really wanted to see repeated 100%, so that they
Yes.
could get around the progressive difficulty, so they could get the damage up and utilize that momentum because they're sitting on a stack down there of momentum that's going to come into play at some point in this game, either on the bullet kicks or the repeateds. But Peak now at a very, very healthy stage. This whole game has been about Peak just trying to stabilize essentially since that breaker 2 from turn 2. So can they survive one more turn? We know that they're holding on to at least 2 or 3 attacks at their hand. Can they survive and get into their turn with the sculpted hand and enough resources to play the attacks?
Yeah, that's the beauty of Peak. That's the strength of Peak, and that is what makes Peak so frustrating is the fact that every turn it feels like they're just stabilizing. But if they're stabilizing, they're not losing. And that's really important. The Peak decks struggle to ever look like they're winning, at least when I watch them, but they have amazing come from behind victories. They'll be losing at 1 health the whole game, and then all of a sudden they play 5-4 difficulty attacks on 1 foundation and they make your head spin and you've lost the game somehow. So you cannot underestimate these decks. They are so slippery, so versatile, right? It's that versatility that draws people in the first place, plus speed, plus damage, minus speed, minus damage, everything you need to pick how you want to play defense. And I love the attack lineup from this Ryu deck. We've got the Attack Titans Haymaker here. Similar to Besiege, it has a blitz ability on it that kind of dictates how your rival gets to play defense against it. And Ryu is basically saying, instead of pumping speed on attacks, I am just going to dictate which cards you're allowed to block with, up to and including looking at your hand and removing cards from it.
Yeah, I am a little surprised that Peak said -4 damage by destroying the I'm with you and responding with it. and they subtracted the speed. I wonder if they did that just to get back to the front side and build in case this was just a poke turn for Ryu, but a little bit interesting to go for both. A lot of times you're just trying to subtract speed or you're just trying to subtract damage because you don't want to be spending too many of your resources. Oh my gosh, the ambition of Erwin Smith coming in right now. They say we want to get down that web of blades. Web of blades saying that, if you enter the block step, you get +2 on your stats if it's below printed, and a showdown block coming here. So the selective committal from ambition, 2 selective committals from showdown. It's not going to let the Ryu response go. Let's see which 2 foundations they decide to take down here. But with the Ryu checking a 3 on the leadoff, this selectively committing 3 could go a long way.
Yeah, so this is a pretty interesting board state here. We've got the unending path here, responding on block as the active player first. I believe there's only 1 card in the deck, so we get to look at the top 2, but this time it's only 1, and we can discard it if we want, which will cause us to cycle, which it looks like we do, which I think is interesting because Ryu could have drawn that card and then cycled and then put a card on top after we cycled, which we would have drawn the repeated 100%.
I think repeated is just a game winner here, unless Peak had a reset. And
Yeah.
it kind of allows you to come back into the game after this committing 3 because the repeated gets to ready 2. So I'm very surprised that we didn't just choose to draw the repeated.
Yeah, maybe does the unending path force you to mill them? It's mill any number, right? Look at the top 2, add any number of them to your discard pile. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like we could have just drawn it, and I mean we might have another copy in hand. We do have quite a few cards in hand, but yeah, a big part of the unending path is supposed to be finding the cards that you want to draw with Ryu. So I think that was a little bit of a mistake. It's not the end of the world. We're still in the driver's seat here. We've got double fists of the mortal flame, but our rival has committed 3 of our foundations. We're gonna check another 3 that's back-to-back 3s. We've got so much of our stage committed, David. We had a huge resource lead. We had a big stage, and now we're down to dire straits after just 2 cards played.
Well, yeah, like we were saying, Peak is good at come from behind wins. I mean, geez, this is not great on the resources. We'd really like to be killing here, but a full block is coming in.
This is Peak with slippery defense. This is, you talked about how it's weird to reduce the speed and reduce the damage. But Peak likes to stay on the front side to start each attack. And so transforming back makes sense. But if we're partial blocking, we are still getting value out of the damage reduction and the speed reduction both. So Peak has really been utilizing these partial blocks really effectively. However, we're going to see the strength of double fists of the mortal flame here with the echo keyword. So we do get the first copy blocked by pushing the limits, but we're going to get to play a second copy here. And if we want, we can spend 2 life, or we can pay 2 life to get the momentum that we just used to echo back.
Yeah, it's essentially a free echo. The downside to this is that it's slow, and so we did see that Peak chose not even to reduce the speed on the past one and just go for the block. They checked a 3, which cost a lot of resources in the stage, but I still think that Peak could get 1 or 2 more blocks. We'll just see what happens here with what Ryu has to follow this up with, and if they can continue to check 5s instead of the 3s.
Yep, and it looks like this one, Ryu gave it the +2 damage, but Peak gave it -4 because we blew up an I'm with you. So -2 from Peak, -2 from I'm with you. That attack dealt 2 damage. Peak's only at 9. This is exactly the cockroach levels of survivability that we've come to expect from most death decks, but especially death decks that can block.
Yeah, and this one, I'm a little confused by this one. Is this the
This
alternate art of bullet kick?
that is, yeah, I'm 99% sure.
Because
I'm
bullet kick would
not.
be a good one here. We have effectively 9 or 12 damage in our momentum to add to this attack. Oh, and we're adding the speed with rifle arm. We're completely committed out now, or we just had to commit those to pass the check. Um,
Oh, and we're gonna
and there it
show
is.
a low
Yeah,
block to the powerful 3 high attack. So it looked like we were just counting out the momentum to make sure that it was lethal through the peak damage reduction, and bullet kick is gonna get the job done.
yeah, and that's interesting because had we kept the high block, had we chosen not to block one of those double fists of the mortal flames, effectively the echo double fist was just trying to get the high blocks out of Peak's hand, and it worked because Peak
Yep.
could have blocked the bullet kick. There's no EX on bullet kick. It was very blockable had we held the high block.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you really got to ask yourself, what do I lose to in this situation? And it feels bad to pass up blocking on an attack that you have the zone for, but 4 damage, 6 damage, double fist of the mortal flame, that is not the threat. It's the repeated, it's the bullet kicks. And if you told me that Noah maybe got a little bit baited, maybe they thought to themselves, well, if my rival plays a powerful 3 attack, it's probably repeated 100% and it has EX and I can't block it anyways. So this high block is never blocking that attack. I'd believe
Mhm.
it. I'd put myself in those shoes many, many times. But it's that bullet kick that got to sneak in the back door because we didn't respect it.
Yeah, yeah, and I feel like a lot of times, I mean, bullet kick is not. You don't play against bullet kick as often as repeated, and it's easy to forget that it has the powerful 3, and it's also just easy to like you said. I mean, Peak was kind of in survival mode, and so it's easy to almost just on autopilot
Yeah.
try and block everything.
When you're down to single digits, you're trying to basically scrape together every health point you can, because on the flip side, if we don't block the double fist of the mortal flame, right? And then our rival just plays faster 4 speed, or faster, sorry, 4 difficulty attacks, down the pipeline, we're gonna regret not blocking the slower ones, right? We're gonna regret
Yeah.
not blocking the 3 speed move if we start getting killed by like rewind throttles. So there's a lot of decision points in universes where you definitely don't want to lose because you blocked uh a, a 4 damage move instead of a 12 damage move, but you also really don't want to lose because you chose not to block a slow move and then your opponent started playing fast moves, which, trying to decide where Ryu's going in the turn is so difficult because he's so versatile with all of these responses on block. What do you think the keys for game 2 are for Noah going first here with only 20 minutes left in the round? Because I'll tell you right now, they gotta stop blocking the first attack.
Yeah, that's 100%. And on offense, I want to see Peak have the tempo this game. Um I want to see a really strong build on turn 2. I really like when Peak takes it slow early, builds themselves up to 8+ foundations, and then can just go nuclear on their rival, because I don't think Ryu has the defense beyond a single barrier shield or a single unarmed non-combatant breaker 2 block to really be getting 3 or 4 blocks in a turn. Ryu's trying to, hey, I'm going to block 2 things. I've got a high health total. The breaker 2 is going to get me through this. But I think if Peak builds up to a healthy stage and then just really starts piling on the stats on a single attack string, that this is a very, very winnable matchup. I don't think that this is heavily Ryu favored. I think it's pretty 50-50 and dependent on player choices and sometimes the luck of the game that occurs. But I want to see Peak build up to a healthy stage. I don't want to see them put on the back foot for 5 turns because they didn't get a strong turn 2 build.
Yeah, and I mean, Peak is absolutely the kind of deck here that can build 5 turn 1, have any number of them be cards that flip themselves for value, and then start playing cards like Battle Order Release turn 2, and all of a sudden you're staring down 4 high for 8s that become 7 high for 11 or
Mhm.
12 in Peak, and they just generate massive, massive value, right? So Ryu can find himself in pretty much the exact same situation as we talked about um, last game, where you can end up with really, really difficult decisions on what to block because Peak is going to show you really high damaging, really, well statted moves, but there is still a hierarchy to it, right? There are still moves that are just better statted than others. And,
Mhm.
we've seen falling heel strikes, we've seen thunder spear barrages, we've seen fatal cleaves, but the cards that really tick up in numbers are the earthbreaker strings, the lunar rings after we've played
Mhm.
3 or 4 attacks and sacrificed everything, and that battle order release that counts up to 8 so easily, it seems. So I would love to see some really nice valuable pokes, like some falling heel strike tech. I
Oh,
love falling heel strike unflip games, so that's
because
what I want to see on turn 2 here.
yeah, I'm a little surprised by what just happened on Ryu's side. They went for the loot box on a 6, checked a 3 so they can't pass it, and now they lost a low block in hand, and that low block would have been really key for unarmed combatant to add the breaker 2 on. So if Peak starts off with a fatal cleave, it could really punish going for the build of the loot box.
Yeah,
But I
that's
guess we're going for high. We're It's a little bit different than last. Last game we were only seeing lows being played as the openers, and they were lows where if you don't block, your stage is getting blown up. Um, but here we got the battle or release, and we saw a falling heel strike in hand, so going to be a little bit different this game.
Oh, and it looks like we immediately peak enhanced instead of doing the battle order release card draw. Is that
Yeah,
did I
I'm
miss an enhance?
yeah, I'm a little surprised that Peak is choosing to transform here because they hard built anti-Titan artillery turn one. Um,
I think they just noticed that they missed out on a free card draw and a little
yeah,
bit of damage, right? The correct sequencing here, of course, is flip the syndicate target to draw a card, get the bonus damage from having multiple face downs, then start doing your peak to sacrifice your stage. Because now we're getting the transformation back as well. We also, I guess, forgot to do the commit to build, right? So
yeah, that's really what I would have liked to seen from the Peak here is, we're not going for turn 2 here. We're just trying to get a poke in. I would much rather see a instead of blowing up on that first enhance, since we hard built anti-Titan artillery, we're under no pressure to go get an anti-Titan artillery. I would have rather just seen no stat manipulation for peak, commit, build, and then we would have had 2 extra foundations to really go in for a turn 3. Not a big fan of destroying the 2 foundations, and now that's really going to put a lot of pressure on us on this 3 check. We have to commit our Keiko's aid. Um,
yeah.
and there goes our turn 2 defense on our side, and now we're going to struggle to build again. It really feels, and we're sacking another foundation. This is kind of the opposite of what I said going into this game,
Right.
where I wanted to see a strong foundation base on Peak side so we could overwhelm Rue's stats later.
It,
We're kind
it's
of going in for it on turn 2.
It's rough because it looks like we had all the tools for success. We just got baited by the fact that our character says first enhance on it. Like, I truly
Yeah.
believe that we just got baited by our character having a first enhance that kind of dictated how we wanted to play the turn, when in reality, if you play the battle aura, you draw an additional card, you use the botons, you pump the damage, you leave all these beautiful resources in your stage. You've got the weapon clash to generate free value, you've got the falling heel strike to reuse it and use those foundations,
Yeah.
to pump stats with peak. Like, we had so much going for us, and instead we destroyed basically everything on the first 2 attacks, where we could have ended up with 5 or 6 foundations before we even started building the ones from our hand, David.
And we have nothing to show for it. Both attacks were
Well,
completely blocked.
we have Ryu blocked with 2 Attack Titans Haymakers. That's not nothing,
That's
but
not nothing, but they weren't gonna
it's
play both of them on their turn, and they only having to build 1, so this feels almost like Even though Peak went first, we're right back where we were in game one, where the tempo has swung to
Yeah.
Ryu very quickly in this game.
It's not nothing, but it won't pay the bills, as my mama used to say. So we're gonna have to figure it out from here. And really, I mean, we have the knowledge. We can see what's in both players' hands, right, from this angle. If the Ryu just builds right here, I think he wins the game on the spot. I think if Ryu just builds 4 here, oh, okay, we're not gonna get that. So there is a
Well, this
chance
one's
for
kind
Pete.
of free. It's kind of free because it readies something.
Is it though, David? Is it? We can see what's in Noah's hand.
That's true. That's true. Not free when the showdown comes, but the
Yeah.
showdown is going to force Peak is going to have to blow up a resource here, and the only committed resource is Keiko's aid. So I'm happy if they blow up Keiko's aid, and
That's
there
true.
it goes.
I guess, yeah, if you don't I guess if you don't want to risk it, I would risk it at this point. I would just try to keep the one foundation and just try to check the 5, you know? And we even have the moment of normalcy coming down. So we're basically in the same position that we started with because moment of normalcy gets readied for free. We should have never destroyed a foundation, David. I'm never
Yeah,
listening to
that
you
was.
again.
Now we're completely
We
committed
destroyed a
out.
foundation for nothing.
Yeah, I think that's a win on Ryu's side because we got to use our character to draw. We can then just choose to build here. Peak is not going to have a backswing in all likelihood on only 2 foundations. Never say never, but we got them to destroy Keiko's aid. Like, I'm
That's
pretty happy
true.
with that.
Yeah, well, considering the way things shook down,
Oh well, I'm very
um,
surprised at this.
considering the way things shook down, this works out really well for Ryu, even with the showdown block coming in, because we do get the guaranteed check on top. So we do get to continue being a little bit aggressive here. And, I like to talk about the game within the game. And, Ryu might realize that spending a few minutes here attacking and making the opponent potentially worry about this attack has more value than the actual board state right now. But I do think it's time to get a good build in. It's time to, progress our board because Peak can absolutely rip off 32 damage from 2 foundations. We've seen it plenty of
Yeah,
times before.
that was a pretty disrespectful play to play the Tri-Gravity. I don't hate it personally. It's
Yeah.
coming back to bite us with the 2-3 checks on the foundations here on the build. But I don't mind building up the momentum in a repeated and bullet kicks deck, and being a little disrespectful when we forced our rival to go to 2 foundations. But it could bite them. But 32 is a lot to chew through.
Yeah, if I had seen like a defensive use for the momentum, like a hacker or something, I'd be like super down with it. Although again, hacker is kind of in that weird place where flipping anti-Titan artillery is probably really helpful to Peak right now. But we do see a little bit of the sideboard tech here, that true 100% unleashed getting drawn here. So if things do get dire, we have a little bit of a get out of jail free block.
Yeah, true and
We
100% is one of those cards that's like a little bit more allowed to be played with sweeping daggers out of the format.
A little bit, yeah, that's true. The Nick Reagan decks of the world, the combo 60 card Nick Reagan list is definitely eating a lot better. Um, we got Sacrifice for the Cause coming in now. That's going to be a potentially really strong one because when Peak goes to pump damage, that is still an ability that reduces damage. So we could see a theoretical world here where Sacrifice for the Cause effectively keeps us alive by canceling a character ability, which is a really cool thing and not something that you see too often. But Peak's definitely got to get something going here because Ryu is still at full health. Ryu now has rifle arm, moment of normalcy, double incubating, double keeping area or keeping area safe. So even like a stun 2, the first stun 2 gets pretty much ignored. And
Yeah.
we've got the fateful decision. So we've got a repeatable breaker that we can add to our blocks throughout every turn. So
Yeah, this is going to get a ton of damage here. Not too much speed, and
I don't know.
I would
5
be pretty
speed's
surprised
pretty
if we
good.
don't see moment of normalcy just come into play. Yeah, take it back to 3 and then use our
Yeah.
incubatings from there or something.
Yeah, 5 speed, and I believe that's what 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. So 8 mid for 13 is pretty solid for a 6 diff, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Moment of Normalcy just says that this is actually the weakest 6 diff you've played all day.
Yeah. What I want to see from Peak is them on a poke turn choose to not use the first enhance and just build. It's almost like King Ghidorah, you know. You just want to enter the enhance step to get your free build as Peak.
Correct.
King
Yeah.
Ghidorah just wants to enter the enhance step to go grab their favorite foundation or
Yes.
something from the discard pile to build.
It's funny because that the character says first enhance for a reason, and the reason is not to encourage you to do it first all the time. you know, it says first enhance because sometimes you should just not be doing it, and you should instead be generating the resource first. So it's tough. This is a really powerful character, and it's so difficult to press the buttons on peak and feel like you're making a mistake. And that's probably credit to the designers for making a high octane full throttle character, right? Like it's so hard to press a button on peak and feel bad about it.
Yeah, and I like just the sheer number of choices that Peak presents in a single turn is astronomical, and so it's one of those characters that you can kind of grow with as you play the game. You know, every 10 games that you play with the character, you're like discovering new play patterns that you could be using.
Yeah.
I'm surprised by how hard Peak is going in, spending resources on this true 100% that I just feel like in no world is doing damage.
Yeah, correct. If it does, it's a tragic accident that Ryu doesn't have a mid block, I suppose, because it looks like we got the bullet kick coming in as our block here.
Yeah, spending a
That is
good
a
amount of
+2 mid
resources
block.
on it, but let's see what the follow-up to this true 100% can be after we kind of blew up our stage. And
And we pretty much just hard blocked that, right? Like we used uh oh, it looks like we did have to use the moment of normalcy at some point during that. So moment of normalcy is committed. But we
yeah,
do
it might have
still,
been loss of consciousness that sealed it.
yeah,
The loss of consciousness came into play at some point there. Yeah,
it is a
Chomp
good pickup.
coming in to follow this, get the moment of normalcy out for the future,
Just
and
get it
then
out permanently, yeah. Build our own moment of normalcy. Okay, that's all right. We might not win the round, but Noah got to at least kind of swag on his opponent. That's pretty funny, dude. Chomp your moment of normalcy and to immediately build my own moment of normalcy is actually kind of tight.
yeah, this gets us to a pretty decent stage. Let's just see if we can survive with this stage going into our turn. And it looks like Ryu did not draw super hot here. It might just be that besiege.
Yeah, I think the Ryu is just big chilling here. I mean, we're at full health, we're up a game. They gotta know that the round is pretty close to over. All you're really trying to do at this point is not throw the end of this game too. And granted, the more resources Pete gets, the faster Pete plays, the scarier this can be. I mean, one of the scariest things Pete could do right here is, actually like play a super fast turn, like just build 2 or 3 cards, maybe I think we saw a chomp, like do a chomp, build, pass back to the rival, and basically say either you got to waste all the time left on the clock, or I'm going to get one more turn with even more resources and a better like hyper sculpt. But yeah, we see the reaction here, the chomp into the earth shaker here. This is very much supposed to just be a deck that plays it on a 6 and checks a 5 sometimes, but it's never happening.
Yeah,
Like this is
this has
like
been
you
a
were talking about it
magnet for
earlier,
three.
David. This is planned difficulty. Noah wants to play this on a 6. This is a scripted, part of the game plan, and it's just not working out.
Yeah. Um, I just don't think we're going to be catching Ryu without a low block here. We'll see.
No, with the Ryu's got what 5 cards in hand. it'd be so rare, it would actually just be so rare that um I would be truly blown away. And I mean, even if we did, right? Even if we did deal damage with this Earthbreaker, what are the cards that we're going to be destroying? The keeping Ares safe, like theoretically good value because they would be ready when they get destroyed because they were committed during this attack. But yeah, we see the incubatings coming in. We see the stun 2 getting nullified. Ryu is just set up to deal with everything Peak is doing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very healthy board state here.
Like this is like watching an anime duel, where like the villain has the actual correct answer for everything. Oh, you want to stun me? Oh, it's stun 2. Well, I have 2 Aries smiles. Oh, I put this 6 check on top of my deck so I could check it now.
Yeah, and here comes the low block. It's on a foundation. We could choose to put breaker 2 on this foundation. Let's see if that gets flipped here. Looks like maybe
Okay.
not. We're choosing to jump into Ryu.
Yeah, technically a little bit of a potential mistake to commit the sacrifice for the cause. Not something you think about using defensively,
Yeah.
because it cancels abilities that reduce damage, but that could have been something that we used during Peak's turn. However, definitely not feeling the pressure, definitely not in any danger. We're still full health. We are still full health, David. And, with only 3 minutes left, I mean, Peak's going to get maybe one more turn. The way things typically go in UniVersus, Ryu would just draw the actual gasoline here and just light things on fire. So we'll see how
Yeah,
this goes.
this Ryu deck feels kind of like a slow, methodical deck, though, where it's really wanting to build up on its momentum.
It's playing a very, I'll say, normal game of UniVersus. It is punishing you for blocking it with actual value based actions like drawing
Mhm.
cards and checking better. It's utilizing the fact that, Ryu is not very keyword gated to play cards like Besiege. He's mixing and matching attack packages. The punch synergy is, definitely at the forefront. I mean, repeated 100% smash has always been an absolutely amazing card, but the biggest
Mhm.
thing is the checks. I think the biggest thing for sure is Ryu is not checking poorly because that's what he's good at. That's what his cards are good at. And when you're not checking poorly, you get to build better, right? You get to poke effectively, you get to build your hand out, and because Ryu draws so many cards to refill that hand, it's allowing us to generate those extra resources by playing the cards. We're actually playing the
Mhm.
cards from our hand, and it's just it's a very like normal use of the game mechanics instead of building things from discard or searching our deck for things, right?
Yeah, we get to add a card to our hand with Ryu. We get to scout with his foundation. He has that 6 check that he can add to the top of his deck.
Yeah, if
That's
he's not
tenacious.
if he's not beating you on the value of like each card that he draws and like each card that he checks, he's probably not winning the game, right? Because Ryu does not give better stats than Peak. If it was just a game of who can pass, who can play better statted attacks and pass block checks, Peak would win that every time. But the fact of the matter is, Peak's losing multiple foundations from their stage every turn, and Ryu is just adding cards to their stage, and that's how he's got to win games.
Yeah, and it
But
hurts to see, but on the peak side, on a lot of the attack strings, we're only building 1 card after it.
right,
So after that turn 1 build, we really haven't seen the stage get to a healthy spot. And here comes the handshakes, realizing that I assume overtime was just announced. It feels a tad bit early to me. But overtime was announced, Peak went first, and handshakes can't get the kill in time.
yep. So that's gonna do it. Ryu on the void symbol, Tio taking it down round 1. So very, very exciting stuff. If you guys have any character requests down in the comments, we're always paying attention. We're always trying to serve the people what they want to see. I'll tell you right now, partner, I want to see some seven hand size action. I want to see some high difficulty four checks. Everyone told me that sweeping daggers was effectively banning colossal confrontation out of the format. I want to see people put their money where their mouth is and start bringing those attacks out. So that's what I'm looking for the rest of this event.
Yeah, I'm looking for Sung Jin Woo. I want to see the updated skill tree, the Shadow Monarch experience bundle really come into play here and shine. I know there's a couple of players here today on the new Sung Jin Woo, so I would love to at some point see that character in action, see what the new skill tree brings to the character. But yeah, that's going to do it for round one. It took almost the full time, so that means that we're not going to have a lot of time for a break here between round two. So we'll be taking off here just for a little bit, but I would suspect that in just a couple minutes we'll be right back on.
Hello, everybody. We are back at the Glasgow Regional. I'm here with my good friend David, who's got a much nicer.
All right, I think that what Christopher Bromley, I think he said I'm very handsome, and we got a great matchup for y'all. On deck here, we got a Sung Jin Woo, and we got a Dobby 3 actually. So this is going to be a really fun matchup. Both of these players drew their round one. So they're both 0-0-1, looking here to get their first win, but they're also technically undefeated. So we're going to see the new skill tree for Sung Jin Woo, and then Dobby 3, a character that has very rarely seen play. But just looking through the deck list here, I'm excited to see, because there's some real sauce here to this Dobby list.
Yeah, there's some really interesting things going on in this specific matchup that we don't see very often. Good, my microphone's back. Hooray. Sung Jin Woo is a character who I as a guy who likes to go a little bit later in the game, seems really attractive, right? He needs to scale up, right? And I know that the new kit is not quite released yet, but I am excited for that when it does eventually come out. And so we're gonna see this deck going to be going maybe a little bit later, doing some control tools, right, to slow down, stim your opponent. Things like Filled with Doubt are going to be really important. Harness on Death, not going to be getting too many backups, but there's a really cheeky 2 copies of Falling Titans in this deck, which I think is pretty funny.
Yeah, the Harness on Death is a fun combo with the Shadow Sorcery, the attack that a lot of these new Sung Jin Woo attacks, they shift down into backups, and then the Shadow Sorcery becomes Shadow Mage, and Shadow Mage goes and grabs your Harness and Death, which I think is a pretty interesting. But you're right, a lot of these backups in the deck are actually technically attacks when they're in the discard pile.
Right.
Although I do think we're playing Jaegerist followers. We're playing some backup.
Certainly, he's got his own backup package, right? But we're not gonna be able to feast off of our opponent stuff. It's interesting to see that there are all of these Jaegerist followers, but only 2 copies of Harness of Death in the deck. Anyway, we are into the game with Sung Jin Woo building a healthy 5, 4 foundations plus 1 of those Jaegerists, and Dobby's gonna build 4, maybe 5 here. Tell me a little bit about this Dobby deck.
Yeah, Dobby forces you to make a lot of checks during his attacks, and then for every check you make, he's getting to put speed manipulation on the attack. So +1 or -1 speed. And then we got this Fortune's Favor, which we saw was just built, that says when our rival makes a check, when our rival fails a check, our next check gets +1, allowing this Dobby to play some higher difficulty moves because they're getting these check bonuses. But fundamentally, Dobby is, he can block, he can push his attacks through, and every time he deals damage, his rival's also going to be burning 1.
Yeah, Dobby's a character that I haven't seen very often, even locally, since his release, and it's because he's got such a small victory line, right? Like most decks, you see peak +3/+3, right? Godzilla +3 damage on everything, and I got my City Rampage giving it everything 1/1, and plus all my checks, huge numbers. Dobby's like, yeah, here's -1 speed, here's +1 speed. Yeah, you can make a check. If you fail it, it's like a regular check. Maybe if you check a 3. But this Fortune's Favor card, and we see we've already built 1, I think. Am I incorrect? I thought I saw 1 on the board.
Yeah, there's 1 on the board.
This is kind of the grease for the rest of the tools in the deck. +1 to your check is incredibly versatile. So it's working on defense for blocks, and it's also working on offense for making your string go a little deeper.
Yeah, and here comes the Shadow Sorcery. This is what's going to allow us to be picking up those Harness on Deaths when it transforms. It also just gets speed for Shadow Mages and removed and in this stage. That's not too often going to be any more than +2, but Hey, 6 low for 4, and in a future turn, I get my Harness on Death.
Oh, these
That's
cards are
not bad.
lethal. Okay, this deck makes way more sense. I was like, what are we doing all this backup stuff if we don't have Shadow Sorcery and I see it's in the deck. Okay, I totally missed this part. Yes, okay, this deck is making a lot more sense to me. The reason why we're playing those 2 Harness and Death is because we can just pick them up whenever we want to with the Shadow Mage when it turns over. Okay, all right, I'm on board, David. But yeah, this
it's
one
very
gets
cool how all the attacks here turn into resources for Sung Jin Woo.
And a lot of them are spells and XP. So even if you're not going to be going to tutor something, you can use that XP to go further down the tree. And it looks like, I mean, can you see from here what tree Sung Jin Woo is using?
Yeah, it's interesting. I went ahead and put on the Shadow Monarch tree because I just assumed that it was that one.
Yeah, but it could be the assassin tree, right? I mean, the difference between them on UVS Ultra is that
you technically
purple
do
or
have
blue.
a choice.
Yeah, this is one for the judges in chat. Do you think you can sideboard between trees, or do you pick one before the game? Let's look. So sometimes just begin the game with Assassin Skill Tree or the Shadow Monarch tree. Okay.
And here comes Blue Flame Immolation. This is a very Dobby-centric card. And pretty neat. I'm going to go ahead and add it here so that we can all see this at the same time. But it says that in your card pool, you can lose 1 health. Your rival checks against a 5. If they fail, this attack is +1 speed and +1 damage. So now not only are we getting to use the check from our character, we're also getting to, on every single attack, if we choose to lose the health, force them to check from the Blue Flame Immolation, meaning effectively that just between this attack and our character, we're going to be adding 2 speed to all of our moves. But we also have the Mastermind's Apprentice down there if we wanted to make him check even more.
Yeah, definitely used to seeing Blue Flame Torments, right? We've seen that card being used in Chaos decks for the past, year and a half. But Immolation is a card that is kind of tuned specifically for Dobby, right? It's an enhanced that's going to make your rival make checks, fuel those Fortune's favors, right? And get deeper into the string, especially with an Immolation a Torment coming immediately afterwards, a Blue Flame Torment. We don't care that a bunch of our moves are 5 difficulties, right? Or 6 difficulties like the Decaying Palm Slam is, right? Or even a 13 difficulty move like Colossus's Thermal Blast. If we're just making our opponent fail a bunch of checks and they're getting a bunch of pluses to our own, you can go really deep on a string. But unfortunately, checking at 3, we're making our opponent check and they're checking 5s. It's looking pretty silly for us.
We'll get to add +3 speed to this, at base value, or we can play this twice, right? So we can add +4 speed to this. It's going to be very difficult to block.
True, but the one thing you gotta consider is that Immolation is going to be making you lose a health on every single enhance that you do. So I think we're down to at least 27, assuming we blocked last turn, which I didn't see the block modifier used, but he really that those numbers can add up over the course of the game. We've seen we made 2 checks so far between Immolation and Torment, and let's see. We're considering, we're looking, we're thinking.
Yeah, I do wonder how much this anytime you play against a backup deck, I think quite often the correct answer is to attack the backups. I don't think we're attacking the backups here in this case because we're going on a pretty crazy string here. Probably due to this Fortune's favor to a good extent. But here, we just checked the 6. We just raw checked the 6.
Yeah. Even without the Fortune's favors, we were making those checks. Oh, man. Looks like we got one. One.
Yeah, so we're going to be forcing our rival to check against the 7 here with Vile Seizing, and then we can use Immolation. We can use our character to get a couple more checks in. See if we can get this followed up with here. We're going to go ahead and use that Shadow Mage, and we can go and pick up a spell card, and looks like we're going to go ahead and pick up that Harness on Death. This is a high because you can use that on defense, so you could just go pick up your Oh, Harness on Death is a +1 high. I was thinking it was +1 low for a little bit. So pretty cool defensive application here to go grab our +1 high block.
Not only that, but that's one of the most frustrating things about playing into a card like the Shadow Mage is if you attack it, unless it's committed for some reason, and like if you're playing into an Annie or something like that, it's that your opponent can just remove it and end the enhanced step, right?
Well, they fixed it. They fixed it for Shadow Mage. It's
Did they?
only playable if this backup isn't being attacked.
Oh, good. Bless the designers at UVS Games. Okay, good. I really, because that's what I thought happened here was that we attacked the Shadow Mage and then you could remove it. So that's a good thing for me. Is that you don't just lose a ton of value, you don't lose your enhanced step. But I agree with you. I think we should be attacking the backups to slow down the resources that the Sung Jin Woo can get, especially the ones that say XP on them. You know, because if you can force him to discard a card, it means that your offense is going to be a little more effective. You know, but we see we've got a Jaegerist. We've got a the names of these ones are not ones that I researched. Bear Bite turns into Tank Shadow Bear.
These are all some pretty new cards coming from the Shadow Monarch Experience Bundle. We've got a Shadow Bear down there for -3 damage if it's not being attacked. We've got a Jaeger's follower.
And is that I guess it's another mage?
No, that one's not a mage. I'm not sure on I'm not sure on that one. I'll have to be keeping up with you on seeing the new applications of Sung Jin Woo. The benefit is that on the Shadow Monarch tree, we can play a shadow card from our discard pile every single turn as a form.
Yeah. Now that we're at level 2, I think you're right. I think this is the Shadow Monarch skill tree, which means you're going to be able to play one of those shifts, and we're going to be able to give something -2 damage for each shadow card in stage and card pool on defense.
Yes, that's a good reason for the Dobby player to attack into the backups. Really keep those shadow cards as few as possible, so that damage reduction doesn't come into play. Because if we allow the Sung Jin Woo to have 5+ backups, that's effectively going to be nullifying an attack.
Yeah, and there we go, putting it to bed. Playing one of those shadow shift attacks from the discard pile means that this is 100% a Shadow Monarch skill tree. And we see this is definitely going to be one of those shadow sorceries, I think. Oh no, this
one is a chivalrous charge.
Yeah.
+3 damage. A rival gets to draw a card if they have no cards in their hand. But what's really cool about this one is it's going to turn into an Ingress, and then this Ingress can just add to our hand, so we can just keep playing it. I've seen. Actually, we just had Peak on round 1. You know, this could be if you're playing Death Peak, this could be a pretty cool one of just add it back to your hand and get it from your stage. So this is one of the Sung Jin Woo cards that I think could actually see kind of broad representation because of Ingress.
7 with a 1 low block that loops, right? Not in a single turn, but it's as long as you keep attacking with it, you're going to be able to keep getting more and more attacks, right? And even while in stage, it does a ton, right? 1 speed to your stuff, -1 to all of your opponents' cards, and it's, I don't know. This is, I think, the best card in the solo leveling experience bundle. And we see here going to be attacking with another one of those Bear Bites. Pretty big difficulty, if you ask me. But, you know, I could understand being frustrated, wanting to get some damage through, because Dobby had the right block zones for our first 2 attacks.
Yeah, so now if they don't have a block, the Bear Bite's going to allow us to force them to sacrifice Foundation. It looks like that's what happened.
Yeah, I think so.
3-speed move. Made it through. That's kind of a funny way to, you typically think of playing your 5 difficulty first. But because Bear Bite wants it to not be blocked despite being so slow, Sung Jin Woo decided to play it on a 7. And we're seeing the resources of Sung Jin Woo. They have to give up resources to be leveling up, but with all of these attacks now having shift on them, it feels like they're pretty heavily winning the resource battle here.
Electing not to flip over the bear's bite. But we're going to be getting, as you said, the Igris, not Ignis. I want to say Ignis because that's a actual word. But getting an Igris, and it looks like the oh hell. Is it 2? Is that one non-unique?
I think it's very fitting that Ingress is the most powerful of the backups. That one.
Have you watched the show? Because this is totally missing me.
Yeah. I love solo leveling.
So tell me about this Igris character.
Oh, well, no spoilers, but very, very powerful. Basically, as Sung Jin Woo is defeating these more and more powerful monsters, he's getting them to fight on his team. He can pull them up as shadows kind of their former selves, and they fight for him.
Okay.
So Ingress was a really, really powerful match that he had, and now Ingress is fighting for him.
Okay.
But the bear bites, that's kind of like early on, it's thematically correct for the bears to not be as powerful.
Gotcha. Well, they have more health, so you could say that. No. On the other side of the table, though, Dobby's drawn a pretty aggressive hand. Unfortunately, one of the attacks is a 13 diff. Check says 6 here. Okay, there is a feasible line where if Sung Jin Woo fails all 3 of these checks, which he doesn't. All right, listen. I was just thinking, what if we had +3 to the check, right? Play the 13 diff on a 14, check a 9, tat 4.
It can happen. You have to make sure that it can't be blocked.
Yeah,
I think that's where the repeatable response of Fortune's favor can really, like, if we had the immolation out, if we had and we make them to make 4 or 5, and we get like +4 to our check, then we could play the 13 div.
I'm just thinking, right? Because Blue Flame Torment gives +1 to your check. If your opponent fails it, it's another +1 to the check because of Fortune's favor. So it's functionally +2 for each of them. It means your opponent really has to tap for that if they check a 5, right? You gotta stun 1. But we're seeing here, because we failed one of them, the next card is gonna have it's gonna have +2 to the check to play it. So I really think he feasibly could have played the 13 diff if his opponent was caught sleeping. Not that it's happening here, but I was just imagining a line. Okay, I got really excited.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that feels like what the deck is designed to do. We 100%. Want to play that 13 div.
Yeah. Well, we got 2 in hand. He drew both of his copies. I wanted something funny to happen. Unfortunately, probably not going to be happening, but we'll see if Sung Jin Woo can block this one. Okay, 3. There's a 3 there for some reason. I'm sure there's a reason for it.
It might be the number of shadow cards that he has for his damage reduction on the skill tree.
Well, it looks like he's got 4, no?
Well, one of those might not be a shadow.
Shadow, Iron Former Hunter is a shadow. Igris is a shadow. Shadow Bears, they're all shadows. So he's got access to -8, right?
Yeah, this new skill tree is such a bump up in power level, in my opinion.
It's definitely very, very good. Brian in backstage saying Igris is the GOAT in the show. Okay, I'll trust you. Listen, there's only so many properties I can watch, and UVS Games keeps branching out to more and more properties, and I'm like, bro, I still haven't finished Trigun Stampede. I actually did finally finish that one. I liked it a lot.
So we didn't play the 13 diff, but it's kind of like a baby version of the 13 diff. Decaying Palm Slam coming down. We don't have the momentum for it, but it removes itself if you fail the check.
Oh, and look here, he's going to be attacking the Igris. So sort of as you called out, that one for sure says, hey, bro, attack this one. And you're going to like that. You like seeing that your opponent checking a 6 diff into your, functionally 4 difficulty backup. Makes a check.
Yeah, and I like that the skill tree, the Shadow Mark skill tree, gives backup protection, because you can use that. You can't block for your backups, but now Sung Jin Woo can damage reduce for his backups. So I think it's always very important, if you're playing a backup centric deck, to have a way to zero out damage when they attack the backup.
100%. I'm still trying to figure out what this counter is for. I just can't for the life of me figure out what we were counting up to on Sung Jin Woo's side of the table. But here we go. Sung Jin Woo going into his third turn. Gonna be having another ability. You can sack it back up to draw a card and give an attack +2 or -2 speed. And this is, for me, I feel like I feel like the order of the abilities is so out of whack. I would want the -2 speed early game, and then I would want the -2 damage for turn, my second or third turn, right? Because now I built out a board, and then I would want to try to play one of those Shadow Shift cards from my discard pile on turn 3, right? At that point, I'm like, I've got my board, I can find my attack now, but his stuff is like, all right, now immediately I'm going to play these Shadow Shift cards, and then I'm going to give minus damage, and then at the point of the game where maybe you're not going to be blocking quite as often, or you already are able to block, you can give -2 more speed and draw those cards. But okay, there we go. We're saying, hey, I could not block that one. You already punched me really hard. We're going to game 2.
Yeah, that was pretty fast. That was, I felt like that was a really good showcase for the power level of this new Sung Jin Woo skill tree.
For certain. And not for nothing, we were really respecting the minus or the failed checks out of this Dobby deck, right? 100% of the way. Remind me of this player's name. We're at table 20. It's Sean and Thomas H. I think it's hell. Anyway, Sean is on Dobby. Thomas is on Sung Jin Woo. Thomas is really respecting the capacity for a huge explosive blowout that Sean was capable of throwing at us. And so it wasn't just the power of the cards, but the player was playing really well too here. And bringing it home before getting to the max level even, which is a cool thing to see. So, you didn't need this. They wasn't even at full power, right? There's only 75% of his strength.
Yeah. The previous skill tree, the assassin skill tree, it was a little bit too slow. I felt like to get started. Like certainly by the time you were at level 5, you were a good character, but it was just a tad too slow for me. The Shadow Monarch one, having your first ability be, hey, I can play a card from my discard pile. That's really good. And then the, hey, -8 -10 damage, something like these are very strong abilities coming on early. And I like a defensive ability coming on a little bit before that offensive ability of saying I can give the plus damage. And then the speed manipulation on top. Once you get into the mid to late game, you have the speed manipulation. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sung Jin Woo be kind of a well represented. I'm not going to say that he's A tier, he's going to be running the meta, but because it's such a popular IP, it's such a popular character, I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see like pretty good representation for this in events.
Oh, for sure. And with a game like ours, there's always going to be people who are playing their favorite guy, regardless of the power level of them. You'll have, like I saw Mitchell Chimino playing his favorite guy at this tournament. It's playing
we got a little bit of inception.
But there's also, a lot of Star Trek enjoyers out there, right? So I saw some Devon attendees in there. You saw Ryu, right? People who love Street Fighter, and any character in our game can be played to a high level. Of course, there's going to be some characters who are, built a little differently, a little more effectively, maybe more consistent, but that doesn't mean that you can't take someone like this Dobby or the Sung Jin Woo. If you're a big fan of the character, you can't, maximize their potential and get to a big stage like this. But here we go. Off.
Yeah, we got the Fortune Favor getting built again, and a Vast Strength. This is going to be a pretty powerful counter to that 13 difficulty attack.
Yeah, our opponent will just forget that it exists, though. So, I mean, having played the 13 diff quite a bit, actually, I played it in Annie, I played it in Mothra. I just really like the idea of something like a warping card like that, and you have a build around, right? And you have to really build to protect it, which is why I was playing on Chaos. I was playing on Life for incredible display, right? To hit responses, because a lot of the things that are going to counter your big fancy 13 difficulty card are going to be at response speed. And so we see that in this Dobby deck, it's kind of just like a throwaway. It's like, if I get there, I mean, I'll do it, right? And it does check a 4, so it's not the worst thing in the world. It has a 0 mid block, which is also not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, seeing Vast Hybrid with no real way to interact with it on board or in hand is kind of like a death knell for that specific strategy. But it existing alone is going to be a huge deal for like the mind game, right? Making your opponent make bad decisions is kind of a funny thing to be thinking about. Oh, do not want to see a 3 check on our 5 difficulties for the start of the turn. But here's a card that I haven't seen very often recently that I think is super, super good. It's 80% power. Early in the game, it destroys a target foundation. Later in the game, it can force your opponent into deadlock. And we're seeing immediate respect, immediate use of the moment of rest to counter the abilities of the card, making it sealed.
Yeah, and there's a way. I mean, because that was the answer to the vast strength, right? We could get the vast strength out of the way. We're more than happy to give them 2 foundations if we could take that one down, or even the loyalty of a friend. That's going to be a really, really powerful defensive card to combine with the damage reduction that we already have in our character.
Yeah, every one of the foundations on Sung Jin Woo's side of the board is strong, right? We've got -2 speed from this is not moment of rest, but I've got to pull it up on my.
Yeah, is that the one we can sack back up to ready it and keep giving -2
I think
speed?
it's commit a night's rest, not a moment's rest, a night's rest.
Up?
You commit it back up to ready it. So it's basically -2 speed twice over the course of the turn, or pass a check on your own turn and using your backups that you weren't going to use defensively to make it into a defensive thing is a pretty big deal for me. And so I understand the usage of the Filled with Doubt. The Filled with Doubt is a great stimming thing, right? You see, typically you want to save it for the big, powerful, wombo combo sort of effects, and maybe you people at home might say, oh well, why didn't we save that for the Immolation or for the Blue Flame Torment? And in this case, he's saying, I really value my board. My character doesn't have their defense online yet, not till turn 3 or 4 in this game because I went second, and I need my board to do its thing. But here we see Vile Seizing being used. It's the first attack did indeed get blocked.
Yeah, and it's going to be a difficult to block this now with 2 cards in our card pool. We don't really have a lot of damage reduction on Sung Jin Woo. I have to imagine this is going to connect, and there it goes.
And Dobby is the speed reduction and bonus ramps up on his turn for certain.
Yeah, and the getting the momentum can be a big deal in this deck because now we have the momentum to field Decaying Palm Slam, and to, hey, you cannot use these 3 foundations to pass checks. And the Dobby's going to be a little bit light on foundations because he's having to make room for those 10 Jaegerist followers to feel his Harness Undeath.
Yeah, having hit the backup this time, I think, right? Am I incorrect?
Yeah, we're seeing no backups coming in to Sung Jin Woo's turn.
Yep, and we're gonna see the bear. There's an older card called Bear's Bite. This one's just called Bear Bite. Is not the most impactful of the shadow attacks in our book, shadow shift cards, right? In our deck, but we want to get those backups in play. We want to get them in play so we can play our big fancy cards later and support our character's second ability at the very least. So I wouldn't be surprised to see 2 or 3 of these shadow attacks.
Yeah, it's 3 speed, but it's a throw. So we're forcing a card out of hand to block this throw. So we like a throw that at least forces. I mean we got the Decaying Palm Slam out of the hand, so that's
not a bad pull.
And now we got the Shadow Sorcery, which is gonna help us get that Harness Undeath.
Ooh, checking a 3, not ideal. See what we decide to do. I feel like you can pretty confidently tap the Night's Rest at. Oh, okay. Do we have plus to the check here? Oh no, I see. We failed the check, failed the Dobby. I
Right,
missed
right.
I missed the check to play the card. Okay,
We're going
bam.
for another shadow
Wow, checks a
sorcery.
6 too. Yikers. And these ones specifically are the
Not unique.
yeah, the we're allowed to play and build as many as we want of the shadow sorceries, right?
Yeah. They'll build down. They'll become the shadow mages, and now we can use them to go grab our. I'm surprised that this one's not unique, because it's so powerful. We can go and grab that harness on death defensively or offensively.
I mean, we've certainly seen how strong the Grisha Foundation is, right? And that one is unique. And people are playing 2 or 3 copies of those. This one has a 1 high block, right? It's like the easiest 4x slam.
Yeah, I've been playing a couple copies in my I've got a silly Flock Forester deck that I'm playing with the Little Mister promo, where you can Flock mill 2, now you can mill 3, build your backups, and now you can play this Harness on Death. The Shadow Sorcery is going to go grab your Harness on Death and overwhelm them between Political Strife and Harness on Death on the low zone. It's cute. I took it to my local championship. Got to semifinals. It was fun.
Nice.
But the Shadow Sorcery has been a useful addition to the Flock deck. It's been fun.
I mean, one of the underrated qualities of this lineup, to me specifically at least, right, is that almost all of the really cool block tricks in the format are high, and our most effective cards, the Shadow Sorcery, Chivalrous Charge, and Bear Bite, are not high. The Bear Bite is a 3 mid 5, but it's a throw, so it doesn't matter for opponents blocking it in whatever zone they'd like to. Chivalrous Charge is like effectively a 3 low 7 with a 1 low block, and Shadow Sorcery is a 4 low 4 printed that gets fast as hell with a 1 high. So we're kind of, seeing here, here's your deck. You're starting with 8 of the best zones in the deck for blocking, and it's a 1 high and a 1 low respectively. And they're both going to be attacking in the zone that people are least prepared for. At least the Kevin Brobergs of the world are very open about how they're not taking, a ton of low blocks. They don't really care about, whether or not they have 20 and 20, like someone like Mitchell Chimino would be. Do you know what's doing the revealing here, by the way?
Oh, that is Dobby himself. When a check is failed, when the 5 check is failed, he gets to reveal the top part of
he
his
reveals
deck.
There's so many words in this guy that I just forgot completely about.
Yeah, he's got a lot of text on his front. The other thing I like about Shadow Sorcery is that the last ability of the Monarch tree is the damage addition. And what I like about the Shadow Sorcery is that the Shadow Mage is removed to go and grab the spell card out of your discard pile, but the Shadow Sorcery says that you get +2 speed for every Shadow Mage in your stage or in your removed from game pile, which means that the speed kind of stacks, and so it becomes the best shadow attack to carry all the damage for Sung Jin Woo.
Oh, interesting.
Because it
like
becomes
once you get fully ranked up.
Yeah. Then we can slam all the damage on this one, and then we can use our plus speed from our character on it.
Yeah, it's certainly I'll say effective, right? Like it's very I don't know if I'd call it deterministic, right? I wouldn't go so far as to say that every game is going to look the same with these characters. I mean, we saw last game that wasn't the plan at all, right? We were just chucking attacks. But the cards are very, very strong in support of this character, and most of my interest actually is in figuring out what other characters are going to be using it well, because Sung Jin Woo, right, it's very synergistic, but again, the time is the real factor. But they all have life for someone like Annie. Annie's 1 and 2 can both use these cards, so they have death for someone like Peak if you're doing your if you're interested in doing your backup situation, and they all have all for, I don't know, someone with all. No one from Attack on Titan had all. So maybe Rodan would be interested in the thing, but it's something that I'm curious to see if it's in something like Zeke or Hanji or Annie.
Yeah, I'm
during
curious
this
on
event.
this Dobby. I see that we are playing Polar Demon Gouge. Is this the alternate art for Polar Demon Gouge, or is this?
Let me take a peek.
I struggle when an alternate art comes down of like a lesser played card, you know?
No, this one on the board right now is a 75% or 80% power.
Okay, the selective destroy.
Yeah, which is why it looks like we did not use the oh hell. Imagine Chris Bromley remembering the name of a card, Filled with Doubt. He did not use the Filled with Doubt this time, so we got to build two. Yeah, hey man, here's your 2 foundations. Yeah, I took one of yours and you got 2. Think about it. We lost the Night's Rest and got 2 face down foundations for our trouble. Kind of crucially,
right.
it doesn't commit the card, so it got around surprising skill. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, we're blocking with the grinding overtime. It has breaker 1 on it, +0 mid block.
Pretty dope, if you ask me. Anything else on block? Do you get to? I guess you build the card transformed if you remove it for XP, but didn't do that last time because we favored having the 0 mid breaker 1 block.
Yeah, and here we have the Torment coming down. The Torment's interesting because with the Immolation plus the Torment plus the Dobby plus the Fortune's Favor, I could see us passing another attack.
Definitely. Oh, 100%. We're going to have +4 to this unless Thomas checks a 6 here, right? No matter what. Okay, using the Shadow Bear. Give the attack -3 damage. Saying, hey, I'm not going to be able to interact anymore. So, yeah, well, I'm curious to see what Dobby has left in the tank after this with +4, maybe +5. No, just +4 to the check.
Yeah, let's see what happens. The Decaying Palm Slam does have powerful, I believe.
Sure. Yeah, you could put Decaying Palm does.
Powerful 2. Gets to 9. Okay, a Vile Seizing. They're not going to pass the check on this, so this is going to be a 6 damage move at base.
Yeah, getting at least once. Oh, checks a 6. Unfortunate that you don't have a foundation to tap for the 7th. Gonna draw a card, get 2
I don't think
damage.
Dobby had to even commit any foundations to pass this.
No, definitely not.
Even though it was on a 7, so we're kind of seeing the power of the Fortune's Favor.
Yeah, even if he had checked a 3, it still would have passed. Okay. I think we're failing that there. Gonna get another speed once we decide to. So it's gonna be a 5 high for 6.
Yeah, we know that we have a 5 on top of our deck now. We've made our rival check 3 times. Maybe we've got another follow-up.
So the last move hit for 2, 3, 4 because of Blue Flame Torment's ability and the Shadow Bear. So we should be at 18. I wish the health indicator was on screen. But okay, so yeah, we're turning our card side, which is usually a sign that we're going to be building.
Yeah, and the nice thing about the Fortune's Favor is that we do pass the condescending check pretty well. So we're building a 3 difficulty foundation after playing 4 attacks.
Yeah, and condescending is definitely the defensive card you want in this specific matchup. If you're trying to slow down the Sung Jin Woo, it lets you flip over one of those backups, shift attacks, and means that they won't be able to build it at the end of the turn. But with only 17 health, 3 of these backups open for Sung Jin Woo, 2 of them being Shadow Mages. We're going to be able to tutor up a card with our own ability and then pick up 2 more if we really want to. I already saw Harness on hand. We checked the Harness earlier in the game. No momentum, but you could just raw slam those onto the table and say, hey, you got a low block?
Yeah. I mean, that just is basically saying you have to use condescending explanation on this one instead of one of my shift ones.
Right.
So it looks like we're searching through the discard. We can go ahead and use that form as our first form. We choose to do so. And we're grabbing another Shadow Sorcery. This one's going to be an 8 speed, thanks to the 2 in our stage. So 8 low for 4 base. And 8 speed isn't going to be very difficult for Dobby to block, even with Dobby getting -1.
Well, he's going to be able to put -1 damage on this one, David. Think about it. Think about the value you could get with -1 damage.
Yeah, here comes the check. He passes the check.
Wowzers. Yeah, I could see Dobby die here. Even through the condescending explanation.
Yeah, and Harness on Death isn't the only spell that we can go grab. We could also just go grab more Shadow Sorceries.
100%. Yeah,
if we have
if they're
another.
available. Yeah,
Yeah,
if they're
and these
available.
just get faster and faster the more you build them up.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna start using your sorcerers, okay, here's on an 8, checks a 5.
Yeah, this is only going to be for half.
Okay, maybe we had +1 to our check somewhere. Oh no, minus the speed from Dobby. I'm stupid. Imagine doing basic math, Bromley. Oh hell, don't want to see your check. I guess maybe you do want to see that so you can pick it up later.
Yeah, yeah, and this is the interesting point where, like, I wonder if we choose to put the Shadow Sorcery into momentum so that we can echo the Harness on Death, and then we can airship and pick up the Harness on Death again, and just play Harness on Death 4 times over.
I like that, actually, especially since you have so many of these Shadow Sorceries on board already.
Yeah, let's see if he transforms.
Nope, we're transforming. Values picking up a card more than he values the turnover. I mean, it's like you can pick up the Harness on Death to play it, or you could loop it again. So many options. And because we're at level 3, now we've got -10 damage, -13 if they don't attack the bear.
Yeah, we've got a pretty formidable defense.
And unfortunately, Sean hasn't drawn another Angry Grip like last turn. Looks like a bunch of foundations and 1 attack to me.
Yeah, and even if he got the 13 diff through, Sungjin Woo, the 13 diff doesn't go after the backups. So
Right.
It is going to reset a lot of that progressive difficulty and ability of Sungjin Woo to string. But Sungjin Woo has a little bit of natural defense to the unyielding destructions of the world.
100%. You'll get the flip 5, which is not nothing when you're looking at well, no, even then you wouldn't, because we still held on to that vast strength. But if I saw a death rattle on my opponent's board with 5 backups on board, I would be scared.
Let's see. We are deep in the tank on this one as to whether to attack or just to build.
Maybe
choosing to build
which foundations to build, which blocks to hold. There are
I like getting double Mastermind Apprentice at least.
That's certainly a huge deal this late into the game, right? You talk about Sung Jinwoo scaling. This is a scaling card for Dobby.
Yeah, now we've got quite a bit of speed hate, especially at the moment of normalcy too. We're not. I mean, it would take a pretty good string to take down Dobby right now. That's a decent wall that he's
through double Mastermind's Apprentice, through condescending explanation, a moment's rest, incubating. Yeah, I agree. It would take an onslaught, but with airship and 3 shadow sorceries at level 3, I could see it happening. I still could see it, because at this point you're fighting hand size, right? More than you're fighting the tools on your opponent's board. So, and that's why I agree with you. I think that maybe Thomas should have kept the sorcery as a momentum instead, because that means you would be on 1 less progressive, and also you force the condescending explanation earlier in the turn. Well, okay, but instead we see here it's a Falling Titans.
Yep, we've got a little bit of attack on Titan in this solo leveling deck. We can sacrifice our backups to just keep adding this back to our hand. So
Yeah, talk
We're
about
not gonna be
ways to
playing on
force your
progressive
opponent to
difficulty.
use the condescending explanation.
Which and now if we were holding on to the Falling Titans, then it does make sense to transform the sorcery and just have as many backups as we can. So if we sacrifice all 5 of our backups, we could play this attack 5 times. Yeah, but the condescending explanation almost certainly gonna flip it.
Oh no, not being used. Oh, okay. I see. We're picking up. I was like, what? Did we just eat that?
No, I think we grabbed a Harness on Death there.
Yeah, that would make sense to me.
We got to grab them before we cycle.
Okay, going to be removing a polite and well-spoken to incubating. Maybe be able to play it later on in the game. For -1 speed. Sung Jin Woo at this point can destroy backups, I think, for speed manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and you draw a card. That's also not nothing.
Yeah, everything in Sung Jin Woo's deck right now wants him to blow up these backups. Falling Titans wants to blow it up. Harness on Death wants to blow it up. Sung Jin Woo wants to blow them up. Shadow Mages want to blow up themselves. It's kind of an interesting. It feels kind of similar to the peak that we saw in round 1, where you have to be really like pick and choose your spots as to when to use your resources.
Again, very interesting to me that we didn't condescending explanation. And I mean, I understand that the line is available for Thomas where he can, even if the Falling Titans is flipped over, you still can play another attack and then pick it up with an airship. But at that point, he's also playing on +1 progressive, right? So playing on 7s instead of on 6s.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a little less viable. I mean, and the earlier you force the usage of the airship, the better I think it is for you. Okay, all right, gonna use this grinding overtime to level up and get access to our final form, Monarch's Domain. This is a lot of plus damage that you can do here.
Yeah, this is your attack gets X damage. X equals the number of shadow cards in your stage and or card pool, +2. So very interesting that it counts the card pool as well on top of the stage.
Yeah, I mean, I just oh, does it really?
Yeah, so all of the shadow attacks are gonna count
Themselves
towards the damage for the finale. And I mean, we could just slam the throw if that condescending explanation gets used. We could even airship and just take the grinding overtime back to our hand and then just level up again.
Is there a 5th level?
No. I was just thinking of like future
Oh,
games.
you could.
It's just
Oh,
a-
sure.
it's just a funny line.
I got really excited. I was like, "Whoa! Is there a secret forbidden 5th level available?" Man, but so the curious thing to me is why we didn't wait to play the grinding overtime when we were ready to use that damage ability. Now it's like a known quantity, and we're adding to our progressive difficulty. So it's interesting to me that we didn't save that for maybe one of the other attacks that we had on our board, or sorry, available to us, right? Because we have the world's our oyster. All of the spells are available. You do have to be careful about Dobby making us make checks because you don't want to cycle before you've used your form.
Yeah, if we're gonna find lethal, we have to push through the condescending and the moment of normalcy.
Yeah,
We have to get those used first.
what I could see happening here is a sacrifice of backup to pick up the Falling Titans and then start attacking with the other spells. Okay, use this moment of normalcy. I guess what happened was we used our damage enhance. So we're going to be picking up the grinding overtime, clearing our card pool. And here I imagine you've got to use the condescending explanation. I mean, unless you have the blocks for this, which I don't think we do. We just announced we didn't by using moment of normalcy.
Yeah, I almost feel like he's just okay with Sung Jin Woo blowing up the backups. Because if you were going to use condescending, you got to use it on the first one.
Yeah, that's where I was at too. Going to use polite and well-spoken to attempt the block. This one was, I think, back to printed speed -2. So it was on a 5/6, going down to 9 health.
He's going to pick up the. Let's see if he plays the Falling Titans, or he might do what you said and switch back to other cards now. Now that he's only got one left.
Yeah. There's all, and you could also play one of the shifts from your discard pile as well. This one's a throw. It's certainly the one you want to put the damage from Sung Jin Woo onto, which is what I assume just happened. We'll get 4 damage.
Yeah, except it's not as much damage anymore after we blew up all of those backups.
Sure. But it does count itself, like you're saying, right? So it's a 3 mid 9 at the moment. Which is
this certainly puts, like at this level, being able to add damage to Bear Bite certainly puts the opponent on a clock.
Yeah. But you're totally right? Look how fast he went from 5 backups to 0.
Yeah, so if he does not win on this turn, it's going to take a while to build it back up.
I think he's going to
get a big attack streak there.
Still have condescending explanation available, so that's still on the board for us. Make a check. Yes, he certainly does make it this time. Okay.
Yeah, if you're Dobby, you want to just barely live and get Sung Jin Woo to spend all their resources trying to kill you, which is nice that that's been happening, because every time you get him to blow up one of his backups, that's less damage reduction available to him for his 2 difficulty foundation there that says -1 damage for each backup, and for his character for the -2 damage for each shadow.
Well, and there you go. There's the polar bear demon charge.
We found it. Yeah, confirmed in the deck. Here comes the shadow sorcery. They're not in the removed pile because they were destroyed for Falling Titans, so it's not going to get.
No, there's one in the removed pile that we picked up another copy of it, I
Okay.
think. And so there's the condescending explanation. Oh no, it stays there, friend. Gonna flip over, remove that condescending, and now we got to play with +2 difficulty. Let's see. I think Dobby is out of cards in hand, so if we can just get to 9 damage. Ooh,
The 3 there. It's going to be very difficult to pass another one.
I mean,
if
I gotta
Dobby
imagine
wins this turn, they probably can win the game on their neck if they draw hot. They've used 2 of their attacks to block.
why not use the harness? I guess. Oh, you know what? We had been losing health to the death rattle the whole time.
Oh, I see. Okay. I wasn't quite keeping track that was a lethal move there.
Yeah. So we took 5 damage, went to 3 from the throw because it was partial blocked. I mean, either way, it was a throw, right? And went down to 3. So anything was lethal at that point. All right. Well, there you go. The game gonna go over 2-0 to Thomas playing Sung Jin Woo. I had fun, man. I had fun, especially since I didn't even know that the new Sung Jin Woo kit was legal. So that's a brand new experience for me. It's something that I didn't see.
This is the first time I've ever watched the character actually in action. So it's fun to kind of see it get to show off. Too bad for Sean that it got to show off against him. But it was nice to see Dobby 3 too. I mean, that's a character that like
had all
it's
sorts of
rotate
going on. It was a very cool deck, I think, on both sides of the table. It's funny though, because Sung Jin Woo is like a showcase in here are the cards that design team meant for this deck, right? Like you get this thing, make this character work, make it work, dang it. And then Dobby's like patching together all sorts of things from different kits over the past 1.5 to 2 years, right? And so it's kind of like a cool juxtaposition of the 2 different things that can happen in UVS. You can get a catered, like, hey, this is how the deck is supposed to play the backups, play the shadow cards, churn butter and get to level 4. And then you have Dobby, who's just like, I mean, anything that says make a check, whether it be from my kit, whether it be from this critical role thing, or it's from, set 3, this vile seizing card, right? It's just like a bunch of different synergies that ended up working. Even polite and well spoken in the deck, right? Being used because it works together with incubating, and you can remove it to Mastermind's Apprentice. So it's cool. It's cool to see that both things can work, right? And just because, it was 2-0 does not mean that wasn't a close series. I think that the games could have gone another way, right? If Sean had lived through that turn. You know, Sung Jin was wide open. No backups in play meant that you were not going to be able to get -2 speed, not going to be able to draw cards, not going to be able to get -10 damage like he could the turn prior. So yeah, I liked that game a lot. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, that was a fun one, and I hope they go and crush the rest of the event. We got 5 more rounds, guys. That was the end of round 2. We got a 7-rounder today, over 75 players here in Glasgow. So round 3 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 3 at the Glasgow Regional. I'm joined here with Sam Tate, my favorite dude from Las Vegas, not named Brian.
Incredibly specific for this broadcast, Bromley. You always know how to sweet talk a fellow.
All right. Anyway, so we've got a pretty cool matchup here. Okay, I've been kvetching, right? I've been like, put Mitchell on, he's playing Mitchell. Put Mitchell on, he's playing Mitchell. But we found Mitchell here at table 21 in round 3, and he's playing against a pretty interesting character we haven't seen since last year, I want to say.
Since the unfortunate errata, I would say, right? I don't think people really tried the character. Of all the characters that probably still had a unique function, Ryukyu was one of them. The ability to generate momentum for playing essentially blank cards was really, really powerful. And when we got a lot of new blank cards with Attack on Titan, they had to errata the character to only function when playing attacks with no abilities. So there are going to be some really interesting ways that Ryukyu can play with that whole dynamic. We'll talk about those as they come up. But the main thing that Ryukyu has done really well is draw through their deck and gather a lot of momentum. And if there's any character that is good at generating a lot of momentum, it's Mitchell Cimino.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be the battle of the momentums. And we got a reader here for a card that I also have no idea what the text of it is. This one, it looks like Dragon's Fortitude. Am I wrong? Do you recognize this one?
The one that just got read, I believe, is the one if you're talking about the if you're talking about the one from before that,
no, we got 2 of these on board. Oh no. This is
there's
daily
a Dragon
meditation?
Power and Dragon Fortitude.
No, but on John's side of the table, there's these 2 cards with a yellow background. I think it's
Yes.
Is that daily meditation?
Those are daily meditations. Those are the alt arts.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I wasn't sure which one. Yeah, I just didn't want to get tongue twisted on Dragon's Fortitude because the card that's in play is Dragon's Power.
Right.
It's Dragon Power is the one.
Okay, because I'm like, I'm trying to send it back to Brian to put it on the screen, and I'm just like, what is this card? Okay, anyway, we're starting with the bread and butter, by the way, of Mitchell's deck. Okay, a dramatic slash.
Yeah, dramatic slash. I love dramatic slash.
This is a humble a reimagining of a banned card from My Hero Academy set 1, right? Good old unwavering slash.
Yeah, it turns out discarding a card from your hand to build an asset a little too powerful. So dramatic slash wants you to discard a momentum to build an asset, and Mitchell Cimino reviews a card to get a momentum, which means we're pretty much always going to be able to build an asset with dramatic slash, which we get the massive mutant machine in for the +5/+5. That's also going to allow us to look at the top card of our deck with dramatic slash, potentially put the top card of our discard pile on top of our deck if we want that one instead. But we do see the referee jury also canceling out the massive mutant machine. So all's well that ends well for John B, taking only 4 damage on that turn when it could have been a lot more punished.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is, sorry, I'm trying to get this. I'm trying to get this card up. I'm gonna get this card up. It's the last thing I do.
Dragon Strike?
No, I'm still trying to get out the Splinter card. But the biggest thing is that although you answered the massive mutant machine before, it's there forever now, right? Once the dramatic slash builds it in once, right? It's there for the rest of the game, which means the next one's gonna build a second mutant machine. And I don't know how many referee juries you got in your deck, brother.
Yeah, you're gonna have to keep drawing those answers over and over again. While as you stack multiple mutant machines, you also get better at playing around the resets. So what if you put my attack down to printed damage if I'm going to give it the same bonus again just by committing my asset? So this could turn into kind of a little bit of a war of attrition as Mitchell Cimino acquires all the different little pieces We also see cards like Nice Try, which are really good for these sort of attrition games where you get to overextend a bit because Nice Try will ready up on the rival's turn, and then you get to commit them for -2 speed. Now we see Refreshing Blend being used. So the big thing about Mitchell Chimino, we didn't really get a chance to talk about the full depth of the character here. We talked about how he reviews and he gets a momentum, but what really makes the character tick is when Mitchell Chimino discards a momentum or spends a momentum, I should say. You get to remove the card that you spent from momentum from the game, and then at the start of the end phase, you'll add that card to your hand. So we spent the Dramatic Slash with Refreshing Blend, and because we used it for that cost, we're now going to get Dramatic Slash back to our hand at the start of the end phase for this turn. And then we're going to get a chance to review a card to get a momentum to fuel it again, almost in a not really infinite, but a long term loop.
Yeah, I mean, what do you call the not removed from game pile that Mitchell uses? I call it the Mitchell zone.
The Mitchell zone, the remove, yeah, I mean, it is removed from game, but it's like not right because it's still very much a part of the game.
it it's like a functional use of the remove from game pile, right?
It's like a void in the game. It's like removed, but it's still there. So it's like
Yeah,
in the void.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. So
The
what's your
Mitchell
what's
void.
your what's your moniker for the is it the void? It's gone to the void and it'll return.
I guess so. I always called it banking it. I would always, when I played Mitchell Chimino, I played him for one online event. I would always
Mm,
say, I'm going to bank this when I
okay.
respond.
Okay. All
So,
right. I disagree. I think that you're wrong. So
okay.
I'm
Well,
just gonna
I mean, you
go
can
there.
call it the Mitchell zone. I'm cool with calling it the Mitchell zone. That's a more apropos name. That's more
No, I like the
descriptive.
bank. You're literally putting it in the bank. So I will give you that. We're seeing here though, we've got two good block zones. One of the better ones, if you ask me, is absorbed energy strike, though. If you're gonna block a character, like Ryukyu, I think that I would feel happy about keeping the absorbed energy spirit strike in my hand every time, right? Because it says, hey, I get a momentum and I'll flip your attack so it won't go to momentum at the end of the turn, even if it's partially blocked. And then if you attack with it, you can get rid of one of your opponent's momentum, which is pretty good into a character like Ryukyu who's got all this momentum.
Yeah, the big issue though is your rival gets to discard the momentum, so they get to choose. And Ryukyu's been putting cards from their momentum, from their hand into their momentum throughout the game,
Sure.
so you can avoid pretty big damage bonuses. Absorbed Energy Spirit Strike is really good against decks that play really high difficulty attacks that that's the only way that they get momentum is by dealing damage. Yeah, but Ryukyu should hopefully be able to avoid any real qualms with the absorbed energy spirit strike as an attack. So I do like you mentioning it as a block here because it's a block that prevents the rival from getting momentum even on a partial. It prevents cards from shifting down if we had to deal with that. It prevents Ryukyu's really powerful combo attack. Ryukyu has a powerful two check combo that we might be interrupting, but maybe most importantly is we generate momentum when we block with it, and we see the review step generating us a second momentum.
Sorry, I had to put martial arts moves on the screen because it's funny as hell. I think three difficulty, three high, three
That
powerful four is pretty funny.
that is a new card that Ryukyu got, right? It is a 3 diff, 3 high 3 with no actual abilities, just 3 keyword traits.
Yeah.
Ally, kick, punch not being abilities. But correct me if I'm wrong. I think we saw the dramatic slash actually get reviewed and tucked into the momentum for Mitchell Chimino there. So I'm a little surprised that we didn't see it
Um,
come back out.
well, you get it back at the end of turn, I think, for Mitchell,
Yeah,
right?
so he got it back at the end of Ryukyu's turn and then reviewed it again and tucked it into momentum.
Right. So he preferred having this scrap cannon uh here, I guess. He just said we didn't have another mutant machine in the discard pile.
That's my
But
best guess is this Mitchell Chimino deck, while it does seem kind of asset focused from the attacks that we've seen so far, it's not actually playing that many assets. It's just playing the good ones.
yeah, mutant machine and the military airship. as you were you were decrying earlier before the stream. But yeah, Scrap Cannon's pretty cool in that, you know, it says I'll flip two of my cards and I'll selectively flip one of yours, and it's printed very, very fast. So it wears the stats from the Mutant Machine very, very well.
Scrap Can is actually like one of my favorite attacks as far as getting the job done. It sort
Yeah.
of solves its own problems by being able to flip rival foundations targeted. And then it also fuels its own keyword ability by sacrificing assets. Like most people, I think that substituting costs, you know, switching things out is very cool. We get to spend the powerful here with Mitchell and respond to get those cards back to our hand during the end step. So that's super powerful as well. And you know, I just kind of like the way that Scrap Cannon is statted. It's very modest. You know, it's very obvious the way that it's a 5 high for 4, that it's kind of meant to be buffed up by its own powerful, and we see referee
Another
jury
referee
countering
jury.
it perfectly here.
Well, so the thing is, you gotta play through them, right?
Yeah.
We know that the Ryukyu is gonna be relying on them, right? They've got, I think, 4 copies main board, right? So they're very prepared for these big statted moves, but that's fine. I think honestly, if I were Mitchell, I would just feel just fine about it. I picked up a 1 low, I pick up a 3 high, or sorry, 2 high, and we're ready for Ryukyu's most deadly moves to start with, building in a military airship as well. Yeah, I don't know. I think that
Yeah.
I could easily see Mitchell die, right? Because if there's something like a Dragon Strike, followed by a bunch of, you know, 3 low 10s, I could see that going pretty poorly for Mitchell. But I could also see Mitchell living and following up next turn with another one of these big old strings,
I
keeping
wonder
Nice
why
Try up.
I wonder why we're not committing the nice tries.
I don't know.
But did we already use it somehow? I mean, it readies on the rival's turn, so it's not even like an issue where it's been readied too many times, but we opted to commit some face downs there. Maybe there's some trickery afoot that we're not aware of. Outwit cards have to be ready to be used, right? I'm not sure.
They would
I mean,
need
I'm sure
to.
that they have to be ready. I just mean I'm not sure why we would have committed face downs here.
Yeah, I have no idea. I could not tell you. Because on Ryukyu's side of the board, we've got, you know, a Dragon Power, a Daily Meditation, and this is the one difficulty draw one if you have a Momentum card.
Here's some transformation.
Fearsome Transformation.
Yeah, we now see a Dragon Strike coming down. This is probably pound for pound Ryukyu's best card. This is probably
Because
the
it has
best card
text.
yeah, because it has text. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. It's a text and a 3 check, so but yeah, this one is EX and powerful, so it's a great way to spend a schmillion momentum once Ryukyu has generated a whole bunch of it. But most of the time you are going to be flipping a rival foundation, so you can seal this card, so you can then respond with Ryukyu and get a card draw and potentially a momentum for that. And then you can of course still add 4 damage by spending a momentum later.
Yeah, the most powerful thing this card does is it fires the neurons. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, the problem with Ryukyu is that you sit there and you're like, well, my cards don't do nothing. I'm just responding with my character. I'm getting momentum. Me put 4 damage. Maybe me draw, you know. But Dragon Strike says, the forbidden response step, I've added to it. And it answers threats on the board, and then it gets big. And then in Deadlock, boy howdy, this card goes nuts. The scariest thing a player can do with Dragon Strike is not flip one of your cards.
Right. Yeah, the game should be over if that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Especially if you get the deadlock response off to get a couple extra momentum and then we're not sealing the attack. That means those keyword abilities should be ending the game pretty much on the spot. And speaking of keyword abilities, we see the
Deflect.
rare Deflect 3 play from Massive Mutant Machine.
If I had a Dragon Strike, man. Refreshing Blend being used in both decks, actually. So these are 2 characters who got hit very heavily with the ban of vertical maneuvering equipment, right? And so
Correct.
you see that they needed to find alternate ways to use that momentum from their boards, and it's Refreshing Blend. Refreshing Blend is an incredibly powerful card when you have a bunch of momentum, you know?
Yeah, and you can combine it with zone change effects or speed reduction to kind of mimic what VME does. Obviously, you're never going to get the 2-in-1 that VME was, but I do think that being able to gain life is probably more underrated than people think. Like, numbers are really big right now, and it's easy to get kersplatted out of nowhere. But incremental life gain, especially for Mitchell Cimino that wants to specifically recur those cards back to hand, spend it basically in any way. I wouldn't be surprised if a card like Refreshing Blend like creeps its way into metagame prominence, but it's probably going to be stuck in characters like this that generate momentum almost by accident, right?
Right. Why did Mitchell tap a card? He checked the 6. Does Dramatic Slash ask you
He
to
he tapped it for Mitchell response. Mitchell has response. We haven't even gotten to the third
Oh,
ability of the character,
correct.
probably.
Yeah, yeah.
We're
Sorry,
15 minutes in, yeah, and he's
yeah,
doing
but
so much
I
with the
guess to increase
momentum.
the powerful rating and give it speed?
Yeah, it gives it a bonus speed because he's not gonna play any more attacks. So that nice try is free.
Oh, I
That
see.
nice try is a free speed bump.
Yeah, here comes 5-5. I think you gotta wait to see if your opponent has a third referee jury.
I think so too. I think you
Mhm.
save the second massive mutant machine for the potential of jury, but we also just actually have enough foundations to raw block this at this point.
Gain 2 health for Ryukyu,
Yep, we also see gain 2 health from the refreshing blend is nice.
which is another ability on that card. Usually used for, to ready a foundation. Boy, howdy. Okay, so 9 mid 10 at the moment. 10 mid 10, right? Because it got 1 speed from Mitchell.
Yeah, Mitchell should give it at least +1 speed. Oh, checking the 3 on the block. Well, that means we're gonna commit pretty
Well,
much
and
all the way down.
this is an off block, no? Dramatic Slash is a mid attack, I think.
Drag slash is a mid. Yep.
And the Dragon Strike or Dragon Dive has a 1 high block. So took partial from that. Go down from 22 to 17, I think. Bad Guy Roundup, my favorite boy.
Oh no, not
Yeah,
the
give me
bad
that
guy
momentum.
roundup.
Give me that momentum. This deck hates momentum. Holy smokes, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, it is kind of funny.
We're playing Absorbed Energy Strike and Bad Guy Roundup.
Yeah, and bad guy roundup gonna get to draw us a card here. And
Pick it up.
we're air shipping the bad guy roundup to
Whoa, we said
kill the
momentum is
rival momentum.
illegal. That's so funny.
That's actually crazy to me that we're in a position where we don't have a target for dramatic slash to like end the game by getting a third mute machine, and instead we're taking away our rival's momentum and trying to
Well,
draw more cards.
so the thing is, if if John didn't have the low block, right, you could just have let that go and then punted the Dramatic Slash for 10.
Yeah.
So I feel like that was a cheeky play, but Mitchell could have just tried to win.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying, right? Is that it's amazing that the dramatic slash is not the choice here.
Yeah.
And we just had another one anyway. So I guess
Okay.
Mitchell was just kind of
He's just
goofing.
he's goofing, he's gaffing, he's laughing. But we'll see if there is a third referee jury. Because before that point, I think there was a mutant machine. We were just being a meme lord.
Well, yeah, there's the one that we had deflected with. So
Right, but I thought that was the second one. Okay, yeah, we don't
we
have the
just
block.
had it all. We just had it all.
Okay.
We were spinning wheels. We wanted to play the bad guy roundup because when's the last time you got to play that card?
Truly, and you know what? I respect that. I respect that. That's a powerful thing to do, is to just play your bad guy roundup twice for fun.
Yeah, he said, "I'm really rounding you up this time, partner.
Are you
You're getting wrangled, is what's happening.
you're getting rounded up?
You're getting bad guy hogtied."
One thing I do want to say is there's this card in this deck called Return of the Kings, which I really like because it gives me speed hate against Determined Advance.
True.
Which is,
I've been as an air symbol player, I have been
Mhm.
a Return of the King's enjoyer for a long time. You don't gotta convince me.
Yeah, I mean it's just a good little card, right? And there is another one in this cycle that gives +2 to your check to block, I think. The chaos one, whatever it's called,
Creeped out. I think it's called creeped out or something.
creeped
Like that.
out.
Creepy or creep.
I don't know, but that one's good too because it lets you block Determined Advance without selling your entire board. Okay, all right. So what's the adjustment?
Yeah, it's called creeped out.
Okay, creeped out.
The adjustment is hopefully we have Scanlan's hand in our sideboard and we just commit
It is there.
Mitchell.
Yeah, for sure, it is actually in there.
Yeah, and we don't let Mitchell do any of the cool Mitchell things because the way that you beat Mitchell Chimino, the character, is you make the player sad because they don't get to do all their funky little buttons. You just beat them mentally. You because Mitchell Chimino has so many cool little tippy taps and little button presses and little combos he can do. So what you got to do is you got to disrupt all the cool little combos, and most of the time they're not killing you immediately, right? Like we saw that was like a 4 or 5 turn game. We were building mutant machines for later. We were stockpiling, our arms and munitions for a later war. And so Scalen's hand can really disrupt that and really, prevent the defensive sort of bonus sculpt, the Mitchell zone sculpting, if you will. So it's not an all-inclusive answer. It doesn't like win you the game. Like you don't just like commit Momo and then win, right? But this will definitely slow things down. And the less that Mitchell Chimino gets to spend momentum with his character ready, the better your odds of winning.
Yeah, I'm just a fan. I'm just a fan of the inclusion of Scanlan's hand. I could also see perhaps the Armor of the Wolf coming through for
Mhm.
us.
We
Um,
definitely, we really got to activate. We got to activate those daily meditations sooner. I really feel like that could have changed the tide of battle.
the Daily Meditation,
Yeah,
the form flip. Look at the top of your deck.
yeah. We had those like turn. We had 2 of those like turn 1, man. We needed to be ripping those off with aggressive turn 2 plays.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah,
And you can
daily
certainly hear
meditation
through.
is the key to
It's the
turn 2ing
key.
your opponent in this format.
Okay, so it's not the Daily Meditation is actually about killing your opponent.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's your best odds of turn 2 killing your opponent right now in this format post bans.
Okay. But why would I want to do that? What if I want to go to turn 3?
Well, then Mitchell Chimino will accrue too much value. He will hit critical mass of momentum shuffling and momentum fiddling. See what you don't want. We talked about the Scanlan's hand, right? The
Yeah.
whole point of committing Mitchell Chimino is to not let him fiddle his momentum. Once he fiddles his momentum, the game is probably beyond your grasp.
Okay. All right. But what if, okay, just hear me out. What if you had it's turn 4 and you have Not Now I'm Gaming on board? Thoughts?
Is Mitchell Chimino gaming or are you gaming? Who is being told not now?
Me as John B, the Ryukyu player.
Okay. That's a good question. I don't think Mitchell Chimino respects gamers. I think he actually hates gamers. So,
Oh, you think he'll just
like the
ignore Not
character,
Now I'm Gaming? Dang.
I think the character card would just he'd probably make fun of you for playing video games and then steal your chicken nuggies.
Dude, respectful.
See, I
And
mean, look at the way he's building, right? He just throws them all down. This is not the plays of a man who respects
respects
gamers.
gamers. That's
Yeah.
true. You got me there, That's
Yeah.
solid logic.
John B was like, "Not now, I'm gaming," and Mitchell Chimino said, "Shut up, I'm failing this massive mutant machine for later."
All right, well, then I'm gonna put a true war criminal on the screen. Behold, the face of a true criminal.
Speaking of crimes, we got Dragon Strike coming in, gonna flip one of these inspiring songs pretty much immediately. However, Mitchell's gonna be able to commit that face down now for -2 speed with his character response. So some neat little interactions going back and forth here. We now get the Ryukyu response. We're gonna draw a card. We're gonna add a card from our hand to our momentum, as is our right, as is our option. You don't have to add the card from your hand to momentum, but we are going to choose to do so. However, I don't expect it to get spent on this attack because Mitchell has already said -2 speed, probably going to block this one. And it looks like we activated Inspiring Song. So
Save
are we
minus
going to see
one
a
to the approach
breaker
check.
block?
I think well, it's there. There's the absorbed energy, spirit strike.
Spirit Strike.
Flip that guy, get a momentum. Okay, give your opponent -1 to their check after they check the 3 on their 5 difficulty. He's gonna make the follow up dragon dive, dragon impact, dragon. There's all sorts of dragon things that are not going to be happening here. Chick's a 6 anyway. All right. But the key difference here
Whoa.
between our scenario and your scenario, though,
Wait,
Sam, is
hold up.
only bit one. Only bit one. His hand is
Yeah,
full of gas.
we got to talk about that. What is in our hand? Did we draw 5 action cards? Like, what's going
Maybe
on?
it looks. I see an attack, maybe 2, and maybe there's a jury or 2.
I mean, but if we have a 4 diff, I mean, at that point you got to risk checking the 5 if your hand's that clogged, or play something on a 6. Do anything other than just build one asset and pass.
No, you don't trust the process, okay, Sam? You just don't. And that's okay. A true believer would know that Mitchell was not going to draw anything but this Fajin flurry, okay?
The casual 6 mid 7 4 diff, yeah. Yeah, this is a very casual
Mid 7 draw 2, by the way.
yeah, very easily a 6 mid 7. I guess he's got the 2 momentum right now, so that's why it
Man,
is.
his random rip was a dramatic slash, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we're gonna get 2 attacks back for next turn, and yeah, this is that prep turn. Like the Mitchell Chimino character, it kind of telegraphs what's gonna do to you, right? It's usually you see the cards going into the momentum. You definitely see them when they come out. And now,
Whoa,
very
redo.
aggressive, very risky, but a really good play here because it paid off. The rejuvenating smash gonna heal back up most of the damage that we took from our partial block and give us 2 more cards in hand.
Yeah, it's all coming up Mitchell these today, man. Gonna draw 3 off of our rejuvenating smash because of our character. Give it speed.
Spend the rejuve during the rejuve to add rejuve back to your hand. I mean,
Disgusting.
again, this is a game of mental warfare, Bromley. This is Mitchell Chimino dangling in front of you all the terrible, awful crimes he's gonna commit against you if you don't stop him on this very next turn, including failing another massive mutant machine, not holding the deflect 3 keyword. This is very disrespectful, you have to understand.
I gotta tell you, there's nothing more disrespectful than 2 mutant machines on a 7 during the game. He said I don't even need deflect, and I like that he's keeping the cards that are common knowledge, right? He's keeping them face up to say, "Hey, I still got these ones." That's something I do because I get tired of my opponent asking me what the block zone of that card I picked up last turn was.
Yeah, and I think it's Mitchell basically saying, like, "This is how I would wanna be treated," right? Like, he doesn't want it to be like a ridiculous back and forth, like, memory game, you know? You know what cards are there, you can ask to verify them anyways,
Yeah, yeah.
you know?
And,
At least,
and
I guess theoretically they were added last turn, so maybe by the rules that's not even necessarily true. By the rules, he could just say no, that was last turn. But like you said, he's being a being a good guy about it, making it easier.
unfortunately, we checked a 2 to play our 5 difficulty move and had to tap all of our foundations, though.
Yeah, it looks like the players are kind of deciding the game before we get to the end here.
Yeah.
I think John kind of sees the writing on the wall again.
He's
Mitchell
got a
Chimino,
jury, though.
Mitchell Chimino, quite literally dangling in front of you the cards he's planning to kill you with. That you just saw him add to his hand. Uh, yeah, jury will bail you out of one, but we've got one card ready in our stage, one card in our card pool, and there's a good chance that that this is not going to be a good check.
Yeah, I mean, and as Ryukyu, you oh my god, build 1 again, hold 4.
Build one. At some point, you gotta.
Uh,
It's so the mentality is interesting to me, right? Because we had bad luck, and then you're in such a bad position that you would need such good luck, right? You'd have to take such a chance to win from here, and passing that one diff doesn't do anything, right?
yeah,
We
I
gotta
think I think he's just over relying on the availability of the referee jury.
potentially. I
Because
mean,
at this point, you just die to 3 moves, regardless of what they are, even if you have the referee jury,
right?
right? Because we're gonna be grabbing the mutant machine, which whatever the mutant machine puts the damage onto is gonna force the usage of the referee jury. But
Yeah, and again,
imagine
uh,
that's right.
and again, Mitchell showed us last turn the 3 attacks that were going to kill us.
And imagine a world where we wait to use the mutant machine on a scrap cannon. So you reset it. Not
Right.
that it's what's happening here, but then they've used that mutant machine for powerful. And so there's the referee jury gonna make the check. But now we're on progressive. We're kind of just admitting, hey, we're not gonna be able to block much. We can pick up the referee jury with the military airship. But again, right? You're gonna be you can't block.
Yeah.
You're admitting you're not gonna be able to block, so you're taking 4, going to 11, 2 more moves,
What's even
regardless of what they
crazier
are.
here is
Mhm.
referee jury has the response or after your rival plays an enhance, you can flip
Make
a
them commit.
foundation or you can commit a foundation and flip referee jury to make the rival commit one, but with double surprising skill, that's only going to help Mitchell.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't even want to press that button, dude. Boy, howdy. It's all coming up, Mitchell, unfortunately, for John piloting Ryukyu. I like that I can say Mitchell. I don't need to say Mitchell piloting Mitchell. But yeah, you definitely wanted to keep your vast strength up for the dramatic slash last turn. You wanted to build more. Needed to build more, man. You needed to build more.
Yeah, well, you got to commit to one strategy or the other is how I feel. If you're not
Yeah.
going to be able to build more, if you only have one non-attack card in hand, you just have to play the attacks, right?
Huh.
You just have to. Speaking of play, we actually
Attempted to block.
failed a block with referee jury. I mean, we are about to get to a
Fun.
health total where it's not really helpful anymore, but I feel like we were above 4.
And the thing is, he could have, unless he was drawing nothing but attacks, he could have been putting the extra jury into the momentum, right?
Correct. Right. We could have been
To
when
try to
we
dig
played
for
the attacks, we
foundations,
could have been yep, we could have been
or just not putting things in momentum at all.
correct. Yep. I'm very curious what that momentum is now, right? Because
Yeah.
it's tough to prioritize foundations over actions and attacks, but I mean that's exactly the difference we're seeing here. And, um,
But
here's
I mean, unless Mitchell can find a damage source somewhere, we're gonna be able to pick up the jury and put this attack back to 4 damage, and then we'll have 1 health. So we'll need at least 1 more move, unless Mitchell has a way to put 1 damage on this move.
he could potentially have an action cancel. The good symbol has a few of them.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like we're just gonna block. Just
Gonna
gonna
go
put a
for the
little
block.
traditional Traditional defense. So, like you said, relying on those referee juries is actually going to buy us another turn, it looks like. But we also had to block with one of our most powerful attacks, right? Our +1 mid. Um,
Yeah, I mean, definitely haven't seen this one show up yet, but the Dragon Impact is kind of the thing that makes this deck tick.
oh,
Man, playing he has to have another attack, I guess, unless he
well,
has like
we know he has the absorbed energy spirit strike, right?
Mm,
Because we showed rejuve, dramatic, and spirit strike. I'm like,
but it would be on
oh,
an 8.
yeah, we'd have to play it on an 8 after this.
Okay, yeah, here comes the referee jury. Yeah, I suppose you just kind of have to go for it. Putting Ryukyu to 1. If Mitchell fails it, I could see Ryukyu winning if he just draws a full grip of crazy moves. Whoa, are we passing turn?
No, he's counting everything. He's counting every single possible bad
It
check.
doesn't matter if you count it all. You just like you're gonna do it. You've already committed to the line, Mitchell.
I don't know if Mitchell has yet. I mean, most people would be by now. And when you're up a game, I mean, we've come this far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like once you played the second Fodge and Flurry, you were pretty much
Yes,
committed.
that's what I'm saying. Once you got to the 4th attack in the pool, you've committed to
Yeah.
this line. Yeah, there it
Yep.
is. Game 2 going over to Mitchell, piloting Mitchell. Whoa.
In the battle of the momentum hoarders, the one that spends it best comes out on top. And Mitchell Chimino spends momentum maybe better than any other UniVersus character ever printed.
Whoa. Ever?
I mean, dude, it goes back to your hand. Like,
yeah, but
what-
I mean, Faye used to do the future poolside thing. I think she might have used it even better than Mitchell.
that's tough. Faye gets pretty close. I mean, Faye got momentum generation, spending it, and health gain.
Yeah.
Mitchell Chimino gets card advantage. I mean, it's
Well, but it's not like it's recursion is the way I think about it, right? Because it's not directly drawing during the course of the turn. It's saying, hey, next turn I'm gonna have access to this thing. So it doesn't, unless you've got like a giant pile, right? You never go resource positive on your own turn, right?
I mean, I've maybe back in the VME days, I've definitely had some Mitchell Chimino add 7 cards to my hand.
Oh, sure. I've definitely seen that. That's why I said unless you've got a giant pile of momentum.
Yeah,
But most of the
giant
time,
pile is pretty typical, I think.
okay, all right. Well, I rarely saw it for what it's worth, because games were pretty short. But the other thing from playing Mitchell, what I experienced was that I would end up with the same cards in hand, and I wasn't able to get through my deck fast enough.
Right.
Which is one of the things that worries me about strategies that use like Koenma's Task and Mutant Machine is that you don't make enough checks and go through your deck enough to get those cards in your discard pile quick enough. So you're kind of up to the luck of the draw sometimes, which is why I saw Mitchell prioritizing putting those 7 diffs into the card pool to get them into the discard pile as quickly as possible when he drew them. But yeah, seeing them de-sideboard, seeing them, hey, these are the things I was working with. It was pretty cool. I hope that John gets to, fight his way back up because he got very unlucky in those 2 games, right?
Yeah.
In the first game,
especially.
it definitely checked a bunch of 2s over the course of the game, and then the second game just kind of a non-starter, right? Went first, built 3 into build 1, and it wasn't a foundation. And then the follow-up turn to build a single foundation after checking a 2 on your 5 difficulty move, like just not ideal. And he had the Dragon Impact as well. So if he had checked a little better, I think he would have been able to do, a crazy, crazy line. But unfortunately, not in the cards, and that's okay. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, I think he got the wrong feedback. It was one of those things where he played an attack. And he checked bad and he went, oh, okay, I shouldn't risk it anymore. When unfortunately, the truth of the matter is,
He's got it.
Everything's telling you that you have to risk it at this point. But you know what we don't have to risk, Bromley?
What's that?
We don't have to risk being hungry anymore because it's time for a lunch break
It is
over
lunch break.
in the EU. After round 3 concludes, they are going to have a lunch break. So there might be a little bit more of a delay between now and the next round. But I promise you, it's not going to be that long before you see our shining faces again. We should have some more UniVersus action for you real soon. Please keep checking back in the chat for updates on when this lunch break will be over, when we will be back live, and hopefully it'll be before round 4, but at worst we're gonna have round 4 for you real soon.
Yeah, regardless of where you are around the world, get some lunch, get some breakfast, get some dinner, and we'll see you real soon.
I wanna hold your body close to me. I wanna take you where you've never been. Swear I won't break your heart and I won't let you down. Yeah, maybe we can dance the night away. You got me feeling like a hurricane. 'Cause nothing's happening. You're all that's on my mind, my mind. Think I've got fire running through my veins.
Welcome back. We are done with the lunch break and we are ready for round 4. We've got our players seated at the table. And Sam, we have a battle of the Hanj Zoes. We have the Battle for Humanity Hanj Zoe versus the Apocalypse Hanj Zoe. The latest version of Hanj, by the way, I don't know if I've ever even seen at a major regional someone take this character. I'm sure it's been done before, but I haven't seen it on stream or witnessed it in person. So I'm excited to see one, not only how Hanj 1 has changed since the updated ban list with 9 Titans no longer being able to start with that, and then what this Hanj 3 sauce is cooking up. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm absolutely ready to be proven wrong because before Nine Titans existed, I basically said there is no real reason to play Han Zoe, the first version, you know? And now that Nine Titans doesn't exist in the format, I would have assumed that this character went back to being basically irrelevant. But we see the power of Hanji Zoe starting with a backup and being able to commit it to pass checks in play to start things off. We get to play an incredibly greedy lineup here, complete with 4 difficulty foundations, 3 difficulty backups, played a card on a 6 and passed it. So there is definitely still a little bit of gas left in this tank. So I'm ready to be proven wrong that the first Hanji Zoe here on the fire symbol is playable, is good. But it looks like on the flip side here, you know, you talked about having never seen this Hanji Zoe 14th commander of the Survey Corps before. I've definitely never seen a build like this. I've definitely never seen it in action at a regional, and I'm super duper excited to see what it has in store for us today. I mean, we see 2 copies of Faith in the Walls coming down turn 1. That's exactly what you want to see as this character because when you play Faith in the Walls, you get to add a wall counter to a card in your stage. And of course, Hanji Zoe, 14th commander of the Survey Corps, likes to spend those wall counters to make sure that cards don't count towards progressive difficulty.
Yeah, and it's not only those Faith in the Walls, it's also that Visions of the Survey Corps. So they got 3 wall counters just from that turn 1 build there. And yeah, that is automatically going to be a card that doesn't count towards progressive. And ignoring progressive difficulty often means that you can really pop off and go crazy on early turns. But this Hanj from Battle for Humanity throwing out a Titan pile very, very early in this game. That seems to be the key for this character.
That is, yeah, that's what remains is the Titan pile. So Rocco determining that all Hanji really needs is that massive stat stick. It looks like we opened with the rock barrage there, stunned our opponent completely out, and then played the Titan pile for what I believe was 12 damage. It's usually the magic number. You get +2 damage for each Titan backup in your stage. I believe we had 4 backups at the time, which would give us 12 damage. So 7 high for 12 on a 6 stiff. That is pretty solid for 1 card's worth of economy on turn 2. And now we see one of my favorite new cards, Resurrected Titans. It's an 8 diff, but you get to do a response before you check to play the card. You get to look at the top 2 cards and add one of them to your discard pile. And unfortunately, we're going to see 2 attacks get off the top. So 1 gets checked anyways. And then Filled with Doubt is going to take away all the text on Resurrected Titans.
Yeah, this is a massive Filled with Doubt here. I mean, this Resurrected Titan, the key shift card kind of seems to be the Colossal Confrontation, a card that was kind of soft unbanned because Sweeping Daggers got banned. And now you're allowed to, but I mean, just extremely powerful. And we've got the Airship to pull it back to our hand. I'm not sure we can swing another Resurrected, though.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, partner. The Sweeping Daggers was never the card that was soft banning my 8 difficulty attacks for me personally. For me, it was usually the 3 check in the bottom. The 4 checks always felt kind of fine enough to play, but all of these 7 threes and 8 threes, you know, they really, really fall victim to a lot of the counterplay. There's more check hacks than ever. We've got ways to negate attacks entirely. And I mean, Filled with Doubt still exists, right? If Sweeping Daggers was enough to keep you off of a card, I mean, Filled with Doubt does pretty much all the same things as far as taking away your ability to use this attack. And Resurrected Titans as an 8 difficulty 7 mid 7 just isn't that impressive. And it's hard to tell with the treatment here, but I'm pretty sure this is a Beast Titans Rock Barrage coming down once again.
Yeah, and it's still being played even after the ban of 9 Titans. It's not going to be quite as good, but the more backups we have, the stronger these Titan piles are going to be. We can use these to pass checks. And I think that in this matchup, an Unyielding Destruction would go a long way against the Hanj 14th Commander when Hanj 14th Commander wants to be getting wall counters based off of different foundations.
Yeah, having those cards that don't share a name with each other is a pretty big deal. We're gonna face tank the Rock Barrage, which is correct here, unfortunately, and we're completely committed out. A 7-speed Titan pile is just gonna do it. So we could have potentially have
fast.
seen a one-shot attack. You know, we could have seen a one-shot kill if that 9 Titans was still in the format from the original Titan pile, but a second one is gonna do it. I mean, that's pretty textbook. 15 minutes in and out quick adventure.
Yeah, that was that was 5 minutes. We're going to game 2. I mean, Rocco is currently 3-0, by the way. So this Hanj deck, just no 9 Titans, no problem, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Titan Pile was really the secret to success all along. I can tell you personally, I needed to double the speed of a lot of my Titan Piles when I wanted to hit the Rodans and the Dekus of Atlanta. But at the same time, I won a lot of my games based on my rival, telegraphing to me that they were going to block my first attack or two, and then doubling the damage on a Titan pile, to send it for 24. So, not having that cheat code means we just kind of have to have a second copy of Titan pile. And luckily, with 4 copies of Grisha's Attack Titan, the 2 difficulty backup that we actually see in Rocco's hand to start this game off once again, it's kind of like you have 8 copies of Titan pile in your deck. It's kind of like you can bank one and you can build it with Beast Titans Rock Barrage. So the level of consistency of seeing Titan pile is still there. It's just you don't get to double the stats on it, which, as we've seen, isn't that big of a deal apparently.
Yeah, I mean, it still got to selectively commit one. It still got to also stun 2. We saw that because we had played the Resurrected Titans, tapped our whole stage, and then it got hit with Filled with Doubt. I mean, we were completely committed out and had nothing to show for it. And then we got stunned out on their first move.
Yeah, and a risky play here, but not that risky when you're Hanji. When you start as Hanji 1 with 2 resources in play, we've got the Genghis Frog here on a 5 diff. So that's a backup that says all of our attacks are going to get +3 damage. So that's going to help out with, missing some 9 Titan stats. And looks like we had to get a little bit of a clarification with our rival's character there with the Hanji Zoe asking, can I attack the Genghis Frog? And well, the answer is yes, because the difficulty is not printed for. However, Genghis Frog is elusive. And if you want to attack him, you have to lose 3 health. So not a great game plan if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, that elusive keyword is a pretty unique one that can get forgotten.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen it come up. Usually once you can't attack them with the first attack, most people like forget it exists, and they all
No.
the TMNT backups, they have a downside for trying to attack them. And the most popular one at my locals is Cammy, so you can't even actually land a killing blow. They just transform and flip and go and hide in your stage.
Looks like we might be declaring that we're attacking one of the backups. I think this is
Yeah,
a
I
Wall
believe
Maria's
so.
Might. This is, one of the key reasons to, one of the best cards in Hanj 14th Commander. You're getting to draw just a huge amount I
Oh,
don't
I guess
think.
it looks like we actually attacked Hanji because I think we reduced the damage and then just recorded damage dealt. Nope, I'm wrong. We did not record damage dealt. Okay. So we are going to kill that Titans under orders, make quick work of it. We're going to be able to bank a momentum because our attack did deal damage. Um, and the biggest thing here, the biggest difference between game one and right now is there's only one Titan backup in play. So that
Mm,
Titan pile is only for 6 damage. That's not very impressive, right? That's not the massive threat that we saw from game one. So not a whole lot to worry about if you're Hanji here. Sorry, if you're 7 hand size Hanji. How are we gonna denote if you're 14th commander Hanji? You're probably feeling pretty okay. But Beast Titan's Rock Barrage has done amazing work. And here's the
oh,
one you talked about, Unyielding.
yeah, this is good. Just going to try and steal back the tempo because 14th Commander was in a pretty good position with military airship plus having a momentum, which Resurrected does have EX2, powerful too. So
Yeah.
we've got nice outs for the momentum. We're going to go ahead and block with our Colossal Confrontation. This does have Breaker on it. I'm not sure how much that's going to matter, but the military airship getting that out seems like a pretty big deal here to kind of lessen the blow of unyielding destruction. And now 6 hand size Hanji is going to build their own military airship.
Yeah. Committing Genghis Frog to pass a check is something I didn't know if I'd ever see in my life. But we sure did get it here, and that's that makes it even less appealing to attack it as a backup, right? Because now it's already been used as a resource. So not only can you not attack it with the first attack, not only are you gonna lose 3 health if you attack the
Mm.
Genghis Frog, but it's now also like a committed resource. So you're not actually getting rid of a rival's resource. So very heads up play, I think, to commit the Genghis Frog there. But it's Hanji
Oh,
14th Commander's turn to be aggressive, and we checked a 6 on this Resurrected Titans.
yeah, we found it. We're playing a pretty good number of 6s so that we can find them. And the Filled with Doubt, of course. That's got to be
And
a little tilting at this point. A
all
little
right,
bit.
well, okay, so if we got rid of Sweeping Daggers because it's soft banned all these cards, can we get rid of Filled Without because it's soft banned these? Like it's the same logic, right?
Oh, I think he canceled the Filled with Doubt with Incredible Display.
Oh, nice.
So, but now he's committed out. Can he still
True.
pass that Colossal Confrontation? He can make this not count towards progressive.
Real question is, what is the shift attack to get here or backup? If you're committed out, is it still worth getting a Colossal Confrontation? You'd still have
Yeah,
to
he
play
went and grabbed
Colossal
it.
on a 7.
He went and grabbed it.
Oh, and then here comes Driven by Retribution. This is not just an anti-equipment heist card. I've heard a lot of people refer to this as equipment
Oh,
heist. Hate. I think Driven by Retribution is just a staple defensive piece.
yeah, hitting the airship is so big. We're unyielding destruction and then driven by retribution hit the airship. Okay, so we do have Beast Titan attacks, so we could pass one more.
So this was Beast Titan attacks on a 5.
Yeah, and Wall Maria's Might is arranged. That's a pretty cool pickup.
Okay. And we do have a card not counting towards progressive difficulty, I believe. Looks like we removed the counters during the Beast Titan attacks. And we are just going to build out from here. So, a pretty solid turn overall. Resurrected Titans, go find yourself a long-term win condition, right? The Beast Titan attacks a shifted side allows you to add an arranged attack from your discard pile to your hand. So, that ranged toolbox opening up to our 14th commander here. But as far as ranged targets go, um there's not actually too many in the deck.
Yeah, and now the 6 hand size Hanj follows up with the Beast Titan attacks of their own.
Yeah, in fact, I don't know if any of the shift attacks are ranged. Walmaria's Might is ranged, but Colossal Confrontation,
Yeah.
Resurrected Titans, those are not. So Beast Titan attacks can pick itself up though, which is the most common grindy win condition for, backup decks in general, four check decks, however you want to spiel it. Um, oh, it looks like we have an Aaron's trial in stage. Okay. I thought we were activating. I thought we were gonna pop off Aaron's trial, which would make Moment of Normalcy get committed because Aaron's trial, not a lot of people realize this. It says your rival has to commit a face up foundation.
Yep.
So um, you can't just sit on a pile of face downs. Although I guess Hanji only has like the one foundation anyway. Sorry, our fire Hanji. I have to pick the symbol because it's the same character now.
Yeah, we make the block, we say breaker. That breaker can go a long way when we're only on one foundation. Even though the backups technically, you can only commit one at a time. And so
Yeah.
if you're going to play these high difficulty moves, you're probably not going to be able to play two on only one foundation.
Absolutely. And we see the Beast Titan shifting down now into the stage. Up to two whole foundations for Fire Hanji here.
Yeah, we got the 4 difficulty foundation, one of the ones that basically only Hanj can play since there's no risk of failing it.
Yeah, I believe in Atlanta that was a Barlow a Barlow guess adaptation. That was something that he was very high on that I had not even really tried out, and he kind of swore by it throughout the entire tournament. So it'll be interesting to see if we hit anything really big off of it. The card Shared Memories is
Mhm.
a enhanced commit mill 2, add one of the two cards milled this way. And if your rival has 10 or more, you just add both. So for super late games, it's just draw 2, but your rival gets to see the cards, which is kind of annoying to me.
Well, we just went and picked up a Walmaria's Might with that Rock Barrage. And not with the Rock Barrage, with the Beast Titan attacks. But instead of choosing to lead with the Walmaria's Might, we're leading instead with the Beast Titan attacks first. And we're sacrificing that Beast Titan attacks that we had just used to grab Walmaria's Might.
All right, so it looks like we're getting a little grindy here, getting a little stuck in the mud. Looks like we're gonna be doing some chip damage with some big throws back and forth to each other. Both players leaning on the Beast Titan, but
Yeah, I'd be nervous to if you go on a attack string here, you kind of have to win this turn because Hanj is going to have a gnarly backswing with the Beast Titan plus Airship readying back up.
that's true. One of the big things about cards like the Beast Titan is you have that anti-brick protection, right? And
Mhm.
Hanji could go get unyielding and set you back down to 4 foundations. You'll have to sacrifice any duplicates, right, if you want to keep generating those wall counters and stuff like that. So
Hanj, 6-hand size Hanj all the way down to sub 10 health. We're in the single digits here. 5 low 5, Walmaria's Might.
yeah, filled with doubt is pretty big, but I don't think it's going to be the right type of solution here. When it comes to these big chunky attacks, you got to start trying to put some blocks on them.
Yeah, there's
It's
hard checking a 6.
Yeah, it's tough to see exactly what's getting played here. I believe it's a an obsidian.
Yeah, that's a
It's
Walmaria's Might.
Walmaria's Might. Okay, I was gonna say Walmaria's Might, and then at the last second I thought, well, what if it's something else? But no, it's Walmaria's Might, judging by the difficulty.
Yeah, so 7-hand size Hanj strikes back, gets a victory. That filled with doubt didn't do too much that turn. I mean, even if you had stopped that draw, they still had meeting Hanj in their foundations to discard 2, draw 2. Everything kind of came up there for 7-hand size Hanj. Six hand size couldn't quite muster an attack string on the few foundations they were on. And that driven by retribution, it was a really good play to get rid of the airship, but it also debuilt themselves.
Yeah, it's pretty costly. What we saw there is the natural conclusion of when you're playing like the more high difficulty attacks. The natural stats that they wear might not be super impressive for their difficulty, but it's still pretty significant when trying to cut through damage reduction. You
Mhm.
know, our Fire Hanji deck, had a decent amount of damage reduction. It had ways to seal attacks to prevent them from buffing themselves, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's not enough to just sit there and face tank and take damage from everything. At some point, you got to be able to block. And these Hanji decks, they've got access to some pretty strong backup synergies that help you block. There's cards that reduce speed
Mm.
and can ready themselves by committing a backup. There's cards that reduce speed for every backup that you have. And so we're not seeing the dramatic exits. We're not seeing the loyalty of a friends, and those are by far the most important Hanji foundations. Typically, most players only run one unique copy of a foundation. Hanji players were playing 3 dramatic exit or 3 loyalty of a friend just to make sure that you see it every single game. That's how important they are. So I think if we see Rocco get those cards into their stage, we're gonna see probably a one-sided game. And this is a great way to go find those cards as we start off with a 4 difficulty foundation going first with no risk of failure. And we see basically almost the same exact opener we saw from game 1, complete with playing the airship on a 6 and passing it.
Yeah, and something interesting about these characters that you were kind of pointing out before we went live here is that the text on the characters isn't actually all that important in this match. I think on either side. I mean, at least
It's
the turn to
it's
turn enhance. The just getting
yeah,
to
it's
start
pretty
with the
important on Fire Hanji's side
yeah,
to be
yeah. What
able
I
to
mean
play that way.
is that simply starting with effectively a foundation is a very, very strong ability. And then on the Hanj, 7 hand size Hanj, um you get to play Resurrected Titans and Colossal Confrontation, which is just a great um combination to have. So I don't mean I guess that is text on the 6 hand size Hanj, but it's not
Yeah.
text that comes up throughout the game after turn 1.
Yeah, there's no activated abilities, right? It's a little bit of freedom. It's a little bit of leeway that you get compared to other characters because you don't have to keep your character available to be able to run your game plan. Your game plan is basically to commit your character, right? So, it's really cool that you get to leverage resources in a different way. I will say I was a little surprised at how much the the progressive difficulty, ignoring the 7 hand size Hanj could do, the 14th commander. I was really expecting it to be just like a blank character that plays the sickest symbol combination currently in standard, which is Colossal Confrontation Resurrected, but it's actually been, pretty integral to stringing out those Wall Marias and stuff like that. So very, very cool stuff from both players. Very cool to see Fire Hanji still has all kinds of firepower, pun intended, behind it, even after the 9 Titans ban. And it's very cool to see Jordan's 14th commander deck because I've not seen anything like it in a tournament yet.
Well, it's kind of giving me like Krista vibes in a little bit, and that you're using wall counters and Wall Maria's mites, and while Krista's guaranteeing her checks, over here we're just guaranteeing no progressive.
Yeah, I could definitely see it, especially for like a lot of the early Krista builds where people were playing stuff that gives you wall counters rather than, as Team MJLA has kind of shown off, there's so many good discard outlets out there that you don't really need to rely on stuff like that, right? But yeah, it's very much got like the same idea of at some point my tiny little advantages are going to snowball into
Mhm.
something that wins the game. And we saw that with the Wall Maria's mites from the last game. We saw that with the little bit of I think we activated our character 2 times, to ignore progressive difficulty on, like, 2 cards played, but that was just enough to get the job done, and when you're not committing a card or spending a momentum or, when the resources is these counters that you generate, um, you get a lot more out of the ability because of the cost that you paid is not relevant to other parts of the game. Speaking of not relevant to parts of the game is Falling Titans text because we learned that if this card resolves, we lose. So Filled with Doubt is here to make sure that this effect does not go off.
Yeah, moment of normalcy. The moment of normalcy is in this. I on 7 hand size is very important against Titan Pile. On 6 hand size, it's almost kind of blank because 7 hand size Hodge isn't really messing with the stats too much, and they're already quite large at printed.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, if we're not modifying the stats, then that means the only stat pump that's being given is the blitz, and therefore the
Mhm.
ability to play around the reset doesn't exist. The Hanji player just simply gets to ask the question, "Do you have it?" And there's no
Mm.
real back and forth conversation. So, while that is typically like a good thing, making it easier, it does also limit your options later on in the game.
Yeah, I think we're flipping those Historia declarations for minus damage plus more wall counters.
Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense to me, and we are gonna commit our backup that we start the game with, a little medium Titan action, and that's just gonna be +2 damage to try and get us back to a reliable damage threshold.
Yeah, we're checking the 3 on a 6. Titan Pile comes in. This is the
Oh,
one that Hans needs to worry about. They're already down to 13 health.
I was
We
gonna say,
have to
did
be
we
able to
commit
block
a
it.
backup to pass this check?
And we're gonna airship the Beast Titan attacks, so we have a throw, and we could pass it.
Yeah, this is yeah, we could just barely pass it if we check a 5.
Yeah,
Uh, thi
I've not seen throw hate on the 7 hand size Hanja's side.
This is pretty scary. This could be the game right here from basically out of nowhere. We had a pretty modest staging area, but Jordan hasn't found the answer for these 7 high for was this 10 damage?
Yeah, we did
Uh
take it back to printed. We're blocking with a future is now. It's been a long time. It's been since Jiro days that I've seen the future is now.
I played that at my locals this weekend, this last Sunday, 5 days ago. I played it in Vexalia though, so I'm already like ignoring progressive, so it's kind of cheating, but you know, I had plans. Okay, so we managed to finally survive well, I guess we have survived time pile turns in the past, but we managed to solve the out defensively,
Mhm.
to solve our solution and not get absolutely crumpled. But the next Titan pile that comes is definitely lethal, right? The all the Titan
Mhm.
piles from here on out are +8 damage, which means they're gonna be swinging for at least 12. I guess they're not quite lethal. We're at 13, but you got to start worrying about that health total, and any extra damage pump that we can get from our stage is going to be something that you have to deal with. Speaking of have to deal with, here is Walmaria's might that has to deal with all this card advantage. My goodness.
Yeah, and we know that they use their military airship to pick up their Beast Titan attacks, which is a high block. And Walmarie's Might is not a high, so I would not be surprised if this connects. It connects, and then we immediately driven by Retributioned it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate that play. I think that's the play you have to make. The only thing I'd like to see though is if we were gonna take damage from that anyways, don't we have a Titans under orders in our stage? But couldn't we have taken 3 less damage there, at least hypothetically to
Sure.
activate that driven by retribution?
Yeah, we're going all out here. Resurrected on a 9. Got to choose to check the 6. Let's
Which
see what we grab.
granted, if we take damage from this and everything else for the rest of the turn, it won't make much of a difference, because we now have Colossal Confrontation being shown. So Resurrected Titans is a life attuned card. It gets to search your deck for a backup or a shift attack. If the next card you play is a backup or shift attack, it gets -3 difficulty. So this is one of the only characters that can play this combination of cards. And when you play the Colossal Confrontation, you get to search your deck for a card and add it to your hand. So ideally, you Colossal to search for Resurrected, which searches for Colossal, which makes Colossal cheap enough to play again. But it looks like we're gonna unfortunately check a 4 here on, is this a 10?
Yeah, this is on a 10. We check the 4, but +3, so we check a 7. We have enough to pass, right? Yeah, he passed.
Just
Now he's doing the
barely.
Colossal Confrontation. He just doesn't have anything to ruin. But he gets to build one from his hand, search his deck for a card, and there's so much hand advantage that 7 hand size Hanj gets that it really the losing a card from hand to build it as a foundation doesn't matter too much.
Right. So we
Um,
saw the Walmeriz mites clean up last time. There is a world where Walmeriz might can try to sneak in the back door here. We are gonna drop the +1 high block. Makes perfect sense here on the Colossal Confrontation. Get that bad boy
yeah,
completely blocked.
and it's a little I don't know. We knew they had that +1 high in hand. I guess it feels nice to get it out, but since we didn't attack their beast titan in stage, we know that they're just going to be able to get it. And I don't know. I think we're just used to like playing the resurrected into colossal confrontation line because that could
Correct.
have been somewhat avoided.
'Cause it's sick as hell. Cause that's a cool ass line. Excuse my language. Sorry, I like that combo a lot, alright? I just
Yeah,
think it's
we're
really cool, and it's rough that he's been getting filled with doubted the whole time, and he finally gets to pull it off, and it's the one time our opponent has a +1 high block and, like, perfectly passes the check. I mean, God, you gotta feel for the 14th commander here, Jordan S. Like, finally getting to feel like their deck gets to do what it was really meant to do. I mean, we had a fully
Mm.
impressive, Walmrey is my victory in the game before this. But it feels so bad that this was basically our deck getting to do its thing, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, we only have 3 readies. None of them are really speed hate. The moment of oh, we did no, the moment of normalcy was driven by retribution out of there. So, yeah, we don't really have
Correct.
any resets. It's going to be difficult to get that Keiko Zeta. Well, 3 speed. Oh, he's going to selectively commit it down.
Yeah, no, this is probably, if I had to guess, the end of the game, if only because we 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 get to I thought we were gonna build a Grishas, but I guess we don't get the Grishas here, unfortunately, for our Fire Hanji player, if you're a Fire Hanji fan. But what is fortunate for them is we are gonna get to target commit down some things, then do the commit to blitz, and our rivals stage is looking familiarly completely committed, David.
Yeah, this is the danger of going so hard on Resurrected Titans, especially so early in the game. But he kind of has to go on it early in the game because he's not going to be able to live forever without throw hate against a Beast Titan attacks deck. And here comes another Rock Barrage.
Okay, Rock Barrage says we're doing it the hard way. This is not the ideal setup here. Um Luckily the Onyakapone said that the first one didn't count towards progressive though. So we're not really losing too much leeway as far as like what a traditional 1-2 punch from Hanji looks like here. Um
Oh, is that a Falling Titans?
I was about to
Actually,
say, yeah, I think we
he just picked that up and played it again.
yeah, we sacked the backup, so I think it's Falling Titans actually.
I love Obsidians.
Yeah, they are really nice in person.
Yeah,
we have
I don't think we have a way around this Falling Titans, so I don't see how this isn't just game here.
it if Hanji checks running threes. So that's not one of them. Okay. Yeah, all right. There's the handshake. It would have required Hanji to check basically only attacks because again, Hanji can only commit one of those backups at a time to pass
Yeah.
the check. So theoretically, if there was a world where we had to commit all of our foundations, we might not have been able to get there. But that would have required Jordan to block a couple more attacks. And there you have it. Fire Hanji is still in the metagame, doesn't need the 9 Titans throughout the ages, just needs a little bit of luck, a little bit of, check grease, and a whole lot of Titan pile damage because that card is absolutely still nuts.
Yeah, the consistency is still there. The consistency of starting with an extra resource over your rival. Unyielding destruction affects you. It doesn't affect me. Anytime you've got an asset or backup based character where they can use those to pass checks in some way, I mean, unyielding destruction just goes from being annoying to like unfair. It takes that step up. I mean, it is easy to block. Rock Titan's Barrage is easy to block. And if we had ever gotten to block and get our Keiko Zaid off, maybe it would have mattered, but we just never. I don't think Keiko Zaid was ever used a single time despite being built every game.
Yeah, I don't know if our stage was ever ready after our rival played Beast Titans Rock Barrage, right? It was just like a total commit on everything in this stage every single time. And so when you've got powerful leadoff attacks that are gonna pave the way for the rest of your attacks for the rest of the turn and deny basically all interaction from the rival, I think your win condition could be basically anything, David.
Yeah. Yeah, and Titan Pile makes a good one. You know, you don't need to be flocked to get crazy damage on that. That one just does it on its own, and you do it faster.
Yep.
Um,
But that's
well,
gonna do it for round 4. We're gonna take a small little break, and then I think it's you and Chris next round, right, David?
yep, we will be back for round 5. We got 3 rounds left, 75 plus players today. Pretty large event today, and we'll see who's knocking on the door of Top Cuts.
Good googly boogly, can you believe it? There's another round of UniVersus here for us today, and we've chosen two I'll say two decks with lofty goals. You know, they're trying to do some air symbol things, perhaps. Okay, we've got Ricky Gopal, okay, a guy who's been in the UK scene for a long time, playing Mirko, and then Teo V playing this Mikasa that goes against my every fiber of being. I don't know. Have you played against either of these characters before, David?
Yeah, I've played a lot of Mikasa 4. Mirko, not in quite a while, and especially not against 100 lightning kicks version. Like this one, I find it fun that they really took Pony down a notch by saying only once per turn clear. But Mirko and Mikasa are still just allowed to run free, and both of these characters are going to be clearing their card pool like crazy.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me because Mikasa doesn't do any of the clearing on her own, right? It needs it to come from the attacks or from the board. But what she does supply is just a huge amount of fuel, right? If you manage to build out your board, or you build the right foundations like Whipping Clash, Enormous Axe, and things like that, you can just draw a ton of foundations, a ton of attacks and foundations, just cards, right? Whereas Mirko, most of the legwork is done on the character. And you and I were discussing before the game, what you would do um in this matchup, and it's like there's both of these characters are so in on, you know, diving deep, right? And Mirko is the Mirko deck here, right? That's been assembled is the character itself says, if this hits you, I'll clear it, right? And then there's 8 copies of a card, a 2-diff called Quick Like a Rabbit from her own kit, imagine that, and Battlefield Aid from Attack on Titan that both do the same thing. If blocked, get rid of this. But here we see the 100 lightning kicks, and Mikasa crucially did not hold any cards in hand. So these are just free to the dome unless we have some answer. I guess you could use Weapon Clash.
Yeah, and Mirko means that if this deals damage, we're just gonna grab it right back to our hand.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the really, you know, crazy thing that she gets to do with 100 lightning kicks, right? Is it leaves card pool due to the ability. You get to discard a card and bring it back to your hand. So you're playing on 5s for as much cards you have in hand, you know?
Yeah, and this solves the issue of like Mikasa, we have the draw on face. So as long as we're clearing a card pool, we could just keep playing the attacks that we draw into. Mirko doesn't get that luxury. So 100 lightning kicks fills that void of at any time, if you don't have a block, I'm just going to play this over and over again.
Yeah, it's like I said, I think it's a really silly idea to have discarded our whole hand down, especially since I think these players probably saw each other's deck lists. Like I think very easily, you could see Mikasa going down to 15. You know, you just do a quick 4 attacks to the dome, and then build out, right? Because you could pick that 100 lightning kicks right back up.
Yeah, and this is like it's like I'm watching a Falling Titans here.
Yeah, it's definitely got that energy. But the thing is, in the next set in Guilty Gear, there's a lot of cards that interact with cards in the card pool, either flipping attacks or adding cards to the card pool. And there were some a bunch of cards, honestly, in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that also flipped cards after you blocked, right? UVS Games clearly trying to push an answer to the amount of card pool swapping. Oh, is that a card in the card pool? Did we block? Okay, checks at 3. So now
we half blocked. But what I thought was funny is he discarded a card, picked it up, and then he looked at his hand and took like 3 seconds, and then he played. I don't know, like there was ever a thought, you know?
Yeah. Like, this is what I got, you know. Especially since 100 lightning kicks is mid. Yeah, if you went for it, you went for it.
The only downside to this is we've discarded 2 foundations to play this again. So we're really going to be setting ourselves back on a build here. And we're destroying foundations to ready up Mirko. Both of these characters are very, very hungry for foundations so that they can do their thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're totally correct. But if Mikasa can't assemble a win on next turn, right? Do 30 as opposed to 35, 15, or it looks like maybe 14 is likely to be the number. Or no, it's 19. It's 19. We're just deciding whether or not to pick up that card. And oh wow,
he's going on a 4, a 3 check. That ends it.
Yeah, that's the wrong decision in my opinion. If you had attacks in hand, I think you should have been checking them and, you know, waiting to play foundations, because now your opponent has 7 hand size health, but they have a, you know, 7 hand size board too, and opening with an anchor toss. Now we're going to see the power of Mikasa if we get there, right? You know, we can use our foundations to dig for gas, right? Mirko had all the gas they needed last turn, but not enough foundations. Now we got to see if we have enough gas, or we need to go dig for them. And so
that definitely felt really, really greedy trying to go for that last attack there on Mirko's side. It definitely felt like you already had a successful turn by landing 3 attacks and by having nothing in your card pool to have a good build. Not a fan of that. I understand going for it because he's so wide open that it's so tempting. But here
I love this. Yeah, I really love this, right? You lost 16 life last turn, but you know, now you get to extend your advantage. And if you hold the right block zones, it's going to be very difficult for Ricky to answer, right? Even alone, right? If you just face tank 2 of them, Ricky does not have the board necessary to support those attacks. So I really like the decision to not wilt as soon as you didn't find more gas, right? Just build, hold your it looks like a moment of no, sorry, oh god, I keep saying moment of rest, but this card is not moment of rest. This one is
Yeah, and they just get to.
okay. Yeah,
I
so
mean,
gonna see him
Mikasa,
build.
Mirko just has to take the turn off and just build out here, and Mikasa has such a resource advantage. This is, I mean,
Yeah.
they're just
Oh,
going to
here's
be able to play
Clemens.
every single attack they draw, and they're going to be able to draw 20 cards this turn.
Yeah, so only one attack, but as far as these moves go, this is one of the best ones for Mikasa, right? Focus Gravity Beam being a 1 low 4 with stun and powerful on it and a good block modifier, but it says remove a card from your hand to remove it from the game after it resolves, which is a pretty steep cost unless your character is drawing 2 cards on every single attack you play for the turn.
Yeah, and this is one where I actually, as soon as Mikasa 4 was revealed, I was much higher personally on Mikasa than I felt like a bulk of the player base, I suppose.
Sure.
And in my early lists, I was only searching the deck builder basically for cards that said clear, and it was actually your list, I think, when I saw
Showed you the
Focus Gravity Beam
Beam.
for the first time, and I was like, "Oh, this makes so much sense." I just wasn't. It wasn't coming up on my searches.
Yeah, because you're looking at clear, right? And
Yeah.
there's I definitely play a little bit of a slower list, even now with Sweeping Daggers gone. I think that the safety of a functional 9-hander who has 35 health, right, is just too big to deny. But Focus Gravity Beam, Anchor Toss, Dual Needle Lunge, these are cards that have insane value over the course of the turn. I understand Dual Needle Lunge in a list like this where most of the moves are leaving the card pool on their own. But I was playing more things that discarded from the foundation base, so playing a 5 difficulty after having a card in my card pool already was a little less viable. But yeah, these ones are really, really wild. And the interesting thing to me, oh no, we are playing the 4 Lunatarius. And that's one that I take issue with is because if you draw a hand that's like 3 Lunatarius and you're just like, I have no way to discard this.
Yeah, it's
and
dangerous in a 5-hander.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I but I want to hear your thoughts because it sounds like you played a lot of Mikasa as well.
Well, I played her when she was first revealed. I was like, and I was on Anchor Toss and Dual Needle Lunge. I was playing the 6 difficulty that built the 2 foundations. I don't see a lot of Mikasas these days on that as much. And then I really didn't. I haven't touched the character personally since then. But I mean, I've been watching it. Like I saw your list. I've been watching Tam and his streams and how his list has evolved and the ones that have top cut. So it's a character that's definitely been putting in a lot of work. It's kind of like most lists are about 70% the same, I feel like. And then 30% flavor of a couple attacks that you could go different. Like you were saying, the Luna Taharis, you could easily leave that one out or you could put it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I think that the like mandatory, the only card that's mandatory in the deck is the timely counterattack. The timely counterattack just does so much for the deck. It's a 3+ block modifier for your weapons, right? Or for your attacks, just in general, right? It has Breaker 3 on it. It itself gets large by itself, and it's low, which I think is pretty important. Even now in this format, right? Showdown still exists. Aries Smile still exists, and oftentimes the Midoriyas that you play against are going to have ways to change the zone to high, but I mean, if they have it, they have it. And okay, and here we see Luna Taharis on a 4 functionally.
I think it's on a 3.
Oh, did we? I thought we
had an Anchor Toss, a Dual Needle Lunge, and a Focus Gravity.
Oh, we played the Dual Needle Lunge as well. Okay, yeah, it was on a 3. Absolutely, yeah. I could see.
I thought we played the Dual Needle Lunge. Maybe we didn't. Maybe we've just been revealing it.
I think it was just used. Okay, so here's an Anchor Toss. We're showing the Dual Needle Lunge. Yeah, we're showing the Dual Lunge for 3 damage. Yeah. Ricky's down to 8. I think only got 1 card in hand. Anchor Toss is not lethal, right? That's my one problem with the card is that it's a 2 damage base attack.
Yeah.
But it removing itself from the card pool is a pretty. Oh wow, going for the block here. I guess probably because he had the zone, but yeah, dual needle, draw 2, try to find another one, right? Showing the timely gonna be 8 damage. That's enough to go to game 2. Yeah, I think it all just comes down to that first turn, right? Mikasa was really greedy, right? Trying to build all 6 cards from hand into a deck that can loop an attack as many times as it can is a really risky move. But it seems almost calculated, right? Because it baited Ricky playing Mikasa into, playing Mirko into making a really, really silly move. And
going for that completely tapped out. That was pretty much the game right there as soon as that 3-check happened.
Yeah, and don't let the end board state fool you. Mirko went first that game. Teo playing Mikasa broke Surf, right? And so you have to not get baited into the situation, especially when you check a 3 on your 5 difficulty, right? In that situation where you are tapped, right? Your foundations are both tapped as well, and any attack is going to be a risk. I think that we should have just been chucking all of the foundation or all of the attacks from our hand and being ready to build afterwards, right? Keeping the 100 lightning kicks and putting the fear into our opponent that the follow-up turn could kill them. And unfortunately, that's just not what happened. But we're on to the next one.
Whenever you go on autopilot mode, it's always like, well, I want attacks in my hand and less foundations. But on turn 2, a lot of times the answer is
the opposite.
Keep the foundations in your hand. Yeah, you've landed a couple hits. Take it from there. So and we kind of crushing him a little bit for it here, but it could have worked. Had he checked a 5 there and then
even with that, as we hit 4 times actually with a partial, right? Which dope, very, very cool. Against most characters that puts them within kill range, but Mikasa has 35 health and the capacity to block on follow-ups, right? And so at that situation, we did a lot of damage, right? Enough damage to kill some characters even, or at least presented that. But Mikasu's at 19 life. So you have to look at the whole board state, right? Including health, right? And including the capacity for what you could do after that point. We were out of ways to, clear cards from the card pool unless we committed even further into our board, right? And so
there wasn't lethal that was going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think there was a lethal line, but you were so far ahead if you had, pumped the brakes. And so, yeah, like you're saying, I'm not trying to beat the crap out of Ricky, you got overzealous and it happens. But what I'm trying to highlight is actually that the safety of Mikasa. I like to compare her to an older character named Yoshimitsu, was my favorite character that I've ever played, who also played with weapons very nicely. And drew 2 cards on both turns, right? And so his thing was being a 29 health character that had functional 9 hand size. Mikasa can be much more than a 9-hander, quote unquote. It's just her early turns that are very vulnerable because you build like a 5-hander on your first 2 turns. But 35 health gets you there, right? That extra 15 life is a big deal when you're playing into a format that has a lot less output, right? We sort of batted down Godzilla. We took Pony almost entirely out of the race, right? Unless they want to play this air style package. And there's better options for it now, like Mirko, like Mikasa, like I've seen Jean even doing it, right? Or Jean, sorry, I forget. Maybe he has a French sort of name. But a lot of those decks have been moved back. Even Deviljin and Porco got hit by the ban of is it teaming with the attack Titan? And so because the format is slower, you can there's room for a deck like Mikasa that has a little bit more of a like a mid-range attitude.
Always going to take 2 turns
to
take Mikasa down. So I liked how Teo had played that one attack, drawn a couple cards to become a 7-hander, and then built the 5 foundations after it, and then
huge deal.
Had all the gas in the world. I do see that Mirko's sideboard, we've got 3 Heroes Upbringings. How impactful do you think Heroes Upbringing is against Mikasa? Or do you think Mikasa can just play around it since it happens after the second time?
So you're not so committed that you can't pull off of it. I've definitely had people playing Heroes Upbringing, but the bigger thing to me is Mikasa plays 4 main boarded Koenma's tasks. So trying to counter her with an action is oftentimes like a not good idea, because you give her an opportunity to remove a coinless task without having to use another, input, right? So
Mhm.
focus gravity. Oh, sorry, is Hero's Upbringing in the Mikasa list?
No, the Mirko list. In the
Oh,
Mirko list.
I think I don't see it in Mirko. I see Luna Ring, I see Dark
Oh,
Wards.
you're
and
right. I
see
had them
Lord.
backwards.
Yeah, I also
had 'em
I was looking at the wrong.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Well, the Mirko does not play the Cohenless task, so maybe the Hero's Upbringing does stop the 100 light.
Yeah, it would. It would, in fact, yeah, it would stop that loop going. So I would assume that those are definitely coming in. But do you take out the Coinmas tasks? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of impactful actions happening on
Oh.
on Mirko's side.
Yeah, I would hazard a guess that the Hero's Upbringings and the one Genkai's Guidance came in. Although Genkai, man, it's so funny because and sorry, I'm excited because I know you've played the character and I'm looking at the character in front of me. I played it for like, since the set came out. But you don't have the opportunity, the luxury to play like the Death Destroy package, because all of your destroys go into your face, right?
Yeah.
And so Genkai's is not a card that I played main board at all at any point. I don't think I've ever had in my sideboard either, because there's no like, unless you're really far ahead, you can't risk fueling it. And wow, Cape came in for Mirko.
Yeah, and we see again that Mikasa just built 6 foundations, no guard in hand. Says
Yeah,
go.
I mean, you see Mirko with 2 foundations, right? Like, even if they had the same gas from last game, you can't attack more than 3 times. I don't think.
Yeah, and we've got this turbo coming in, which really helps speed, which helps those attacks land. But
we don't have any cards to block with any.
Yes, we do have
Potence, yeah.
So yeah, one card comes into hand. But if we choose to use that top enhance of the speed, then that's going to make our build harder. And on only 2 foundations, I'm not sure we can afford to make our build harder.
He definitely did it. We're just leaning forward, is because I see the speed and damage dice are on the table, sort of floating ahead of it, which is kind of I think that's a clear indicator that he pressed the button.
Yeah. And then he gets to draw a card since it's his opener, or add a card to his momentum for the EX4. Reciprocal Turbo is a card that I've always thought has a decently high ceiling, but just the kick package has never been strong enough.
Yeah, and you're seeing here with the 100 lightning kicks that it makes it a little bit more uncomfortable for people to block, multiple times, I guess. Giving this one speed now.
Yeah, this is going to help push Merc, because you have to deal damage. Like a Rodan can be a really difficult character to push through when they're given -3 speed to everything. So this can kind of help you equalize somewhat with Rodan. I don't think it would fully equalize you, but it gets you somewhat there.
And so this is pretty crucial. Ricky doesn't have access to any of the Bakugo 1 style effects that could discard an attack after it's blocked. So we're going to be playing with +1 difficulty on any attack we choose to play for the rest of the turn, and +2 difficulty on any of the non-attacks. Yikes. So that one's on a... Jeez, man. It's a printed, it's a 3 difficulty. This one's going to be on a 5.
Yeah, is that a web of blades? I don't think that's going to do much.
It is a web of blades, yeah.
This one.
This one also on a 5.
Now that one will, pushing the advantage, draw a card when you clear. Mirko needs to keep that hand up to continue grabbing 100 lightning kicks.
Yeah, this
Cape of No Return doesn't feel like the best defense in this matchup, since Mikasa doesn't really have any big impactful moves. It's just all of them taken together.
Yeah, they're all going to be for like 8 to 10. I mean, I could see using it on a Luna Teherisk. You could also just use it on a move that's already going to be removing from the card pool, like this a focused gravity beam. Like, for instance, if like in this situation where Mikasa hasn't drawn, I might press the button. Just like force them to have another move, because what they did was immediately weapon clash, right? And then they pass. Like that's the thing. Like you have no knowledge in what's in your opponent's hand. I might have just used the cape.
Because don't press the draw button first.
Yeah. But yeah, I think they're probably going to save it for a lethal move, is what I will assume. Okay, both hands coaching going to be used. Found another anchor toss, and we haven't even removed. So the thing is actually, okay. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, like, if he didn't press the remove button, so you skipped the enhance. No, I guess maybe you wanted them to use the remove from hand enhance first, but I'm overthinking it. I think they're just saving it for a lethal move.
What is the best response? Is anchor toss a response that we could cancel with the Dark Ward?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, you could get anchor toss. You could get the breaker 3 on timely counterattack, and I think those are the 2 in the deck right now, because it would not hit Koenma's.
Yeah.
And
Did
yeah,
get-
so
He blocks with the 8%.
unfortunately that Dark Ward is going to get sealed when we respond with oh hell, this Elder Toguro Foundation Arrogant Fighter.
Yeah, it's one difficulty loss of consciousness, but it has to be face up.
Yes.
Which
I mean, yeah.
that's a pretty good rate in my opinion.
It's a good rate. I ended up opting for loss of consciousness over the arrogant, just for the block modifier, and because if I built it randomly, I could still get the thing.
Because we're going to get another block in. The nice thing versus Mikasa is it's normally not too hard to get 3 or 4 blocks in. It's just they play 10 moves at you.
Yep. So here's the dual needle lunge. Going to be losing 3 health, going to 32, I assume. And here's the kind of the kicker is the fear of God starts when the Mikasa plays the move they were showing you and then shows you another move.
Yep.
Like this timely that we just drew. And so you're like, oh God, this isn't the end of the attack string. And I think this is a matchup where Mikasa really thrives, where our opponent is not playing very much defense, right? And saying, hey, if you got it, you got it. And so using the Cape of No Return on dual needle lunge, as opposed to something like a Luna to Harris, it counts for the Luna, does it not? Or I think Luna looks for cards that have left the card pool.
Yeah, just cards that have left.
Yeah, so it counts that the dual needle, whether it went to momentum or it got removed from the Cape. So it's a 3 difficulty right now. 3 difficulty going to be for 10.
Yeah, Luna is super unfailable. It feels terrible to block. You're going to be taking the half damage anyway.
Yeah. Man,
but the only downside to the Luna to Harris in the deck is that it's not a weapon. It's a little bit inconsistent if you draw it as a 5-hander early, and it's not a weapon, so you can't reveal it for the block mod. Same thing with the Focus Gravity Beam. Both of those are non-weapon cards.
Yeah. I mean, with the amount of draw you have, sometimes you get the awkward hands, right? Where in this deck specifically, you're playing 8 copies of cards that don't have weapon on them. But we found everything we needed. I can't believe we're still drawing cards. You don't need to. This hand is completely stacked with stuff.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much hope for Mirko here. We're already down to 13. I don't know. Just watching Mikasa just makes it funny that we got rid of Pony, but
yeah, it like
feels the exact same. I'm just watching someone play the game at me.
Yeah.
I mean, Mirko's not. To be fair, Mirko's not putting up like neither of these decks are. Really
Why are we drawing cards? This is failable now.
Yeah, we could kind of be pigeonholing ourselves into our opponent's only win con.
Yeah, because if you check a 3 on any of these, oh my bad, airship checks a 5, as it should, by the way.
And we do have less foundations now.
We do. Yeah, so it's a base 3 damage, getting 3 more to 6. 1 more move, and that's all she wrote. And now it's unfailable. So I think that's it for Ricky here. Oh, it's for 7. Hell, 3 printed too low 3. My bad.
Yeah, this Mikasa deck, we saw both games kind of had the similar game plan: attack, build our entire hand turn 1,
Mm-hmm.
attack a little bit turn 2, build our hand, and then just go all in after that. Or maybe is this turn 2 actually?
This is
I thought this was
turn 3. This is turn 3. Oh, it might be Mikasa's turn 2. I know that Ricky has had 2 turns. This is turn 2. Yeah. Because remember, Mikasa built 6 and then had 2 weapon clashes.
Okay. Yeah, now I'm tracking. Yeah, this is turn 2. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Turn 2 kill.
There it is. Oh yeah, let me show you my hero's upbringing, by the way.
It would have been cool if it came up.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, and again, that's why I think the design clearly for the past 2 sets have been very locked in on answering card pool clearing. Unfortunately, a lot of it is on board. So you'll need to have many of those things because there's so many ways to deal with a card that's on your board, right? There's not too many things that do it. I turn the card. I think there is a Guilty Gear card that does fight this in the card pool. An action, if I'm not wrong. I don't know. I haven't really gone deep onto the cards in Guilty Gear yet, but it's scary to look at. And so I understand people at home if you're like, what do I do against something like that? And the answer is have more threats on your board than they have answers to, and make it even a little bit uncomfortable for them, and it breaks apart entirely, right? Like if you could cancel a single one of Pony's card pool clears and they're on +1 difficulty for the turn when they wanted to be on +0 or even +2 if they want to be on +1, can be a giant deal. And we saw that in this game, right? If Mikasa didn't have an answer for the Dark Ward, that turn was very, very failable. And in turn, they would have been the ones that won Foundation, right? So all is not lost. Play smart, and you too can beat a Mirgo.
Yeah, but if it's 2025 and you're playing on progressive difficulty, you're only doing it because you choose to do so.
You're being a little silly there, buddy. I can't believe you did that.
You don't have to be doing that. Yeah, there are ways everybody else is getting around it.
Yeah, everybody's cheating the card pool. I mean, Sam Tate is he had this quote from like year 1 of MHA where he said everybody's making a mockery of the card pool, I think, and it's one of my favorite Sam quotes. He's just looking at all of the characters that were on the clearing or adding to their checks, and the same is true now, right? Godzilla does what he does because he's adding so much to his checks, right? Often +4, +6 to his check to play cards, and you see Mikasa's, you see Devil Jin's, right, as well, getting +8 to a single check and things like that, and then putting giant damage numbers down on the few moves that they do play, and so. Yeah, you're totally right. Unless you're like a Rodan where you're just like playing obscenely strong defense, you're unlikely to be playing on progressive, natural, like real progressive difficulty. And so you have to have answers for what people are doing or play a really, really, really good defense.
Yeah, the best decks typically they're breaking the game in some fundamental way. And that Mikasa deck, it was breaking it in the clearing, and it was also breaking the I'm a 5-hander. It's like you had like 15 cards at the end of that 10 attack string. So two ways that Mikasa deck was kind of breaking the game. So looking good for Teo to make top cuts there with a round 5 victory. But we have 2 more rounds for everybody, so don't go anywhere. That round went pretty fast, so we might be on a little bit of an extended break here, but bear with us, and round 6 will be upcoming.
Tell me something I haven't heard before. Cause I'm restless and I'm dying to know more. Show me something I haven't seen before. Cause I'm tired of the same boats, the same shore. It's time, my friend, to leave this hell behind us. We got everything we need to make a change. I can't keep pretending I'm right where I wanna be. I'm hopelessly in need of better days. Cause I'm too young to face the end, but I'm old enough to start again. And I still got time. The world is trying to pin me down, but I'm running at the speed of light. And I still got time. Still got time. Give me something worth fighting for. Cause my heartbeat has been silent for too long. Tell me one thing, are you happy, are you satisfied? I know that you know when you're done. It's time, my friend, to leave this hell behind us. We got everything we need to make a change. I can't keep pretending I'm right
What's up, everybody? We're back again with another Tamron Cardwell special. Sorry, I had to do my best impression. We've got, as I've implied, we got a game with Tamron Cardwell against the UK's own Jonathan Yates. I saw you just looked up that Jonathan made 4th at the last regional.
No, I was looking at UK Nationals.
Okay.
The EU/UK Nationals, Jonathan Yates got 4th place with Bert Holt Hoover Living Weapon, if you remember that metagame.
Boy, howdy. Yeah, that was a different time. But this time we've got Tamron Cardwell playing Mikasa. A little bit different from the last two or the last one that we saw on stream. Yes, last round, but also a Godzilla who I don't think we've had on stream yet. And it's going to be interesting to see how Godzilla has adapted to the loss of Titancliff.
Yeah, Titancliff being the big missing number. Jonathan also got 2nd place at an EU regional back in 2024 playing Godzilla. We had the Godzilla finals, Greg Moss versus Jonathan Yates. And in that list, he played 3 Titancliff, right? And it was a City Rampage list, which at the time, not all the Godzillas were fully invested in, but it seems like City Rampage is basically here to stay. If you're trying to play high value aggro, City Rampage is the path of least resistance, Bromley. It's +2 to all your checks. It's bonus stats where you need it, and it doesn't even have to stick around in the card pool, which that's something Tam Cardwell is probably going to be really familiar with, as these Mikasa decks are really interested in keeping that card pool fresh and clean.
Yeah, this is a game where 2 players are going to just be slamming orange cards into the card pool and asking questions of the opponent. And there's not a whole lot that either deck can do about the opponent, apart from block, right? It's just like just block. In the sideboard for Godzilla, there are a couple of runaways, right? There is an unyielding destruction as well. And that's the kicker here, is the D build could be a very big deal for someone like Mikasa, who wants a large board to be able to support the giant swing turn where they, draw a billion cards and clear a billion cards from their card pool. So I could see Godzilla on the next turn if Tam does it, builds out again. I could see Godzilla hitting the button, because it's not like this board is doing anything, especially crazy.
Yeah, we do see one of the best lead-off attacks, though, for pretty much any deck. This card is hovered around as a staple the whole time. Dual Needle Lunge. We're going to pay 3 life. After this attack resolves, we get to add it to our momentum. And Tam Cardwell was revealing a +3 block mod, it looked like, during that attack. So, Mikasa, Hizuru's Hope, you're going to reveal a weapon card. Your attacks are going to get damage based on the block modifier. We see that again, another +3 and +3 damage to all your moves. That's pretty Godzilla shaped. It's going to be now down to how many times can we clear our card pool. Every time we destroy a foundation, we're going to draw 2 cards. We're going to fuel all of this hyper aggression early here on turn 2 if we want to destroy our whole stage. Like you said, though, if Godzilla gets kind of worried about the board state, toasting everything can be pretty detrimental to Mikasa, because having the ability to trade the stage for hand size is really what makes this character sort of work. And now we got Luna Tejaris coming in here. We had 2 cards leave our card pool, so this was actually a 4 difficulty 7 damage throw that is now going to get +3 more tacked onto it.
And so we see with a momentum, okay, Godzilla is going to be blocking with the Blue Flame Torment, functionally acting as on a stick, right? A breaker 2, right? Without a dark ward available, we could at any point say, "Hey, I'd like to do something to that." Oh, no response there. Just going to be going for stun 1. It's so crazy how ignorantly shaped Focus Gravity Beam is, by the way.
Speaking of, now that we've made the mistake of using the 2 cards in our hand to block with, this powerful 3 attack that is, I think, 1 speed, is now going to register 10 damage on the board. being sent through here.
No, I think there was a block actually.
Oh, sorry, it was a partial. There was a partial. He had one
That's
more
okay. We're
card.
definitely going to be getting 10 damage off on this Lunataris. That was a 3 difficulty, by the way.
Now we're out of cards. Yeah, Godzilla was using some resources. We flipped the finally free to get a momentum. I think we flipped a fearsome to draw another card to be able to try and play some defense here, but we don't have the momentum anymore for the -2 to the check, it looks like.
Okay, and here we got to ask, do we have oh yeah, it's another Lunataris. Okay, no problem. Catch.
We drew all the Lunataris, all the moon scissors we needed. That was turn 2, wasn't it?
That was turn 2.
Godzilla getting turn 2. It feels karmic. It feels it feels maybe ironic. But this is the most recent ban list. You know, one of the things it sought to address was really aggressive turn 2 style plays, and I don't know if that's strictly the power of Mikasa or the power of any of these individual cards, or if that's strictly play style, right? But to speak to the play style, Godzilla blocked 3 times that turn, but
Still
they
died.
were but you know, for the most part, they had to be partial blocks because of either the throw keyword or the zone on the gravity beam. So pretty unfortunate stuff for Jonathan there, but you know, there's only so much you can ask from your 6 hand size 34 health sponge.
Yeah, especially after blocking 3 times. Yeah, this is the second time that we've seen Mikasa turn 2, and the third time that the game has ended before before the opponent saw turn 3. So, yeah, if you're doing nothing, she definitely will run you over the way that guys like Tam have the deck built. Right, they're just leaning forward and playing answers to things, not very interested in engaging defensively. Um, but what would you do, Sam, if you were preparing for a format that had a lot of Mikasa in it?
Oh, if the format had a lot of Mikasa in it, I think I would look to like negating attacks entirely. 5 hand size characters really need to, you know, they need to activate their card draw, like they need to get that really important enhance going. Mikasa really lives and dies by being able to enter multiple enhanced steps throughout the turn and, you know, turn that mathematical equation of destroy a foundation into draw 2 cards
Mhm.
as like a lifeline. Like that's just how the deck plays. And so I think if you flash attacks, if you know, you invest in like heavy defense, you know, cape of no returns, maybe not.
Disarming glance.
Yeah. Cape might not be it because you have to deny the draw 2 enhance entirely.
And they're
Um,
always going to go for the draw 2 first.
yeah, but things like Genkai's guidance, things like disarming glance would be good too. Yeah, I think that was a good one against stuff like Pony. You know, just something where the Mikasa draws 1 attack, and if they draw 1 attack and they know that they can't resolve any abilities,
They'll just
you
build.
have effectively skipped their turn.
Yep. Yep. I agree. And actually, we did see a situation last round where the Mirko had a cape of no return, and Mikasa had played an attack and did not first enhance draw 2, and then they didn't immediately press the button that I would have pressed in that situation, which was cape it, right?
Right.
And so that's the thing is you gotta I remember in the first My Hero set, when before Kirishima 1 was errata, that the only thing I could think of to like stop the character was like just Todoroki a hardened jab enhance, right? Like do something to like put one like they got their little Rube Goldberg machine going, and then it's just like I'll put a stick in your spokes, you know?
Yeah.
And it's not going to stop you forever, right? But just enough to get me like my turn and like get to the point of the game where, you know, this massive advantage that you've accrued doesn't really matter anymore, you know? And so something like this vast hybrid Chimera Kraken turning off the weapon clash, meaning that defensively, so Mikasa can't just sit there and say, oh, well, I built 5 turn 1 and then I weapon clash for my 7th foundation and now I'm going to go ape on you. You know, so this is the type of gameplay that's going to make it so that you can get the turns you need to beat the crap out of that character, you know?
Yeah, no, I love it. I love stuff like Vast Hybrid, and look at this. This is absolutely perfect here. We've got the Vast Hybrid. The bonus is going to come in. The Desperate Struggle will immediately respond because, hey, why not? We're not going to get to you. So we're going to save ourselves 3 health by resetting the attack to its printed damage. We have 2 committed and frozen foundations, which not the biggest deal for Mikasa because,
I love
we've
this.
seen this deck destroy ready foundations.
I think this is so good, man. Because
However,
yeah, so Heat Ray is on board, and it's a 6 difficulty attack. That does what, Sam?
when it deals damage, you get to target flip 2 rival foundations. So we've got all the stage control here. On top of that, it's also going to get a little bit of bonus damage based on the number of 5 difficulty cards in your discard pile.
Yeah, I think in this
Um,
situation it got 1 more damage, so it's hitting for 10.
yeah, it's a little early for the damage bonus. The hype thing about this attack is it's really fast. Printed 7 speed for your 6 diff seems pretty solid. And then that on hit trigger. So we got pretty much everything we wanted. We got a speed pump, we got momentum, we got
Yeah,
rival
it's
foundation denial.
there's 2 ways this game can go from here, right? Mikasa is gonna dig now for foundations and maybe attacks if we can keep going. And this is a great
Oh,
spot to use your
oh,
seal. Wow. What a heads up play there. But the thing is, Godzilla, when it passes back to him, and I assume it will pass back because now we're on +1 difficulty for turn, right? There's no way to clear this card from the card pool. If you draw gas, you go for it because your opponent's on low resources. And if you do not draw the gas, you nuke the board because Tam will have to rebuild that board before going in again.
right.
And because they're at 19 health, you are, even though you're going second, right, quote unquote, you are in a much better position to do something defensively. And so I really like this. I like this a lot. I think this is the right response. We've been controlling Mikasa's board, controlling their capacity to go deep on a turn, and now that they built out, it's our game to decide, hey, are we going to force Mikasa to rebuild before they can go in again, or did I draw the gas to be able to overwhelm the the kind of middling defense that they have already? Okay.
Yeah, I think Godzilla being able to do the board wipe is such a primo choice in this because if Mikasa gets gunked up with attacks in hand mid game, not only is that huge because again we've talked so much about like the transmutation of foundations and stage into card draw, but Mikasa is oftentimes similar to Pony. When you've got a bunch of card pull clog, you get baited into riskier plays, right? If everything goes well, you don't need foundations to pass checks. And I think that Tam could fall victim to that, especially being up a game. You can fall into the idea that things are just going to go well for me, things like that. And so taking that additional risk when you've got no foundations can be really, really scary. But I think once you're at a point where Mikasa has no foundations, you're just kind of in a win-win situation, as long as you built something on your turn, right? As long as you have some gameplay next turn. But looks like we're going to keep on with the aggression. This is a great one to get stuff started with. This is kind of a staple of Godzilla decks. It's not always here. It's not always a staple, but Blue Flame Eruption. There's an Immolation. I always get these two mixed up. Darn
This
it. I
one
almost said it.
is Blue Flame Torment.
Torment. See, I get all the Blue Flame attacks mixed up. Blue Flame Torment has been here for a long time in Godzilla decks, so because it has the opportunity to buff your next check, it has the ability to hack the rival check, and what was really important at one point for Godzilla decks, it's a low attack.
Yeah. There's a few more of those now, right? But this is a walk the dog, smash and stomp deck. But yeah, it lets you go even further on that lows low zone.
Spam.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that the Godzilla deck is still continuing to run the 4 copies of Finally Free. This looks like a list that was just like, Titan Cliff's gone, but everything else is pretty much the same. Then they just bumped up the copies of Smashing Stomp and Torment. Because all of the 6 checks that were in the deck beforehand are still there, right? The pass through walls, which is obviously very good against the equipment heist decks. Here's a walk the dog being played on a
Yeah.
8. Holy moly!
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think a lot of the 6 checks were cards that the Chaos decks, especially Godzilla, were gonna play anyways.
Right.
I actually really dig Strategic Meeting over Finally Free without Titan Cliff in the deck. If
Okay.
only because Strategic Meeting can be done at form speed, and it might draw you an attack. And you
Right.
might prefer an attack over a momentum some of the time, you know? And a lot of the Godzilla attacks have EX, kick, fury, slam, you know, like 4 keywords anyways. So
Right.
I'm a little surprised we didn't see, you know, a shift back to Strategic Meeting as our 3 diff, but it's hard to argue with a 6 check +1 mid block.
Oh, it's gonna all end with a heat ray on an 8 again. Wow. Yeah, there we go. Going to game 3. Wow.
Yeah, it's just that easy for these decks to put up 30 plus damage. I mean, it wasn't a turn 2. We didn't do it all in one big string, but all of those attacks were swinging for like a third of Mikasa's health, and we just were not equipped to play the defense. We were not equipped to block all of these attacks, unfortunately. Um, but we're getting to game 3. It's been about 15 minutes in the round. This is good. This is a good wholesome slap fest. I know we ended up with Mikasa kind of back to back on stream, but
Mhm.
this was the highest rated table, the highest numbered table of X1s. So I figured tables higher than this would probably be IDing. We've got Jonathan here, who's done absolutely excellent in so many UK and EU events in the past, and I thought it was just going to be a solid match to get a pulse for where we're at in the tournament, right? We've got 2 players who I think both have a really good shot of making top cut, but they're both definitely fighting to guarantee that spot, because whoever wins here probably
We'll end
can
up
do the old
IDing.
X1 ID into top cuts after this.
Right.
And whoever loses will almost certainly have to win if
Have to
X2
play.
even has a chance.
Yeah, I think anybody at home who's like, oh, I just saw Mikasa. Very different
Yeah.
game, very different players, and I know that first game went the way that Mikasa sometimes goes, but I think that second game made it worth, regardless of who was on the board. But here
Yeah.
we're starting with Finally Free into Finally Free. Oh man,
Oh boy.
did he check a 3? That looked like a Titan gauntlets. Oh, okay. Only gonna pick a 3 build here. Okay, well, let's see
Yeah.
if Tam can replicate the turn 2 from game 1, or if we're gonna go a little bit deeper into this game. Opening with Anchor Toss, it looks like. My screen's a little blurry, but
Yeah,
Um,
mine too.
but keep in mind that we're not there right now, right? This is streaming over from across the ocean to us.
Yeah.
And don't
So
worry, people
Anchor
at home.
Toss,
Mhm.
Anchor Toss is like the card that I don't want to play, but I have to, right?
I
In
hate that card.
Mikasa.
I
Right.
don't play it.
No, you don't play it?
I don't play
Giving
it.
up that free value?
No, it's not. So the thing is,
$3.99?
yeah, it's just bait to me a lot of the time, because Dark Ward is all over the format.
True. That's what I'm saying, is like I feel like, so I was gonna mention it earlier, right? When it comes to the math of using a card like Filled with Doubt, you want to use Filled with Doubt on what is otherwise the least impressive attack stat wise, that has the most impressive text. And the only 2 attacks that really fit that mold, or the ones that definitely, fit it the best in this deck, are Dual Needle Lunge and Anchor Toss. But Dual Needle Lunge still has a fairly respectable 3 high for 5 body, whereas Anchor Toss is only 2 damage. And while Mikasa can still pump it, when you're dealing with attacks, you want to use as few cards as possible to quote unquote, defend from the attack. And
Mhm.
Filled with Doubt feels like a very clean answer, even if you don't block Anchor Toss. And when it gets stuck in your card pool, I mean, Dark Ward fits that too. Dark Ward also feels like it's a very clean answer that just kind of jams it in your card pool for very, very low value. So I'm kind of with you. In a world where I believe my rival is going to interact with me meaningfully on attacks, on many attacks, Anchor Toss is one I don't want to be playing.
Yeah, I could see a situation where maybe I could be sideboarding it against someone like a Godzilla, you know? Or you could go the opposite route, right? You say, hey, my game one plan is to assume my opponent's doing nothing to stop me, and I'll just run over them with dual needles and the anchor
Right.
tosses.
I would cite it for like a Rodan that is not playing a lot of filled with that. If they're playing 1 or 0, you
Right.
know, like if they're playing stuff like Genkai's, I'm cool for you to Genkai's an anchor toss, right? I'm
100%,
cool
yeah.
for it to be one of the many blocks you play this turn. So yeah, I think it being a sideboard piece for defensive decks that don't get to just seal things. Like for example, the Fire Hanji list, the Hanji ones of the world, you know, they get to play 4 copies of Filled Without because they're like never blocking.
Right.
They're just reduced damage from stage. So that one card from hand functions, you know, as a clean answer because the damage is cleaned up by the DR and stage. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
seeing
obviously it's very effective, right? I also don't play dual needle lunge in my lists.
oh, so you got one of them weird Mikasa lists.
Well, I mean, I am definitely the person who got people to
You got
play.
one of them artisan bespoke Mikasa decks.
Man, I don't know about all that. I'm not playing at this event, and I'm not the one who's 5-1 or 4-1.
When
but,
you take your Mikasa deck out, is the deck box like a little lace doily that like has a light shining through it?
No.
Do you play music as the deck like hovers out with like steam and like
I prefer
pressurized gas?
I prefer like an embroidered, like old lady a vibe,
Yeah, doilies. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. We were talking about the
Like a
same thing.
lace doily.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that seems to match the vibe for sure.
Yeah, dude. That is the most granny core thing I can think of.
So for me, it was that I wanted to play sweeping daggers. Obviously, that's gone. I wanted,
Comedy attack.
yeah. I wanted to play sweeping daggers. I wanted to play instead of anchor toss. I found myself playing it was an air attack. It's like a 5 mid-4 that cleared the card pool if the opponent didn't block it.
It sounds like sweeping daggers, but you copied dual needle.
It does feel like that. No, it was I gotta go find it. Air attuned.
I think I know which one. There's a 4 low 4 where you have to spend momentum.
No, Race to the Rescue from set 1 of Attack on Titan.
You are talking about the 5 diff. Yeah.
It's a 4 difficulty 5 mid-4 that says after it deals damage, you clear it.
Oh, there is actually so many of these. No, you're right. Yeah, because I know the lists in like Louisville, Atlanta, we're playing propelled kick where you have to spend a momentum, but dual needle is supposed to give you the momentum. And I've seen other people play Levi's overhead, which is like after it deals, you clear one other. So there is like a lot of these attacks going around.
I had to reset. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. On the flip side here, we've got Godzilla with an entirely face down stage now. I blinked and everything got flipped.
Yeah, we got sort of sidetracked into the realm of other things you could do with Mikasa, and now Godzilla has flipped his entire board.
Yeah, Godzilla has hit the table flip button. Potentially about to hit the table reset button here. I can't quite count. I think it's 9 foundations in play. I think Godzilla only has 4. So he's got the airship.
I think it's 5 actually. I think there's 2 face downs where you might be seeing 1. Seeing, but he's just gonna build. Wow.
Yeah, not pressing the nuclear option yet, but definitely primed to do so next turn. Oh, and yeah, Tam actually
even if he had 4, you still had 6 on Mikasa's side.
Yeah, I was gonna say Tam actually had 6. We had one tucked away over there too. So the Godzilla once per game is a pretty difficult decision for a lot of players to make. It's not correct to rip it off all the time. We saw Calvin Tahan win versus Deku.
Here it is.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is the risk playing into the Mikasa is that if you're relying on those actions, it plays 4 Koenmas with a straight face, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I definitely talked I talked the Rodan into using their seal on one of my moves because I wanted to get my Koenma's task off in Jacksonville earlier this year. So yeah, but sorry, you were saying about Calvin Tahan not using his button.
Yeah, Calvin Tahan was able to overcome a deck that you would assume the once per game is a huge part of the matchup. And sometimes it's the discretion that you can that is more important, right? Sometimes it's the threat that your
Yeah.
rival has to rebuild from the once per game that causes them to make bad decisions potentially, and I think Calvin was able to leverage just the option to wipe the board really, really well to his regional win. But we do see active defense from Godzilla here coming out blocking, blocking the gravity beams, blocking where we can, spending momentum to help us
Mhm.
block to try and stay alive. But here comes a big throw that even if you block it, we're going to take at least 5 damage. Excuse me, 5 damage from, even
Yeah.
though we see Godzilla spending the momentum for the bonus to the check.
So this is the thing is if you're going to be playing all these Lunatehers, you run the risk of drawing a bunch of them with no other attacks, right? So
Mhm.
we had to play this on a 5 raw, right? It wasn't the situation where we in one where we had 3 consecutive 3 difficulty
Yeah.
Lunaterraces, right? So yeah, and this is it. We only have the timely counterattack in hand, right? And so that's sometimes you draw dead when you have a list like this. If you have a bunch of these Lunaterraces that need other input before doing anything. But we got a new lease on life for Godzilla. Didn't take too much damage that turn. I don't think we took 5, yeah, from the Terrace.
Yeah, I believe so. We might have had 2 partials.
I
The
know we full blocked the
gravity
the
was full
focus
block.
gravity beam.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a short-lived promotion turn. This is one of the interesting things about Godzilla, right? Is we now have a turn where we're a 7-hander. If we wanted to do the once per game,
You
we
could
would
do it with
theoretically have 1 extra card to build from our hand, making it a better turn to do so. But we've got
Nope.
determined advance here on a 6, checks a 3, but the fact that the blitz should give us a momentum to utilize could be all that we need to pass our checks this turn. Our only face-up foundation is Inspiring Song.
Not a single copy of City Rampage has been resolved for its form this match.
True. Yeah. I mean, granted, first couple games were pretty quick, but we are getting
Definitely,
into the turn 3, turn 4s of the world. Oh, milling some really good checks there. So not exactly what you want to see when you're trying to get a bonus to your check, but there's no reason to assume we're going to check bad just because we milled 3 good checks off the top.
Yeah. I mean, that's 3 of the 20 or so cards probably left in deck. Oh, actually, it's pretty thin. But don't think about that. It's just as likely to be whatever to be there as it was before. We're gonna see a block on a 9, okay, and
Oof.
committing fully to get this breaker 3. I mean, if we're here, you have to go for it. It's just where you're at. We're holding
Yeah.
Dark Ward and a Desperate Struggle. I wonder what the Dark Ward is for. What response could we be worried about from Godzilla? In the Godzilla deck, offensively, there's Smashing Stomp, Blue Flame Torment, and Heat Ray.
Oof.
But like, I feel like 2 Desperate Struggles would do better for you because can you respond to it receiving the damage bonus from Godzilla?
No, well, so the Dark Ward, no, because Godzilla is a static.
No.
The
I meant the Desperate Struggle.
The desperate struggle, yes. The desperate struggle,
Okay,
as we've seen before and we're seeing again now.
there it is.
Basically, so Dark Ward is potentially cancel a card draw
Right.
because of Smashing Stomp. Desperate
Right.
Struggle is effectively going to be -3 damage almost always. However, Desperate Struggle is also minus damage on potential powerful enhances. But Godzilla's choosing to use it for check bonuses because we landed the breaker the breaker 3 block into our rival having to play a walk the dog on a huge difficulty. So, well, not huge, but check poorly.
Yeah,
Um,
so we're going for Blue Flame Torment now that Tam is in a situation where he's unlikely to be able to make the checks. And there it is. Yeah, because you know that Determined Advance is in hand. Um, yeah, this is a scary situation. We're gonna get the +1 to the check. No +2 available from Godzilla, so this is gonna be on +1 difficulty. I don't know if we're gonna be able to play any more moves. I think
yeah, this we know there's a determined in hand. So if we have
check at
+2
6.
to our check, we can play determined, check a 5, commit Zilla, and that's worth 9.
But it's
But I believe
not enough.
Yeah, I believe we have to deal 13.
Yeah, they're going to be going for the build. I wonder if it was the right decision to blow it up there.
So given I understand where we're at. So given the cards in hand that we saw from Jonathan, not expecting the breaker 3 block, I understand why we didn't send the board away. That being said, after the breaker 3 block, I was very surprised that we risked it with the walk the dog, and then we had to spend the momentum. So if we could have spent the momentum for the powerful, I think we get much closer. I don't know if we quite get there. I think we're
Yeah,
still like 2 points off.
So if that's the case, I think that personally, right, you saw Mikasa reveal that timely counterattack all last
Yes.
turn, right?
Yes.
So it was there. Don't open with the
That's true, actually.
Don't
You're
open
right.
with the mid attack. Just don't open with the mid attack. You had a low in hand. You
You're
had
right.
another low, and so we could have gone Blue Flame Torment, and made Tam uncomfortable, right? Because you don't want to tap a bunch to get there, and then follow up with the walk the dog or Determined Advance. I think that term could have gone differently.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of Godzilla players who have like bad experiences with the once per game because I know at least a year ago, it used to be that people would say the once per game is a trap. They would say the once per game is strictly like how you lose games, which I don't know. It blows my mind. I've always felt like it's just strictly a positive for the character. Like to have the option has just always been like strictly a plus, right? But there was definitely a time where people viewed once per game as, something that they never needed to win. They never won when they did it. And they started to believe that it was just a trap to do so. And maybe that's where Jonathan's at. I'm not sure. I don't know his personal opinions on Godzilla once per games, but that definitely was a mentality that people had. So maybe he's just in the camp that the once per game isn't real. But that's I don't know, especially after we've gone through formats with decks like Deku and Ghidorah and Rodan all winning regionals this year. I feel like the once per game is super relevant.
And we're seeing it again here. This is my problem with Luna Tejeras. If you draw it and no other attacks for the turn, you're slinging the 6 difficulty. And that's the worst thing in the world if you're Mikasa. You do not want to be checking the 6 difficulty that can't discard itself from the card pool without any other input.
Yeah, but I
Mhm.
think that this one is actually really nice here because every time Godzilla wants to block it and take 5 less damage,
He's going to be
he has
losing
to give up
momentum.
momentum.
I
Yeah.
guess he just takes it, goes down to 9.
Yeah,
It's
and he
certainly
wants
not bad, right? But I'm just saying in most situations,
Yeah.
playing 6 stiff into 6 stiff is so risky for the character who wants to play 6 or 7 attacks in a turn.
Yeah, and we're seeing a pretty perfect example here is Dual Needle is not something you ever want to play on a 6 if you can help it. We are going to destroy the foundation we committed to pass it to draw 2 cards, and you have to assume we're going to be paying the 3 life to send this baby into momentum. There we go, down to 11. Health totals are really close. Things are getting tense. The hand, we're revealing weapons now for bonus damage.
Yeah, Mondo Gecko also putting 3 speed on both this and the Tejeras, so they're very uncomfortable. We have EX available for us as well. This one can't kill, but putting your opponent to 1 is a very scary prospect. Yeah, going to be using the EX. This is a 10 speed for 8. Godzilla going to be adding 2 to their check.
Yeah, I believe we stacked it up. There might be. It's hard to see the die for us.
Yeah,
It's
there's
a little
4. There's
fuzzy,
4. Yeah, we've
but I
used both
believe
of
we
them.
have +4 to the check and a +1 mid. It checks a
Wow, checks
6.
at 10. Needed
We
that. Wow.
we checked the 10, but we're still gonna take 4 damage here. Go down to 5. So basically, any partial move, any Luna to Harris is gonna do it here with
Yeah.
bonus Mikasa damage. And
There's
we see
Koenma's with 1 card left in the deck means you're gonna grab whatever you want.
that's absolutely
Wow.
amazing. We're gonna get the optimal Koenma's task on stream. Now, I'll be honest, Bromley.
Mhm.
I've done the Koenma's task on stream, but I only had 1 card in my hand or 1 card in my deck after the deck. So I was doing it just because I could. This is actually gonna be an optimal search. Granted, you know, provided Tam remembers what's in his deck, but with access, you know, to all the public knowledge in a fully
Well,
shuffled
here
deck.
you would just name Koenma's.
Well, true. That's true. You name Koenma's for the first one unless we cycle it here.
Yeah.
That's actually true. We do you do name Koenma's for the first one because you can, but see, actually, I don't know because you can't do the second Koenma's. You don't have one in discard anymore.
Oh, you're so correct. Yeah, I guess you can't do it there. You have to name. Well, you know what you've removed. So we're likely going to be getting something like the
gravity
the
beam.
focused gravity beam. This is the best situations. You get
Yeah,
2 or 3 of these. Yeah, this game's over.
The card that leaves the card pool the easiest with the lowest difficulty that we have the most of in our deck. Those are
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
3 boxes we checked. I'm very curious what he named for his opponent. I hope to see.
He's just not going through it.
He's just not okay. Oh well, all right.
Yeah, he's saying I've got this. I think that's you gotta have some audacity to do that. You know, I feel like you gotta
That's
respect
half
your
the fun
opponent.
of the card.
Yeah,
You-
yeah,
That's
go-
what you
it's
get to do.
most
You
of the
get
fun
to
of the
name
card there.
the card in their deck.
Yeah.
I'm here
Wow.
for the I'm here for the pageantry.
Wow, can you imagine grabbing 3 focused gravity beams and then slamming an anchor toss for fun?
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. What happened to the audacity? That is some audacity.
That is incredibly audacious. I will say.
That is some audacity. But you know, Tamron Cardwell is not here to prance around and have fun. He is here to win an EU
He's prancing.
regional.
He's prancing around for sure. He is doing a prance.
Yeah,
And there it is.
The plus one.
Oh,
he had
look
all
at all my moves.
these.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, and the other Gwenmas. Okay, all right. That's some prancing. That's quite a bit of prancing.
While the round going over to Cameron Cardwell playing Mikasa. Another Mikasa victory over a big spooky 6-hander.
Yeah, those first 2 games, I mean, it looked like we were in for a real short endeavor into this round here, but we got a really nice, meaty back and forth game 3, and it's going to leave us with some questions, right? It's I always love a game that leaves us with a little bit of debate because there's absolutely a world where, you know, Jonathan just checks well. Everything goes his way. He fights through the interaction. He doesn't need the board wipe. And Tam was very, very close to simply checking poorly on a block, you know, and seeing a lot more damage go through and opening the floodgates. I mean, I think he could have tapped out regardless of what he checked for the breaker block. But imagine if we failed that block, you know, and everything completely tilts the opposite direction. So great plays by both players, very close nail biter in the end, but it's hard to argue with form. Search my deck for whatever I want.
Oh my god, yeah. Seeing Koenma's resolved in 2025 brings a smile to my face, Sam. That card is so fun. And seeing it done with 1 card left, you know, as the last card played to get the you know, the really crazy, you know, search through my entire deck to get whatever the heck I want is a great way to end the 3rd game. And you know, it is a bummer, you know, as a Godzilla to not be able to play your City Rampage over the course of an entire match, you know?
Yeah.
That does stuck, but that's okay. I'm sure he's had, you know, 5 other rounds where he probably did resolve those City Rampages. We just didn't see it on stream.
I just hope he got as much use as he wanted out of his stage because boy, was it face down permanently, like 24/7. Those cards were getting built, they were getting flipped, they were getting used.
Well, I mean, between Finally Free, Inspiring Song, you know, Short-Lived Promotion, Fearless Transformation, Horrifying, really, they're all turning over, man. A Master's Pride, it's every card is flipping over apart from like Monster Aggression, right? And so, it's just the nature of the way that deck was built. I don't think Tam was sitting there, I don't think he was resolving his own heat ray and saying flip 2, I don't think that was happening. It was just that's the
You
way
know what?
that the
I
deck
do
was
want
built.
you to flip my 2 best foundations. Go for it, pal.
Go for it, bud. Yeah,
All
no sweeping there. That was cool. All right, well, Sam, I think this is my last round for the day, but you've got one more with David.
We got
And-
one more.
Yeah, one more round.
We got one more. We're gonna try to get overall. I'll try to get overall. I see the overall request. I
Yeah.
wanted to get overhaul early. It was hovering in like the wrong spot of the bracket, but I think there's one that's like X1, so we'll
It's
probably
Barlow.
force him to play.
It's
If
Barlow.
Barlow tries to ID, we'll beat him up. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I
We'll
will-
force
I
him
will-
to play for our
yeah.
amusement.
I'll overnight a fist to
Yeah.
punch him in the face.
Exactly. But he's got to win this round. They haven't reported yet. So we're going to take a break. We're going to find out what we can get you for the 7th and final round. And then that's going to be it for Swiss for day 1 of the EU regional. So only one more round of action. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. welcome back everyone to the final round of Swiss here at your EU regional from Glasgow, Scotland. I, of course, am Sam Tate. I've been joined all day by David Toombs and our friend Christopher Bromley, who you will see tomorrow returning for Top Cuts. And David, there have been some requests. There have been some murmurs throughout the tournament. There have been even, dare I say, some disgruntled viewers. However, I had the foresight. I could see into the future, and I knew when the exact perfect time to deliver the overhaul game was, because we have for you right now in the final round of Swiss, table 5, the first table that did not intentionally draw, the first table that is playing for their tournament life, the first table where, frankly, David, this might not matter. We might already have our top 8 decided by draws. However, if either of these players want to make it into Top Cuts, they have to win right here, right now. We've got Barlow Guess on Overhaul versus Kai Tayak on Rodan. David, who's got the advantage in this matchup?
Yeah, well, I was just looking at my Discord. Actually, I noticed that Kai's username was, I think it was called Bubble Boy. So I'm worried that he's kind of jinxed himself here.
Oh no!
You know, he is on the bubble right now. This is a true winning in. I think that actually in the IDs that happened in the top 4 tables, I think Nate DeWalt has pretty much mathematically ID'd himself out of top 8, which means that the winner of this, should we have a winner now, if there's a draw here, then maybe neither of these players gets in. So I think that there's a lot of pressure to finish this game within 60 minutes, to have a clean, clear-cut winner, and it's a true win this round and you are in to the top 8. So the perfect matchup here to finish off Swiss, and 2 really good players, really experienced, playing meta characters. You know, Overhaul is one of the best Massive Mutant Machines characters. We saw at the outset of Massive Mutant Machines becoming legal, everybody was running to Hawks. And then I think Jacob Johnson was the first one to jump onto Overhaul and have some real good results over here. But you can use his what is this? It's the Overhaul attack.
It's maximum overhaul?
Maximum, yeah. Maximum overhaul to build the Massive Mutant Machines down from your hand and free build it. And then, of course, we have Rodan. We have Void Rodan. This is the reigning champion character. It's not Phil Birch. Now we've got Kai, but Void Rodan, let's see if Rodan can go back-to-back regionals. You know, Rodan won the last regional. Then we had a major ban list, and they didn't even hit Rodan.
No, it's crazy. Rodan has been pretty prolific in finals of regionals this year. I mean, won a regional, was in the finals of the next regional. I think skipped the international regionals and then came back to be and then skipped one US and then came back to win another regional. So it feels like of the US regionals, it's like 3 out of 4 had a Rodan in the finals. Am I crazy?
Yeah, we started the year with Andrew Porat taking it down in Denver with Rodan. We had I guess we have one more United States regional coming up here in December. What are your thoughts, by the way, on Violent Animus Shot? We have this opener here on Rodan. With 9 Titans banned, are you surprised to see Violent Animus Shot still finding a slot in the main board?
No, absolutely not. The number one reason why is this is a +1 low block in a symbol that desperately needs quality low blocks. You sometimes get gunked up on the void symbol with too many +3 low blocks, and they're all cards that you really want to play, like incubating, right, is something that you pretty much always want in your stage as Rodan. But and not now I'm gaming is the other one that's like a brand new card that has been a really important low block. But things like Mikasa defeats the female Titan, these are all cards that you really want in your stage. Especially Mikasa defeats the female Titan. It makes you feel like you can get away with not having a low block because of the response to take no damage when you block with a mid or any other zone, things like that. But this is a +1 low block breaker that also fits into your offense really seamlessly, because Violent Animus Shot punishes you for not blocking it, and Rodan's best asset on offense is making attacks hard to block. So we've seen Rodan use tri-gravity beam and hand rip strategies in the past, Violent Animus Shot just complements that so very well. And we've also seen that, cards like Repeated 100% Smash and Ice Sword Execution don't necessarily need their own keywords and their own synergies to be really strong in Rodan. So I'm not surprised to see Violent Animus Shot at all, especially since we've also seen Zeke Yeager War Chiefs and Hanji's on the loose. So the UK metagame is prime for Violent Animus Shot.
That's true. I was a little surprised actually by the number of backup decks that were represented today. I think that's a good thing for the backup playstyle, that it could survive such a prominent card getting hit on the ban list. One card that I'm a little surprised by on Overhaul side, on Barlow's side, is we've got this, is it Pump Iron? No, it's called Pump Up. Flip a foundation if this attack is blocked. Seal one rival foundation. Well, against Rodan wants to block everything. That could really put in a lot of work this round.
Yeah, Pump Up is kind of an underrated star. A lot of players have kind of gone back and forth on that. The block punishment on it is absolutely incredible. It was a lot better than it used to be. However, you are permanently sacrificing a foundation to answer a foundation only temporarily, right? And as time has gone on, more decks have been really strong at playing defense without blocking, whether it's negating attacks entirely or damage reducing. However, Rodan is the poster child for blocking everything. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Pump Up combined with Overhaul's desire to flip things being something that kind of decides the game towards the end of it. We did get to a very deep part of the game very quickly. Both players electing to build out from their hands, kind of testing the waters here with each other to see who can establish a resource advantage first. Barlow was playing a little aggressively, I guess you could say, in the build department, going down to one card at one point. But Kai did not get baited into attacking Overhaul, because Overhaul, for a long time, has been really good at playing defense without cards in hand.
Yeah, he just utilizes his stage as a second hand. And here we checked a 3 on the maximum Overhaul. Well, if we wanted to, we could just pick those up. The committed foundations. We could just pick those up for +1/+1. If we've played a card from, oh, no. We have to have played a card. Okay, from outside of our hands. So we can't lead with the maximum. Okay, I'm correcting myself. I'm getting back into Overhaul. It's been since the MHA
Right.
days, since Overhaul has been really at the top tables. It's Massive Mutant Machine has really kind of reawakened this character and reawake. Maximum Overhaul, when it was first revealed, I thought this attack was game breaking.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah, the potential to grab all face downs from your stage into your hand. You could either rebuild them, you could grab your attacks from your stage, and you're getting to just free build something face up from your hand. At the time, you had this Moneta Foundation, like sticky balls, where you could flip it, clog their card pool, pick it up, play, build it again, flip it, clog their card pool, and do things with like Tongue Whip on the old Earth and Life decks. But here it is. Massive Mutant Machines has really made this card shine again.
Yeah, even if you don't get all the text on Maximum Overhaul now, it is generally worth it just to be able to fast build the Mutant Machine, or at least to wear the stats. I've always felt like Overhaul could be one of the better characters to play high difficulty cards in general, like we see with the 4-check attacks, because you can't do it. If you can't pass the checks early on the rival's turn when they attack you, you can bank those attacks, generate those resources for later. And we see a late cape here, letting the opponent invest resources into the Maximum Overhaul, letting them commit the Mutant Machine, and then deciding, look, I don't want to deal with that. I don't have a reset that I want to use for that. What I will use is this Cape of No Return. And we see Barlow building out some pretty low impact 0 divs. The surprising skill could come into play against Ice Sword Execution. So maybe not low impact, maybe it shouldn't be the word I use, but Syndicate targets definitely blank, and that's not what you want to see at this point in the game, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're about to count if Barlow is in deadlock.
Yeah, Overhaul with that free build on their face, it's a character that really can turbo build.
Yeah, being able to bank cards that you normally wouldn't be able to build into your stage We also see cards like Desperate Plea, which greatly enhance that game plan of banking cards into our stage to be played for later. And now we do see the Ice Sword execution coming out immediately. This is typically what you want to see to start off your attack turns late in the game. The likelihood that your rival has multiple copies of impactful foundations that you want to commit so they can't use them is much higher in the late game. However, David, we've got 2 copies of Surprising Skill. No matter what we commit, our rival's almost certainly going to be able to ready it or potentially punish us and make us commit foundation.
Yeah, I love the choice that Surprising Skill gives you. Either stun one on their turn, or you get to selectively ready one. I think that in a lot of ways, I prefer Surprising Skill to a card like Keeping Airy safe. Personally, I think it's a little more powerful when it, it's going to be less reusable, but it's more powerful when it goes off. And Ice Sword execution is, yeah, it's such a scare. I mean, it is Ice Sword execution, like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken are, like, to me, like the 2 best maybe lead off attacks in the game.
Yeah, they both do very similar stuff, right? Commit and freeze, solve the problem, solve it for next turn as well. Ice Sword, of course, being able to name multiple copies of a card, going to be much more important when Mark Tyner hits the standard legality, right? Being able to name 2 copies of a unique is going to be much better. But yeah, this has been a staple for control decks. It is the offensive control element that these decks are really looking for, looking to eliminate high impact foundations from the rival side. It looks like we do have a small video error here.
Yeah, hopefully we're coming back. I can still see him on my end. Okay, all right, we're back.
I was gonna say I lost one feed, but I think I got the other. Okay, yeah. Hopefully, I think the stream should be back in just a moment. Sorry about that, folks. Players are still continuing with still just the same Ice Sword execution.
Who do you think has the better long game between these 2 characters? Would you give the edge to Overhaul a little bit when they can build in the massive mutant machines? Or would you give the edge to Rodan? I suppose there's like Hacker Extraordinaire to take care of the mutant machines to some extent. I don't know. Like, who do you think has the edge if we go to like turn 12?
So it's funny you mentioned Hacker. I think Overhaul uniquely has the edge in this matchup, specifically because for the for the Void symbol, the answer to assets is typically to flip them, and most decks do kind of get either sunk or they have to find a sacrifice outlet on top of things to get that back. Overhaul does not have that problem. Overhaul almost doesn't care if you flip his massive mutant machines. That could be better for Overhaul in the meantime while we're waiting to get back to our turn to attack you with it. So Overhaul's ability to play face down cards, and we've seen, Barlow's willing to play it on a 7. Granted, we did check a 6 that time, but as the game goes deeper and deeper, being able to play that card on an 8, or being able to play it at the end of a string, ignoring progressive to set up for next turn gets easier and easier. So I think in that respect, I think Overhaul has a weird advantage. And on top of that, I think Overhaul's ability to sit and wait for specific effects benefits him, with like deadlock abilities that we could bank into our stage and wait for the right moment to pull out. And the last thing, maybe the most important thing, depending on how this game goes, is for Rodan to function. Rodan removes cards from the game. Naturally, over time, that attrition adds up. And when you fight slower and slower decks, that becomes a real cost for Rodan, the incubatings and the removing the top card of the discard pile. Whereas Overhaul is almost certainly not going to be removing cards at even a fraction of the rate that Rodan does.
Yeah, and we're once again seeing Barlow. He's not afraid to just hard build the high difficulty assets. Some really impactful cards coming down here. We get a 2-diff. I think it's like a gift returned. It adds a 6 check to your hand, so you can go and grab that syndicate target for a 0 low block when you need it. We got a Ceratos, so we're effectively a 7-hander. We're kind of on par with Rodan, except we can selectively choose that 7th card.
What else is a 6 check in this deck, though?
It could be the 1 high, the 0 difficulty 1 high block.
Yeah, that one too. But
And then you
there's a
get one
slightly more
high or
impactful. There's a
that used to
slightly
be.
more impactful 6 check in standard.
Oh, equipment heist. Yeah.
Yeah, this is also an equipment heist deck, don't forget. So this overhaul deck can go grab equipment heist from the discard pile now and have things set up ready with already mutant machine, a Cerritos, and a military airship. So um the equipment heist might actually become superfluous here if we get all the assets in play by hard casting them for their full difficulty.
Yeah, I'm so stuck on that used to be like a superpower of overhauls just on the life symbol is that you got access to great block mods on your zero diffs and gift return gets them to your hand. But you're right, equipment heist just takes that card up a whole nother level.
Yeah, not to mention, incredible display has been a staple for a long time, allowing you to recycle those really good block modifiers. That's a huge part of the life symbol's defense and identity. Pretty much has been the fact that they just block like obnoxiously well. And I think we're going to see that here because World's Weakest Hunter, this is not the most threatening attack. It's only 4 damage. However, that 9 speed is carrying with it the opportunity to draw 3 whole cards, which is really, really good when you're trying to outvalue your opponent and when you're trying to make sure that you can get to your win condition before you run out of cards. As we see yet another card get removed from the game here. It looks like we're getting an incubating Science Bros combo, which is one of the coolest combinations that Rodan has access to now in standard to get a little more damage bump.
Yeah, but you're right. When you do go the Science Bros route, you're doubling down on removing cards. And when you combine it with incubating, at least, because
Yeah.
you're going to recoup the -1 speed from Science Bros, but you get the +1 damage. But so you're removing a card permanently from the game simply for +1 damage. And when you're already doing that on your character for speed, it can add up pretty quickly. But we're seeing Barlow. I mean, feels like more than half his stage just went sideways to get 1 block.
Yeah, and that's the power of the card draw, right? That's what we were just talking about. The opportunity to draw 3 is recognized by Barlow here as something worth committing for, even though it's only 6 damage. However, we do get the opportunity by blocking with that maximum overhaul to build it down with Desperate Plea. And that's how we're going to activate all the text on maximum overhauls by playing it from our stage. So that way we can activate the +3/+3, get more face downs back to our stage. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is Barlow trying more to set up for his own kill turn than it really is about him trying to prevent the card draw. However, I think this is absolutely the turn for Kai to turn up the pressure.
Yeah, and he's doing it through a Keiko's aid, so he's not scared. Checks a 2. Well, he checks a 4, and it's on a set, or yeah, on a 7 technically. So three foundations go sideways. You're right, and this kind of goes back to Barlow setting up for his next turn. If he gets there, is that we're really forcing Kai to commit foundations here to keep going.
Yeah, and this is where we've got the Science Bros trigger. So we get 4 speed and 1 damage total by removing the 3 block modifier off the top of our discard pile. The 1 card in hand better be a high block. If we take the damage, it's going away anyhow. And that's not going to help us. We do see more incubating again, doubling down. We'll probably see a Rodan enhance here. If we have 4 attacks removed from the game, I wouldn't be surprised to see it here. And
Yeah,
we do.
I wouldn't be shocked if Barlow lets this hit so that he can use the frantic rescue. If he really thinks, hey, I am set up for my next turn, then I just don't think you take chances and you go ahead and flip it.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you definitely don't want to commit the frantic rescue to block here and then get steamrolled by like 2 attacks after this. It's important to note that Rodan does have 1 momentum here, so flexibly a powerful. There is some powerful attacks here, but we see the Knots Flask coming in, trying to force out the last card in hand, and it does. The 3 check, it looks like Barlow's going to have to decide to either commit out.
Yeah, he's trying to weigh that frantic rescue versus getting a block. I don't know which one I would do.
I think it's got to be frantic rescue, right? Because let's say you commit everything but leave overhaul open. You can play 1 card ignoring progressive difficulty. What card can you play versus Rodan's massively fast attacks that is actually going to benefit you. And we do see the option to fail it and the frantic rescue coming down. So you had to attempt the block, right? Because Violent Animus was just going to remove the card
Working
from your
with
hand
it. Yeah, you're
anyways.
right. You're right.
So spending it on the attempt and hoping you checked well, especially when we've got sixes in our deck, definitely makes perfect sense to me. And if we had checked well there, I think Barlow would be sitting very pretty.
Yeah, let's see if we can follow this up. I mean, Tri-Gravity Beam doesn't feel so great against Overhaul when there's no cards in hand and he's going to play the next one from his stage.
True. That is actually the most nightmare scenario. And what's really interesting here too is theoretically, I believe, right? The maybe not theoretically, but the next card we play would be our second card played because we played we blocked with Maximum Overhaul, we built it with Desperate Plea, and then we failed a card. We didn't play another card, so there could be a Rejuvenating Smash hiding in that staging area that would completely block a Tri-Gravity Beam, and not only would we get around the hand rip of Tri-Gravity Beam, we would flip the entire equation on its head by drawing 2 cards and gaining 2 health. And we might be falling into that trap right here.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm a little surprised we're choosing to go for this because checking the 3 here, we're really going to have our defenses down if Overhaul gets the turn back. I mean, this is putting a lot of pressure on us now to actually kill this turn.
So this was the turn I
Well,
felt
there's
like we
just no
wanted to
way.
put some pressure on. And I think that our Violent Animus shot did that. We got Overhaul down to 15. So I think you're right. I think this is kind of a space where the stun doesn't really feel that good. There's Deadlock Stun 3, which is nice. And we're almost certainly still going to be able to make this like unblockably fast, you know, truth be told, because of that Stun 3. So the guaranteed damage from a fast enough move backed up by the stun is really good. But I can't believe we didn't do the Rodan enhanced commit before playing this attack if
Oh,
we
you're
were going to
right.
continue. You know, we had
Yeah, and so
access.
now we're using Rodan for, which tells us that there's a follow-up attack coming. Because now we're in a situation where we need to kill Overhaul this turn. And
I feel like there better be an attack coming. You know, I think if you're trying to pivot and build out now, even if you have like I would do the Rodan E commit if I was trying to build some really impactful, you know, high difficulty to difficulty foundations. But I feel like you're in a position now where you really got to have a finishing move here, and you know, we can check up to an 8, you know, so we can play a 5 diff after this. If we have a 6 on top, we could even play a 6 diff. So there is a world where Ascend to Battle potentially comes down here.
yeah, an Ascend to Battle would be pretty sweet. We can still pick up +0 low block with gift returned to half block.
Yeah. Oh, you know what would be crazy here actually? What would actually be like really, really,
but it-
really a hang 10. If you could get a hang 10 going with multiple, you know, buff triggers, you know, if you get like a +4 block mod on top, hang 10, ready a foundation, respond science bros, ready a foundation, incubating, ready a foundation, you could go absolutely crazy with a hang 10 play here. Granted, it would pretty much have to require having a 6 on top or like chaining all the responses incredibly together.
Yeah, this is actually looking really, really scary for Barlow. He might have taken his time a little bit too much.
Yeah, I'm still we're still not seeing what's crazy is we're not seeing the Deadlock Stun 3 here because you could either chain ready foundations with the surprising skills, or I think maybe we're seeing it now. We might be seeing Stun 3 now, but the surprising skills also are going to make you commit foundations. So this could mess up your math to pass checks, even though we just looked at the top cards of our deck with Rodan. You know, the Stun 3 comes down. I would love to see surprising skill, ready surprising skill, but now make the rival commit.
Yeah, let's see what he does. Yep. And it looks like you are in his head.
I'm still waiting for the rejuve smash block. If he rejuve smash blocks on an 8-year, I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going
because the
to
frantic rescue is still in play. So we got the 3
right.
stun him 1 here, plus the frantic rescue. Yeah, I'm not even sure if I would pass at that point. I don't think it would, since we committed Rodan to look.
Right. I think we're fast approaching a world where this was the last attack pretty much no matter what.
Oh, no, he actually readied pump up. Okay, so he chose not to force him to commit, and he readies pump up instead. He flips, and now when he blocks, he can seal a foundation. It's a little hard for me to see the foundations that are ready due to the glare.
They
over
are
there.
exactly glared out, aren't they? They
Yeah.
are exactly where the
So-
glare begins.
So it's hard for me to tell what Barlow's thought process is, but he checks the 3. He's got to
Oh,
get his entire stage.
just barely passes it. Okay, we didn't have the plus. Excuse me, we didn't have the +1 mid, but we had the +2 mid, and now pump up is going to be able to seal.
Oh,
But
he
I would
sealed
have
Science
to.
Bros.
What's up?
He sealed Science Bros.
I was gonna say it would have to be Science Bros is my best guess, but absolutely amazing stuff. Made the right call, by the way, to ready the foundation. Did the math, made the right call, made it so that even if we checked a 3, we just barely passed that check. So absolutely perfect play from Barlow, but Kai still has a chance somehow to push through for game here, but it would require some absolutely amazing checks on top of the deck.
Yeah, let's see what follows. What follows this? I mean, 15. Is there a move that deals 15? It looks like we didn't have the ascend to battle or something that would hit hard enough, and we have to call it off. And now we only have 4 ready foundations into Barlow being able to fish for equipment heist, having Ceratos out, a mutant machines, and a military airship,
Yeah.
and a
I
maximum
mean,
overhaul built into his stage.
we know there's a maximum overhaul down in the stage. We've got the Ceratos form. I mean, there's no way we brick here. And as soon as we enter the enhanced step, like the odds that Barlow is not going to immediately snap an entire, hand's worth of attacks is and the equipment heist. And the equipment heist. Come on, Barlow.
Yeah,
Abs-
Rodan's
absolutely
gonna have to
incredible.
have multiple barrier shields in hand, likely, to survive this.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be barrier shield plus the breaker 3 block plus airy smiles, and they'd have to do a fusion dance. So you have a breaker that makes you play a non-attack card and stack a bad check on top of your rival's deck.
We'll see. We'll see. I've seen Rodan's block 5+ moves on fewer foundations than 4 before.
Yeah, so we do see the pass-through walls get used to cancel the Cerritos form, which I think that's great. I think where we are in the turn, you cannot risk, maybe Barlow did brick. It's you're playing to your outs, and denying him the ability to potentially draw an attack and set up his check, I think is absolutely correct. But now that the pass-through walls is out of the way and we see the pristine sword play, which not what you want to start off with, right? You want to have a committed massive mutant machine to ready and reuse. However, we've got a ton of damage coming out here, and what we know about what's an overhaul stage is things are only going to get harder and harder for Kai throughout this turn.
Yeah, and we can, even though it doesn't feel great to lead with, we know that we could always just play the maximum overhaul from our stage and then airship the Priestton Swords play
Correct.
back to our hand and
That is
play it
almost
again when
certainly
it
gonna
does feel
happen.
better.
Like, I would be very surprised if that exact line is not where we go from here, but I guess you might wait until you get the first heist off, but I don't think you'd have to, especially since we already have the mutant machines in play.
I think it's very thematic for Barlow to be playing Pristine Swords play, since he was like the first Tyrion Darrington player.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he did top like the first regional with it. Yeah, it's so funny. Pristine Swordplay is that card that I swear when I first read it, I went, "Oh, this is an ultra rare, man. I got to sack an asset." Like, this is such an obvious like Tarion only card, and even Tarion Darringtons didn't really play it. But I had no idea the glow up that Massive Mutant Machine was going to give this card.
Yeah, and we just sacked that Ceratos. I mean, basically saying, yeah, this is the last turn, and since you canceled it, we don't care about it anymore.
Well, I mean, we have equipment heist. This is just optimal, David. This is how we
Oh,
build
right.
it back and use it again. You know, you canceled it with pass through walls. I'm going to play 2 more attacks. And then if I don't have any more attacks, you know, after air shipping and everything, I'm just going to build it back to go digging through my deck if I have to. Like, this is just optimal use with the new unique keyword.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, notably, Rodan is still going to block this for sure, for sure. And they're going to hope that it is a breaker 3 block, because now we see the pump up technology sacrificing every, well, not sacrificing, but, you know, flipping every face up foundation in our stage. When Rodan blocks, we're going to be able to systematically target and seal those pesky few foundations that remain. And then it's basically just going to be how much speed can we reduce with our character versus how much speed can Massive Mutant Machines give to maximum overhaul.
Yeah, and it's putting a lot of pressure on Kai to just go ahead and use their foundations now. Like they went ahead and flipped Botan's coaching to discard a
Oh.
+3 high block to draw a +3 high block. Okay, now this one canceling maximum overhaul could be pretty big.
Yeah, this might be better than a breaker 3 block, considering how big the stages are. Being able to cancel a equipment heist activation is pretty big here. Being able to cancel the blitz to ready a Massive Mutant Machine is basically the same thing. Yeah, there's a lot of roads that lead to deny you Massive Mutant Machine, but I think you're right. I think the maximum overhaul add 3 to hand is the correct thing to cancel in this specific instance, despite the fact that it really doesn't feel good to cancel that when you've got things like equipment heist staring you in the face.
Yeah, let's see how many ops to
Notably,
pick up.
Kai is still at full health. Right? Notably, Kai has not taken damage this game.
Yeah, but if you let this over, I mean, pretty soon all of these are going to be dealing 15 plus. And that was kind of a, you know, on Kai's side the previous turn, it was, I could pass one more attack, but I can't get to 15. And getting to 15 is really not going to be an issue on overhaul.
Yeah, overhaul perusing the old second hand. The old MHA second hand. We call that the table hand back in MHA days. Gonna get 3/3, add 3 cards from our stage, add 3 face downs specifically from our stage to our hand. And now we're gonna get to build a card in from our hand. I have to imagine it's a mutant machine if we got one. Or an airship. Okay, we have the airship. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna cancel the
Oh.
build in.
Okay. Okay.
That's
I don't mind it.
That's about as good as any other cancel, right? You're canceling target, draw, and attack that swings for the most damage. So as far as optimal cancels goes, I can't argue with that one. I don't know if there's a better cancel than add pristine swordplay to hand. We
Yeah,
still,
I mean that was going to deal 75% of our health
yeah,
in one blow, if not all the way to 23.
we still can't confirm 100% for sure that Barlow has another attack. Statistically, it would be jaw dropping if Barlow does not have another attack here to get the equipment heist going. But now we know that the airship is stuck in hand. You know, equipment heist doesn't build from hand, it builds from deck and from discard pile. So without a way to discard our one of military airship, that card is stuck. However, pristine swordplay
Yeah.
is gonna take it. We reveal that we don't have the mid, and unfortunately the stats built up just too quickly. Double massive mutant machine on that attack was going to be too fast. No reset and play. And now, unfortunate if you are a Rodan fan, there's less than 30 minutes left in the round. We got to win a quick one, David. We talked about how
Yeah.
a tie doesn't really behoove either player. So Maybe there was a world where we recognize that we're in trouble and scoop a little bit early, but that's really hard to do in this game. It's harder to do in universes than any other card game I've ever seen in my life. So Kai really had a good chance there with Rodan's speed, where if we just had the right blocks for the first two attacks and Barlow, ran out of steam, we get a whole nother turn. So
Yeah, I think on Rodan's side, if you rewind time a little bit, in my opinion, after Barlow checked a 3 to block the violent animus shot and took the damage, and we saw that he went ahead and used the frantic rescue, I
yep.
think I think if Kai could turn back time, it would be nice to have just built from there and not have continued to go for it, because that really cost going for the tri-gravity really
Yep.
cost the remainder of the stage. It didn't really do anything. It got blocked by the desperate plea. Um, and then we were kind of ruined going into the next turn. And that tri-gravity beam, I mean, that was the mid block for that second pristine swords play. We would have had it if we had kept it in our hands. So just looking back on it, I think that was a pretty big turning point in the game, choosing to continue to go for it.
It's so tough because tri-gravity beam in that situation feels like guaranteed damage. And I don't even, we didn't even hit with it, right? We still had
Yeah.
the desperate plea block with the perfect math from Barlow there. So yeah, absolutely perfect weaving in when he was blocking, when he wasn't. We attempted to block the violent animus, but things didn't go our way. But it didn't spell disaster either because of that frantic rescue. So yeah, I gotta agree with you. The frantic rescue is a handshake agreement, right? And we
Mhm.
talk about game states a lot, and we talk about value of cards. A lot of times there's a lot of hidden value in handshake cards, which I consider a lot of the after you take damage triggers to be this. Like driven by retribution is okay, I take damage, but you don't get momentum. I get to remove that card from the card pool and I get to debuild you. That's a very harsh, very uncompromising sort of agreement. But Frantic Rescue is a lot more tame. It's a lot more fair to both parties involved. It's I'm going to take an unblocked attack. You're going to get +1 difficulty. So you stop attacking me, but you dealt 12 damage or whatever it was. We had overhaul down to 15. We could have banked the
Yeah.
momentum. We could have pivoted from there. And I at the time, the tri-gravity looked so good. The tri-gravity looked like guaranteed damage just based off Rodan's speed pump, based off the deadlock stun. But those surprising skills came back in a major way at the end of the game.
Yeah, and that whole matchup of game one really felt like whoever left their feet first was going to get thrown down, because they were both so stable for the early turns of the game, and that kind of felt like the point where Rodan got a little off balance and punished for it. Not and Rodans are used to being greedy and not getting punished for it because their character has so much value on face.
Yeah, well, and that's it's funny you mentioned that because I think that is exactly what cards like Ice Sword Execution are supposed to solve, right? Is uh it gets really frustrating when both players have built up good defenses, right? And then it feels like the first person who dares to attack the opponent loses. The first person who walks into a breaker block or a bad check on their own turn just throws the momentum of the game over to their opponent, and opening with Ice Sword Execution is kind of supposed to solve that. But Barlow was able to hold on to the surprising skills, use them correctly on the right attacks, use them on the ice swords, use them on the deadlock stuns, and it really all came together with just the right numbers for Barlow.
Yeah, and choosing to commit down the desperate plea. We don't want to allow a maximum overhaul block to get built down, or a I guess the high block is the one that if it deals damage, the next one ignores progressive. Secret rare from Battle for Humanity. Can't remember it. Midst of Despair. There you
Midst
go.
of Despair, yeah, we did see that one get attempted as a block earlier. This is Ice Sword Execution. We don't have a momentum, so it's not going to be fully powered here. However, it can represent a pretty solid poke on turn 2. It looks like the speed's not that impressive, though. Ooh.
Okay, it's going to be a half, but we can flip something.
Yeah, this is super nice. We are going to respond on block. Did you see which foundation we got flipped there? The glare is.
No, I can only assume Science Bro. I'm just always going to assume Science Bros.
Yeah, if that was, yeah, I think we had the +1 damage from a Science Bros. That is absolutely what it was going to be. However, we
Okay.
got to scout our check with Rodan. We got to play Rejuvenating Smash on a 6, check a 5, commit the 1 foundation that just got flipped. We're going to respond, draw 2 cards, a little bit of nerves here spilling out onto the table. But what's really, really cool here is we got Botan's coaching to discard a card and get a momentum during this attack. But before that, we also have +4 speed and draw another card. So this is pretty much the best opening I think this Void Rodan deck can have. Ice Sword Execution
Yeah.
to target snipe something into Rejuvenating with all of the card draw, with all of the momentum generation you want, and you did not check poorly on it.
Yeah, this is a picture perfect open. We need to be aggressive. The nightmare scenario in this round is to draw. So Rodan needs to pull 2 wins out in 20 minutes. That's almost a Houdini-like feat for a Void Rodan to do,
Right.
as if the opponent doesn't just roll over for you. So, yeah, if we can snag a couple momentum, get a really strong build in here, and then go all out on our turn 3, I love where we are.
Yeah, moment of normalcy. Absolutely what you want to see here. Incubating, the earlier you get incubating out, the double incubating, the earlier you get double incubating out, the earlier Rodan can remove 4 attacks selectively from the discard pile to get that scout ability online. The faster you get the scout ability online, the more aggressive you can be. You know, the more often you can play those rejuvenating smashes on a 6, get that extra card draw, get that extra card advantage going. Barlow's at 18. We have the equipment heist, though. Can we end the game here, David?
Yeah, I mean, this tells us it could just be choosing to hand filter. But man, being aggressive here feels like it would be playing into Rodan's hands, allowing Rodan to kill us on that turn 3 and have 15 minutes going into game 3. I think it's too risky to be aggressive here.
Yeah, I think everyone views equipment heist as a win condition. What about the rare value heist? What about just a little value heist? We're just gonna play a couple of attacks, a few attacks, maybe 3 attacks. Then we're just gonna go build, our favorite defensive asset to hold on to for later.
Yeah, that works when you check 6s.
That's true. We are checking pretty well on this turn. So maximum overhaul here. We're not going to get the full benefit, right? We're not going to get to add a bunch of cards from our stage to our hand, which I don't think we'd want to do that at this point in the game anyways. However, we are going to get to once per turn, first enhance overhaul, build a card from our hand face down. We will get to maximum overhaul, build a card from our hand face up or face down. And it looks like,
Is that Gecko?
Cammy?
Or Cammy.
I believe that the Earth backup is Cammy, right? Yeah, that's Cammy, the Covert Chameleon, one of the secret rare backups, one of the elusive backups from TMNT. Cammy, the Covert Chameleon,
commit
is
for 2 speed and selectively flip a rival foundation.
Yeah, this has been terrorizing my locals. This is like a locals level nightmare because I will pump my rivals' attack to flip their best foundation all the time. This is something I will do on their attack constantly. So this is, however, not the most damaging thing we could have built from our hand. However, it is very cool that maximum overhaul, a card that was printed way before backups were probably ever envisioned, says build 1 card. So it does allow you to build backups, and I think that's very cool.
Yeah, that was not the design intention at the time, I'm sure, but it's fun that it works with it.
Yeah, but we do see the aerial goblin bolt block coming in. That's a partial block, so we're gonna take 4 damage. But we see the flip cancel on the blitz. So Mighty Blitz is not gonna be able to add the third attack to the card pool. That's gonna prevent us from activating equipment heist until we play yet another attack. So the partial block from Goblin Bolt potentially saving us massive amounts of health here.
Yeah, and this is where it gets scary for Barlow to push any further. You know, he has checked really well, so he hasn't been punished. But had there been threes on both of their attacks, this could have been really. I mean, I don't think you can afford to send anything else out beyond this. I think you have to respect that Rodan dealt some damage and has a momentum.
Yeah, what's really funny too is there is the secondary blitz that says if you have a low attack in your card pool, your rival spends 2 momentum, but it looks like we didn't even bother to activate that ability, right? We didn't have 3
Yeah,
momentum.
he has the low, he has the maximum overhaul. You're right. The momentum should be gone.
Actually, wait, maybe we did have 3 momentum because we got the momentum from Rejuve and we did deal damage. So maybe I'm tripping. Maybe we did. There's a lot of things to look at in this game as we see Mist of Despair coming down now. Another secret rare hitting the table. This one has some pretty big implications if it deals damage. But it also wants you to have gained life this turn for it to be a well-statted attack. It's only a printed 2 speed. If you haven't gained health this turn, you don't get the blitz for +3. And of course, 2 speed is absolutely nothing to a Rodan.
Yeah, and if this deals damage, our next one ignores, and then we can play one from our hand that ignores. Barlow's going pretty aggressive here. I have to imagine the Mist of Despair gets blocked, though.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
hard.
so far Kai has done an excellent job. Took the partial damage, used the Goblin Bolt, got the Rejuve block on the mid attack. I mean, this has been a pretty uphill battle for Barlow throughout this turn, even with the equipment heist, looming. But we're now going to start seeing the value of that come down.
Yeah, here comes Airship. And what are we going to pick up? This is also the kind of interesting game where the opposite, where the other effect on barrier shields can sometimes come into play. And no adding cards to your hand for this attack.
Yeah, I
I'm not
always
sure.
look for interesting ways to use that card, but it can be hard to sequence it a lot of the time. When your rival builds an airship is a pretty good tip, but I think it looks like, yeah, okay, we're gonna get the Mighty Blitz back. I'm a little surprised it wasn't the maximum overhaul, but considering we don't want to debuild ourselves a whole lot, that does make sense to me.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too at the Mighty Blitz choice.
It makes me wonder, have we seen anything that particularly cares about being in the card pool, or is it just a slightly better statted attack when you're not doing all the buttons on maximum overhaul, right? It looks like we do have both of the once per turns used on overhaul already. So we do have a was the Midst of Despair played from the stage? Is that what happened?
I'm not sure, but it was a must block, and we did block with the Ice Sword. So, if nothing else, this was a pretty successful turn for Barlow in the sense that we
Oh,
got rid of Rejuve and got rid of Ice Sword from Rodan's hand. But here comes the 3 check, and this is going to kind of, if Overhaul doesn't finish their food here, kind of open themselves up for a backswing.
yeah, but this could finish our food here because
Yeah,
we're gonna get
+3/+3.
We're gonna
You're
get
right.
plus
You're
three,
right.
+3. We're gonna add all those face downs back to our hand. And if we have a massive mutant machine in hand and we can build one from equipment heist, we could represent lethal between the +10 damage from mutant machines and overhaul response.
But you're banking on Rodan not having a barrier shield, and they just always have it.
Do they always have it? How many cards do we have in hand right now?
I'm not sure. I imagine the
six,
barrier shield would have been used
I think we
already if
have
it was there.
I think we have
But
one card in hand, David. I could be wrong. It's been hard to track all the cards that get played and all the cards that are in play. But I
yeah, this
think
is going to
I
be
think that's
plus.
one card in hand for Kai, which means we'd have to barrier shield and then like Botan's coaching or incubate a supersonic flight or something to draw a card.
Yeah. Maximum overhaul base 5. It got to 8. We can add 10. Where are we getting the 19th damage? Oh, from
Overhaul
overhaul,
response.
obviously.
Flip a foundation.
Yeah. Overhaul does give damage. Yeah, when you declare no block. Yeah, you're right. This is representing lethal, and from Kai's body language, it certainly looks like it's going to connect.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have I thought we had a Botons in stage still, but I wouldn't be surprised if we don't. It looks like we just got that one card floating off by itself. Ominously, a barrier shield is sitting on top of our discard pile, but no, this should deal 5 base plus 10 from the mutant machines plus 3 from its own enhance plus 2 from overhaul to make 20 damage while we're at 19. Because we built a mutant machine from our hand and from equipment heist.
Oh, he did it. Oh, what's going on? Yeah, he did it.
we did have the barrier shield.
They
Okay.
always have it. They always have it.
That's absolutely all right. You're right. They always have it. I guess we were wrong. I guess there was more than one card in hand.
I was just faking him out with putting the cards down, and
I mean that's what I do. I never look at my hand when my opponent's playing. I never try to give them any sort of information on what I'm looking at. I just try to remember what's in my hand. But barrier shield gonna put the speed all the way down to 0, meaning even a partial block keeps us alive here. Absolutely clutch action.
we are headed to the nightmare scenario of a draw. I can just see it. I can already see it.
You think Kai's got this? Kai still has to win a game.
I
There's
know,
less
and
than
he's
10 minutes.
completely gotten rid of his sculpt. Repeated's gone, Ice Sword's gone, Rejuve's gone. Those everything that we wanted to win.
Dude, look at that sick kill hand. Look at that absolutely like awesome lethal line of destroy your whole stage, draw more cards, ramp more momentum into, card with EX and powerful, and yet we had to block with all of them to stay alive. Actually, I think if any of those attacks deal damage, even the Mists of Despair, we're in a way worse position. Because remember, Barlow committed a lot of foundations to play that maximum overhaul. If the Mists of Despair knocked us down to 10 health as Rodan, and then allowed us to play a different attack, ignoring progressive difficulty, we could have dealt with an entirely different threat before dealing with that maximum overhaul that we needed barrier shield for.
Yeah, I really respect the play from Bar. I respect being aggressive and going for the win. I do. But man, it feels like in this scenario, being on a win and in, knowing that Nate chose to tie ahead of you at the same record, that you cannot draw this game. Choosing to be so aggressive there and then getting punished with that barrier shield. I mean, I just don't see how overhaul gets a single block.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty tough. Overhaul on the life symbol doesn't have access to cards like Barrier Shield, doesn't have access to cards like Runaway. We do have the Ice Sword Execution coming down. It looks like we did spend the momentum here, so not sure if that's just because we want the freeze value because we didn't draw a good backswing, or if we're just pushing the issue here saying, 1 momentum for 5 damage is the most damage I can get out of this momentum this turn.
Yeah, Void Rodan it struggles for damage. And so if we're able to connect and take half of Overhaul's life on our opener, we just got to have 2 more.
There's Rejuve. Do we have a way? It's so hard to see the 2 face-ups, but I don't think we have a way to discard. I don't think we did have the Botons that I thought we did. I think those are incubatings. So this will be pretty interesting. We did get to scout ahead, though. Make sure we pass that check and see if we could draw cards that we want to draw. It's looking like a 1-1 draw. It's looking like a
Yeah, if
nightmare
I'm Barlow, I'm like,
scenario.
hey, let's get to this game 3. I got 6 minutes.
Yeah, if I'm Barlow, I'm like, I need to turn to you. I need to turn to you like tomorrow, like today,
Which is
like over.
possible. I mean, it's
It
very,
is
very
possible.
possible.
Yeah. Oh, dude, if Barlow opens like 5 foundations and then just goes equipment heist, mighty blitz, pristine swordplay, like we're so back. Barlow could easily just turn to equipment heist, mighty blitz into a pristine swordplay and a maximum overhaul, and those 2 attacks will easily do it.
Yeah.
And if it's turn 2, it'll almost certainly be just because Rodan didn't draw enough cards yet.
Yeah, and that game was kind of similar to game 1 in the sense that Barlow full sent it first and Barlow got punished. And in game 1, Kai full sent it first and Kai got punished. And so it's been just whichever player goes for it, they haven't been quite able to finish the job. And then they're normally, both stages are not well equipped to handle strings, and then they're just not.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely wild back and forth. It's really tough because both of these decks are so good at looking stable, looking defensible, right? And then all of a sudden you get 2 attacks into a turn and like everything's committed, everything's face down, like every possible resource feels like it's been used on the first attack, and everyone is in dire straits because of how powerful these keyword abilities with momentum are and how powerful these assets and things are.
Can we get a build 5? No, a build 4. Barlow understands the time. We can see that the pace has noticeably picked up here.
Yeah, not a lot of time to question your plays, but also no time left to make any mistakes.
Yeah, this is getting an incubating and a guaranteed full block. Not full block. Take no damage with Mikasa defeats. That's pretty nice. Both stages are decently defensive.
Here we go.
Yeah, the nice thing is they have to stop. They have to just swing at each other.
Yeah, here comes maximum overhaul. I mean, this is the centerpiece of the deck. This is the main workhorse, the main engine of the deck here. We're gonna build something potentially from hand. It's a Cerritos, huge build on turn 2.
That's the kind of thing that just shouldn't happen.
Yeah, just play my 5 diff, build a 6 diff. At least it's from hand. I feel like from hand is like the most fair place to build from. We've got Hunter's Ally out there building from discard piles. We got Equipment Heist building from the deck.
Ooh, not a. I don't know which one you take here. Are you gonna? I think you get the Massive Mutant Machine and you hard build it.
Well, I think it's a little late for that, but maybe. I guess not. I guess you get to know your check. I guess you play this on an 8 and you just say Rodan's never turned 2 to me before. Even through the breaker though, gosh.
He needs all the he just needs all the stats he can get for that next turn because in all likelihood Overhaul has one more turn.
Correct. Yeah. And that's not even necessarily true. There is a world where Kai plays the clock and it doesn't behoove them to do so, right? It doesn't really behoove them to win or lose in a specific way, I guess. Well, it behooves them to win, but like to tie or lose, right? Doesn't necessarily benefit them. So I don't think they're gonna like try to do that. But if you played 3 attacks as Rodan and it took 2.5 minutes, that wouldn't surprise me.
All right, the classic foundation into rejuve. So we're just, when you do that, the benefit is, you can have 2 cards to have a better build, but you're telegraphing that it's just a poke.
Hot take, commit Rodan here. Just commit Rodan. You don't like the scouting 2 cards, not that impressive here. Commit Rodan. He's still playable while committed. Oh, it looks like he's asking for the take back here. Which I guess, it looks like he's letting him do it. So I don't know exactly the ordering there, but commit the Rodan.
Putting on the stats so that you can get the +4 speed and we can get the draw off on it.
Yeah, we want to draw yet another card. So really not liking our hand there. Or at the very least realizing that we're gonna have to get this value from the supersonic flight right now. Because if we you could have destroyed it and removed it with incubating later, theoretically, to draw on the rival's turn. I don't hate that play, but yeah, realizing this is almost certainly the last turn where you're gonna get any value of it, especially offensively. So
Yeah, if I'm Kai, I'm not too worried. I mean, you can comfortably build as Kai because since you're the player that went second, you will see another turn. But for overhaul, this
oh,
will be
that's
their
true.
final
Yeah,
turn.
that's
So
true.
Kai's in a good position because Barlow
Barlow
has to swing.
overextends. Yeah.
Barlow just has to swing, which means that if Barlow swings and misses, Kai's not going to have too much of an issue getting through the defense. And maybe that Keiko's 8 and the frantic rescues get committed during the swing, or the frantic rescue already got used. But maybe the Keiko's 8 goes down.
Yeah, we dipped the frantic rescue, realizing that we want the game to end here, and we got the maximum overhaul already on screen. We're playing the maximum overhaul yet again. I've never seen maximum overhaul as an opener, before Massive Mutant Machine. It was always like the worst, most reluctant opener, and now it feels like one of the best.
Yeah, I could certainly see a lethal line getting put together here. We have even with the 3 check, just starting out with a mutant machine and a Ceratos plus a healthy foundation base, it could happen.
Yeah, that's true. I'm wondering if we have any special specific sauce for the Ceratos. Normally you use it first, right? But if you have ways to stack your deck, if you have ways to put cards on top of your deck to retrieve with the Ceratos, that's something we've seen Devilgen players do, right? With camouflage counters to stack the top, and the Cerritos in the equipment heist decks to fish off the top and guarantee your next check. Sometimes in the Devilgen decks, you got to force an attack on top to check, for the response. But we've got the +1 high block here being revealed.
Yeah, we did build a second mutant machine, so we have +10/+10 in our stage. If we could follow it up with like a pristine swords play, we have massive stats.
I wouldn't be surprised if just a singular double statted, double mutant machined pristine sword play was what won the game. Like if you told me Kai blocks 2 moves and then a pristine sword play that is 14 speed minus 4 from Rodan and still unblockable because we don't have the reset, I would believe that in a heartbeat. Because
And we had the official, just called overtime.
Yeah, the pristine swordplay enhanced to add 7 damage, or 6, for either of these assets really is absolutely like it's so incredible, just how much that 7 damage difference makes. It goes from a poke that does effectively nothing, if you don't win the game right now, to actual lethal damage so quickly. But looks like we're putting both mutant machines here on the maximum overhaul, even though we can't add the foundations to our hand for bonus stats. So this is only a 7 low for 15. I know that that's not terrible stats, but
yeah, we are praying that that guy doesn't have a barrier shield,
or that Kai doesn't have a low block at all. Which, I mean, I think Kai is smart enough to hold a low block against the maximum overhaul deck if we had one. I don't think that is a mistake that Kai is going to make.
Oh, I see the aerial goblin bolt. But he's choosing not to block I thought I saw an aerial goblin bolt. Very interesting to block with the trigrav over in aerial.
Yeah, especially since we committed the Mikasa defeats the female Titan during our last turn. So we're not even going to get to take no damage from this.
Maybe his plan is he's going to barrier shield into the aerial goblin bolt.
That would be solid. I wouldn't hate that play at all. Anything with a barrier shield right now sounds good to me, because that's what we're going to need if we get another mutant machine down into play. But here comes Mist of Despair. I do believe we did get to heal off of that attack dealing damage, right? The overhaul response does get to heal us a little bit. So this will get the bonus speed. Hopefully, if you're a Rodan player, that +3 speed shouldn't be the difference. You should be able to beat that. But our stage is so committed, every little bit helps, and we have a +1 on top now. Okay, that's after the -3.
Yeah, and that okay. So Battle for Dominance is coming here. I bet we're hoping we draw because I don't think we did have a low block. You were saying, oh, they probably
Yeah,
held a low, but I don't think there was one.
I said if it was available. I said Kai is smart
Yeah,
enough to hold the low if it's available. However, we still we still got a chance. I think Kai's actually got this somehow, but it's gonna be tough.
okay, the next maximum overhaul comes in.
Have we haven't played a card from our stage yet, ignoring progressive.
No,
Wait,
and Rodan's down to 12. 2 moves connecting, even half. Should get there.
yeah, but at the same time, we know that Kai's got the barrier shield in hand. It's now going to come down to what the block zones are. I think if you don't have a low block, I think
Yeah.
you just take this one, actually. I think
Yeah,
you
and
go down to 2 if you don't. But because the breaker 2 doesn't stop Barlow from playing another card here if we choose to do the overhaul once per turn to ignore progressive. And we've got the military airship.
Yeah, I don't
Absolutely
think the Breaker
back.
2 is gonna say. I don't think the Breaker 2 saves him.
No, I don't. It mathematically doesn't look like it. It would have to be a 1 check on a 6. We could commit 5 easily. I mean, Barlow would have to be taking some intentional risk, I think, to walk into this breaker,
Yeah.
keeping Kai alive. Unfortunate. I thought Kai had it for just a second with the barrier shield, but seeing the military airship come out from the maximum overhaul absolutely changed the wrinkles in my brain. And now Barlow is Barlow's still got to find 12 damage. This isn't over yet.
Yeah, but we know the problem is that he picked up the maximum overhaul, and we know Kai doesn't have a low block. So we're gonna take the half here. That's gonna be 4. That'll take us down to 8 health. We can aerial goblin bolt, probably something that gives stats. I mean, if the stats make it lethal. So you probably aerial goblin bolt the pickup or maybe the build down. I mean, both of those give. I mean, if there's another massive mutant machine in hand, then you're trapped because either enhance gets the maximum to lethal. Oh, the maximum's to lethal no matter what because of overhaul. I think we're just doomed. Well, I guess we can half block.
Yeah, we do have the goblin bolt here to cancel something potentially. Looks like we
I just
are
don't
gonna.
know if we can. I don't know if we can even half block with being completely tapped out. So we have to stop the thing that gives speed. Yeah, the pickup.
Yeah, we canceled the add 3 because it's also the stats. Like that is by far the most important thing to cancel here, unless you know somehow that yet another mutant machine was going to be built from the rival's hand here.
No. Check the 3 on the block. Barlow takes it.
Yeah, Barlow with the overhaul response there to add a little bit of damage onto the partial, making it lethal. And Barlow is actually going to manage to win this in overtime with the buzzer beater at the very last second. My goodness, that's about as dramatic as you can get. And I know that there was some overhaul fans in chat.
Yeah, that was a crazy game because so the thing is that he didn't partial he went for the partial, but he checked the 3. I think if Kai checked the 5 there, he survives that attack with the partial, and then Barlow has to have a follow-up. And
things were getting pretty tough. Things were getting pretty tight.
Yeah, that
was
was pretty brutal for Kai, but a huge congratulations to Barlow. You know, made the trip out to Scotland and gets to top 8 in all likelihood. You know,
in all likelihood, yeah, we got to see how these things shake down.
I think 99% that's going to take Barlow to the top 8. But that was a very, very fun. In my opinion, that was the most fun match that I've gotten to commentate today. And so I don't think that Kai should feel bad at all. I thought that all things considered, they played really, really well, especially defensively. Felt like they were making all the right choices to survive, and in the end, it just wasn't quite enough. So top 8 tomorrow. Sam, do you have any final thoughts before we send the viewers off?
Well, I think it's going to become very apparent that we're going to have a Devil Jin on stream. I know, known character, meta character, boo. But yeah, I think Devil Jin is almost certainly going to have to make an appearance. We do have some Mikasas as well, so be prepared for more Mikasa Hizuru's Hope. That was a very popular, very well performing character. I'm looking at the standings right now. They're not finalized, but if the points are correct, we do have some really interesting stuff in top 8. And I think all of our top 8, I could be wrong because there's 2 TOs. There's 2 different people with the name TEO. But I think all of our top 8 except our Devil Jin player was featured on the stream today in Swiss. So that's very, very exciting. Very cool storylines you get to follow from day 1 to day 2. If you're watching this back somehow, you're watching the VOD later and you're about to watch Top Cuts the next day. I think it's very cool when we get to see all of these players. So right now, names you might recognize from this stream today. Barlow, we just saw, probably going to be 8th place. Mitchell Chimino is almost certainly going to make it in there playing himself. Cameron Cardwell, we saw with a very strong performance. Kevin Terragosa, I believe we saw earlier today. I could be wrong on that one, but the name rings a bell. I believe, at the very least, from the last EU regional. Teo that I spoke about before. There's Srihart. Sorry, I'm terrible with names. Sri from the Trading Post playing Devil Jin is going to make it in there. And then we saw Rocco earlier. And I can't remember, did you guys watch Nathan James while I wasn't on stream?
I don't think we did. I think he's on Deku, if I remember. No, he's also on Mikasa. So another Mikasa making it in.
Yeah, Nathan James is the guy who practically taught people how to play Mikasa, spamming his whole stage away, destroying every single possible foundation, building back from zero every turn. At least I think that was him. There's a couple players who adopted that playstyle pretty quick. But yeah, we've definitely seen the name Nathan James before, so I'm not surprised to see them at the top of our list. But it's not official yet. If you guys want to check out the official standings, we got to wait for everyone to report. We got to wait for everything to be finalized, and then you can find all that information on the UniVersus Games Network, which is also where you can go to sign up for your Guilty Gear pre-releases. Don't forget, guys, Guilty Gear is coming out this week. Guilty Gear pre-releases are supposed to be happening. There are some delays, unfortunately, with products in the United States. So make sure you're talking to your local game stores. Make sure you're staying up to date on all the information when those pre-releases are going to happen, because I'm super excited for them. There's a lot of cool stuff to collect. There's the 9-piece, art card you can collect, and that starts at pre-release with the Chiaki promo.
Yeah, Guilty Gear is going to transform the meta in some cool ways. Kind of a smaller set, but still very, very impactful. I'm excited for that one. I really like the concept of the Blitz box. So personally, I think, it's been a little bit stale here. We haven't really had many products beyond the Shadow Monarch Experience bundle dropping here recently. And so I'm excited to see the meta shake up from Guilty Gear. But I think we also had a great meta shake up here today from the ban list. It was very, very diverse. When we show the breakdown tomorrow, we'll see that I don't think we had a single character over 10% of the field. When's the last time we didn't have a character over 10% of the field? That's crazy to be so diverse. We almost never had a repeat character. I think our only repeat character maybe was Mikasa 4, and we have multiples of them in Top Cut, so it makes sense to repeat the Mikasa. So really fun format.
You know what the main thing is, David, after the ban list, the decks that were supposedly hit on the ban list still showed up on stream and performed well. Godzilla post Titan Cliff still performed extremely well, still had lots of game plan, lots of strategy into the format. Devil Jin had an attack taken out of the deck, right? But after multiple nerfs and stuff, is still very playable. And we saw Sweeping Daggers isn't the defining card of Rodan. I don't think anyone thought it was going to be, but all these decks had something taken away from them, had a really nice attack, but they still performed. Even Hanji, who I thought was dead in the water, even Hanji won. Fire Hanji, who I thought was absolutely not playable anymore, showed up, won games on stream, showed how cool stuff was, showed how powerful that kind of stuff was. So interestingly, it's just very interesting that we had a ban list that was probably the biggest, most impactful ever, and it didn't kill all the characters and all the decks that were on the ban list, which I think is absolutely an amazing place to be.
Yeah, it's okay to be strong, as long as it's not unfairly strong. So I think there's still some room to debate as to whether some of the lists that we saw today were fair or not fair. But I'll leave that to the viewer to decide. So that is going to do it for us. What a round to finish on. Congratulations to Barlow for taking it down. Congratulations to Kai for giving us some wonderful entertainment here for the final round. Thought both players played pretty exceptional. Was the perfect send-off for Swiss. And now tomorrow, hold
up, David. I don't want to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. We did actually get confirmation from something. We did send it through to the judges. And unfortunately, during the game of Barlow and Kai, there was an error made, and Barlow has conceded the game due to the mistake. So Barlow realized that he made a mistake during the game. It looks like the speculation was around maximum overhaul. The question was whether or not he played a card from a place other than his hand to get the +3/+3 that he needed to win that game. That's what I believe the discrepancy was. And I never saw the card get played from somewhere other than the hand myself. And so Barlow has realized his mistake is the information I'm getting has conceded the game. So our top 8 is going to look a little bit different, unfortunately. But justice was served. We caught the mistake. Barlow is an upstanding guy to concede the game due to the mistake. And
I don't know. Now we got Twitch. We got Twitch chat saying there was no mistake. So a little bit of drama here as to what happened.
No, I think Twitch. No, Twitch has absolutely confused about the canceling because he absolutely added the stats to it. There was absolutely +3/+3. Whoever is in the chat saying that Barlow didn't make a mistake because the enhanced got canceled, there's no way that happened because we watched the stats get added. And the stats only get added if you add the cards to hand, which we watched him add the cards to hand.
Yeah.
So, I'm just saying the judges are telling me that the judges took a further review of Barlow and Kai's game, and Barlow has conceded due to a mistake. That's what we know. That's everything else is speculation from that. So I wanted to give accurate information while we were still live here, but it does appear that there was a mistake during the game and Barlow has conceded due to the mistake. That is the official lining, but that just means you're going to have to check the UGN to figure out what the official standings are once everything gets recorded properly and handled and resolved.
What a finish. What a finish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever top 8 is, tomorrow's going to be awesome. If you're watching from the United States, it's going to be an early morning though. It's probably going to be, I think it's like a 4 a.m. Central Time start time here if you're watching in the United States. But I think it's worth it. Set your alarm clock early and come watch these players because Scotland's really showing out. This is a great regional. Love the EU region and everything that they do for the game. 75 plus player event today. It's been a lot of fun. I enjoyed commentating today with you, Sam, and with Bromley. Yeah, we'll see you guys in about 12 hours.